showdown is coming. Here's your briefing for Season 6. Time to suit up for Synthwave Showdown. Synthwave Showdown is coming. Here's your briefing for Season 6. Time to suit up for Synthwave Showdown. Synthwave Showdown is coming. Here's your briefing for season.
The road to the 2024 Call of Duty Mobile World Championship starts now. Welcome to Garena Masters VII Battle of Champions. Shout out to all of the early verses ready to get some goodness here at day one as we kick it off. Joining you for this show, it's me, the one and only Cali down here with Wasabi, and it's been a while. Fresh off from Australia, Wasabi. How are you doing? And it's the biggest, grandest, and the most competitive Garena Masters ever here, Wasabi, that we are just about to witness. From 16 teams last season, we cut it down to only the 6 best teams. The creme de la creme of MSP are out here to just dominate the show, and you guys are all in for a treat every weekend as the games go by. And speaking of our matches here today, Wasabi, just looking at our schedule earlier on our intermission, I don't know who is going to win those matches, honestly, for me. This triple round robin format that we got on the group stage will just continue to emphasize our battlegrounds, right? Just to make every team in this region that's competing in the group stage to just improve even further and just get a lot more reps in there. So by the time we enter stage 4, we got 6 teams that are ready to just be dominant more than what they are at the start of Garena Masters 7. And even further as we send 2 Garena teams in stage 5. But you know, there's a lot on the line in this competition. From 250 teams, we send it down to 6 teams, and they are all fighting for a great summer prize pool that we got here this season. It's going to still be a lot if you take that #1 placement. From 10,000 last season, you get 13,000 on the first place. That's a lot of money to bag here, Wasabi. And you know what? The 10,000 in Garena Masters 6, you add 3,000 more than that. There's really a lot more for you to bag just to prepare moving in your map #4, right? Into our stage #4. So there's just really looking into more of, you know, a lot of just performance upgrade just for you to be able to take this home, right? For the past 2 seasons that we've been able to dominate in the competition here, right? It's been Elevate for the past 2 seasons that has managed to absolutely dominate in this competition. We got it. And can we see, right? Can we see a three-peat for Elevate, or will this other teams that we got participating in this group stage take it home, Wasabi? Oh, that's already like a giant and also an underdog that's going to compete here off the get-go, right? Elevate, your 2-time defending Garena Masters champion here so far, has been looking super steady with the addition of Candy in the roster, but DVK is not that far off, right? They really emphasized on getting a lot of players in the off-season that we got on the time span right after Garena Masters 6 ended. And for DVK Oblivion to have a player like Mids in the roster, as well as Jello, who is a steady veteran in the competition, you're really gonna have a great gameplay up the start here. And it's not going to be one-sided, right? It's going to be all out on this best-of-3 matches that we're going to be playing in the group stage.
Yep, definitely. There is going to be a lot of things to watch out for. But Kali, before we go into that, I think we also have to talk about the different team changes that has happened since Garena Masters 6, because there have been a lot of roster change, with, of course, being one of the biggest ones being AG going to STE.
And looking at Stalwarts Esports roster already last season, that was the same roster that allowed them to play at the Mobile Masters 2024. But this season, they added the best player from Smart Omega, helped that team carry over to win the second place last season. That's going to be AG for you. Now being part of Stalwarts Esports, so you already have like a very strong contender there, a great AR player in Scared. Now you add a top player in AG who just always scores 40 kills per game in Hardpoint. And at some point, while we were playing up the playoffs, Wasabi, he was called the Lucasin of Garena, and this just speaks a lot on how much effort that player is just really looking forward to into just putting a lot of eliminations on the board.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, AG is a great AR player, and that's definitely going to stack the odds towards the side of Stalwart Esports even more. But let's go take a look at the schedule for today. As we were saying a while ago, DVK versus Elevate is going to be up first, followed by OMG versus EA, Stalwart Esports versus Star Magic, EA versus Stalwart Esports, and lastly, to end the day, we're going to have Elevate and OMG. Now, I know a lot of you guys are looking forward to so many of these matches, and so I hope you guys stay with us and join us for the ride.
There's a lot of great games that we have in store for today, so let us know in the comment section who you guys got to watch out for in this series, right? I'm looking forward to that Stalwart Esports versus Team Star Magic because they already have some rivalry happening last season where Team Star Magic had really shown a lot of great flashes into really taking maps up against Stalwart Esports. But that map, that game number 5 that we got later on today, that 7 p.m. match between Elevate and Omega, that will be the first time we get to see these two teams play since the Garena Masters VI Grand Final. So let's see if we're going to be able to see a little bit more better Elevate squad that we got here, or a team like Omega really shine, because the last time that they played, right, they still had AG in there. So now that they had lost AG, who's going to step up for Omega, they added Epochs on their roster, but is that enough, right? It's a question that we're going to be finding an answer for as we go into this day's schedule. But now that we're looking into it, right, first game for today, that's Elevate, your champion for Garena Masters VI, going up against a playoff finalist that will be DVK. So this is going to be a very great matchup, a different lineup for DVK. So we can't really just judge them that they just, you know, they're just going to get completely obliterated here. For sure, the addition of mids as well as Jello will be making a significant impact as they go up against Elevate here today.
Yeah, and you know, Dovak and Esports, they definitely have the ability to step up. They have a huge opportunity in front of them, but the question is, will they be in the right mindset to actually play at their best, at the highest level possible, to be able to stand up against giants like Elevate, known in this Garena scene?
And Elevate's got Yopi and PG just continuously getting better every day that they play in Garena Masters VI. And what more could they bring as they just gear up into moving into our official Stage 4 and Stage 5 consecutive. As we take a look at our schedule here for this one, right? Every time here for this week, we're going to be live every 3 p.m. July 5, which is today, up until July 7, that will be your schedule. So make sure you stay tuned in our official social media pages at Facebook and YouTube to be able to spot out, you know, the goodness that we got in store for you guys today.
Yep, and it's not only this week that we're going to be having these live tournaments, but the following weeks as well. And if you want to stay updated with the schedule, make sure to drop a follow on the Garena pages. Make sure you're updated with your favorite teams, and so that you know exactly when they are going to be live streamed.
Okay, I'm going to put you on the spot here, Wasabi. This is the first day. What's your favorite team?
That's a hard question, you know. I used to right away be able to answer this question, but with all the roster changes right now, my favorite players are all split up. I have no idea, but you know, I think I will have to go with either Elevate or OMG. They're the OG players there. They know what they're doing. They're very good and consistent, so I'm hoping to still see that from them.
Now you're looking at the roster of DPK Oblivion, that's Steve, Batman, Wadu, Mids, Jello, and Cash TZ. So we talked about this lineup a little bit earlier today, Wasabi, and we talked about Mids from Skadi in this roster right now will make that biggest of difference with Epochs going to Smart Omega. They have added a very great veteran in Jello. Mr. PDR Jello in this roster just provides them so much of that mental resilience when they go up against a tougher team like Elevate. So having him around is such a great advantage in just trying to close out a couple of great teams that we got here in this group stage.
Yeah, definitely. We'll have to see these players, the returnee Wadu. We have to see Skadi, mids from Skadi, as well as Jello step up here, especially now that they're going up against Elevate. And, we we can't really determine how this is going to affect their gameplay because they just came in, so we don't really know what to expect. But, they can pull off anything at this stage.
And speaking of anyone, right, that can pull off any expectation, that will be Elevate for you, your two-time Garena Masters champion. And they are here with the same roster, the only team to not make any changes. They feel pretty confident with the potential of this team heading into stage 3 and maybe all the way to stage 5. They got P1, Kenobi, PJ, Kalo, Susano as well, Kalo as well as Kendi. So this will be their 6-man roster. They do have Luffy in there as well as their 6-man. So do in fact mention that if they have one player not able to show up, right, they still got a talented player in Luffy, that Terminator, that can really play that sniper role for them once we hop onto that search and destroy.
Yeah, a little bit of a graphical error there, but definitely they have a backup player that can definitely step up if needed. And, I kind of want to see if they decide to bring Luffy out in any of the games that we have tonight. That would be really interesting to see how he will fit into the roster.
Oh, Luffy's great, right? Even if he's the 6th man on this team, he's been putting so much effort and just finding a lot of opportunities for him to step up when the team needs him the most, right? But you want to start strong here. Just create a big impression if you're Elevate, because there's a lot of expectation heading into this. You've been able to really dominate the local scene, but the main storyline here is, are you able to have a great Garena Masters 7, then carry that over to the next stage of the competition and maybe fly out in stage 5, which is something that, everybody's been giving that opportunity for them, but hasn't really been fully translated. Maybe this season, maybe this year, it will be their time, but they have to go up against DVK Oblivion first to start this Garena Masters 7 kickoff.
Yeah, and the great thing about this format for Garena Masters 7 is that not only will it prepare these teams for stage 3, stage 4, but stage 5 as well. And this is going to help them in the long run, hopefully get Garena a better opportunity going into Worlds, and maybe even they might pop off there for all we know, and maybe they'll claim the top spot.
I am looking forward to this because it's a triple round robin group stage once again. So the competition is definitely up there, right? It's one of the highest competition that you probably got right now around the world, and this is just a brilliant idea to just put in the 6 best team, put them in a boot camp or something, and then they just try to beat each other up and then just improve, right? Definitely a win-win scenario for every team that is here right now. And for those of you that don't know, right, the 6 teams that we got here in Garena Masters 7 have already earned their way to stage 4. So we're just really putting so much amplification and just giving this team opportunity to really prove themselves, get those reps, Wasabi, because when you go up against the Chinese teams and the Indian teams and every region in the world, they're going to try to outwork you every time. And these repetitions like this will give you that muscle memory. And all that tiny decisions that you make in every rep that you play in this season is going to make that biggest of difference in the long run.
Yeah, and you have to be able to get that practice in consistently and not with any random team. You have to be playing with teams at your level, and that's exactly what Garena Masters 7 is trying to do. We're trying to give them the practice that they need, but of course making it a little fun by putting that large sum of money on the prize pool for them.
There's a lot on the line here, right? Again, you just really look at the storyline between all of the teams that we are going to be playing here. You got a team like Elevate that has won 2 Garena Masters style already. You got Smart Omega there with 2 as well. We usually have the former Blacklist, but they're now in Omega, so maybe they got 4? I'm not sure, but there is a Juggernaut team here, Wasabi, that has played 6 Garena Masters, hasn't won anything, and that is Stalwart Esports. And with their roster, again, they will look to try to bring it home this season. But the question is, can they stand Elevate in this other surging squad that we got in the group stage?
We'll have to see, I mean, we're already mentioning it again and again and again. Stalwart Esports, they're stacked. They have just taken AG into their lineup, and that's going to add so much power with his AR into the team now, this might just be their best opportunity yet to be able to grab the championship back to their side. And we'll have to see how it goes down, which makes it way more interesting to see how Stalwart Esports will go up against Elevate later on. But for now, going into match number 1.
Yeah, let's get it going, right? The start of our Garena Masters VII Battles of Champions here, Wasabi. Group stage day number 1. Game 1 now up underway. This is going to be Elevate up against DVK Oblivion. Hardpoint Ascenda. Let's get it started.
Yep, it looks like the teams are headed towards the first hardpoint right now. All onto the center they go, trying to get second floor control as well. And the kill feed for right now.
Pass.
Yeah, definitely. They have to keep on the pace. They have to keep going. They have to be able to earn the points. But right now, we are going to be seeing Elevate once again holding down the hill. But the contest comes in from the side of DVK and they make the break. Last 10 seconds going to their side, but that's not going to be enough. They have to step up their game. And with the reset of rotations, with the reset of hills here, this is their opportunity. We saw them really excel in hill number 1. So let's see if they're able to pull that off again.
And a nice reset they just to start it all off, right? You got immediately 6 kills off the feed, but how are you going to make that consistent all throughout will be the question that you're looking here. If you are DVK Oblivion, you want to be able to get at least a great mid-map presence there, try to get someone through open and have a contester inside that will play the objective for you, and that will be Jello for them. And Batman just playing Rampart inside of the hard point. They will look to try to bring out an early operator skill. That will be the Purifier, burning everybody down out of that hard point, and that's going to allow them to put Elevate onto a reset and give them more time inside that hill.
Yeah, definitely. And right now, Elevate is trying to get that hill from the side of DVK. But once again, they have a good hold here in P number 1. They are going to get that last 20 seconds as long as they keep players in the hill. But it looks like Elevate is finally going to break into that hill, taking the last 10 seconds. 160 points to their name as soon as they get that. And they just need to be able to get the rotation in P number 2 to get themselves to that 200-point mark. But DVK has plans of their own as they start the rotation, trying to take the spawns with them as well.
Great job by DVK. Better P2 rotation here this time around, but you're now going to have to maintain yourself inside the hill with the Elevate just smoking that front from Checkers, and now they're going to attack through the water side as well. 50-50 inside of that hard point, but finally you're seeing more of a stabilized approach here for Elevate coming through the trophy room, and now they got this last 30 seconds kicked in, and this will turn out to be something more amazing for them, right? You get this break right here, a high chance that you turn it into a money hill. This has been your best hill in Hacienda for seasons long, so converting things right here is Elevate.
Yep, right now we are going to see Elevate hitting that 200-point mark any second now. And they continue to hold down the hill absolutely perfectly. DVK struggling to break in. Even with the numbers on their side, they're not able to win their gunfights. But now, the rotation goes through once again. DVK, this might just be their last opportunity to play catch-up here. And they have to play it correctly. But it seems that they're struggling once again.
A bit of a split spawn scenario for DVK Oblivion. That's going to give them a multi-angle attack on this, so they should be able to break it, and that's going to be successful. So now you just win 4 gunfights, 5 gunfights. It's all about just stabilizing, find those right positions on the map, get those power positions. Maybe take away Candy right in front of your screen right now that's just running Rampart on the top side of the map. So now you're able to do that. Just got to maintain yourself from the sub duo, that's Yopi and PJ, that will look to try to cut you off up close and personal. Candy will bring out the War Machine here that will consistently put so much pressure on DVK, but you've done so much and just trying to contest this. You're able to keep up. Just gotta remain consistent with the same performance that they're doing right now if you're DVK.
Yep, there is absolutely no room for mistakes right now, but it looks like the hill is going to get contested right now, and it goes to the side of Elevate. DVK loses the hill. This is their opportunity slipping through their fingertips, and if they're not able to get this last and final hill, it might just be the end of this hardpoint match. Elevate, they are trying to start with their rotations, trying to get in early, but Wadu's trying to put a stop to it. Candy comes around and puts an end to him instead. It looks like this might just be the close-up that Elevate needs.
Elevate just trying to close this one now. Only 24 points for them to get this win, but DVK finally waking up from a deep slumber. What a nice break there. A 4-man stack. 2 players coming in from mid and right through Checkers. Now they're going to be having to maintain this kind of dominance, but easier said than done when you got some operators there for Elevate that immediately gives them that point. Only 20 more points for them to win this map number 1, to kick off Garena Masters VII, and they won it in a dominant manner. DVK's last team of contest here gotta make this last 20 seconds work for their side to push for another hardcore rotation.
they shouldn't give up just yet. They still have the opportunity if they just continue to push in. But Elevate is putting all their manpower towards that hill, trying to block off any player from the side of DVK. And DVK, their numbers are dwindling down. They're being forced to spawn far, far away from the hill. And with Elevate only needing 6 more points here, DVK needs to come up with a plan soon.
Oh, Aurora, I mean, Kalo now going to be bringing out that equalizer. That's a 3 operator dump coming in for Elevate. They want to end it here. Just 3 more points. The countdown begins. And you got Elevate winning map number 1, 250 to 121. A very dominant outing here for Elevate. But hey, Wasabi, if you are DVK Oblivion, you're gonna have to feel all right. Nobody has scored more than 100 points up against Elevate when they played Hashen the hard point. So this one right now, 121 points, it's huge, Wasabi.
Yeah, it is a really, really good start for them. But, you know, we saw the capabilities of DVK there. We saw what they can do, but they just need to be more consistent. And they have to bring that out, not in the late game, but in the early game, because that came out a little too late. If they brought it out earlier, I think we would have had a very, very close match there.
I agree. I mean, I think this is the only problem that we got running for DVK Oblivion, not just this season, but all the way to Garena Masters VI, right? That late start. The most notable part about this was that DVK played up against Stalwart Esports on one of the group stage days last season, and they were able to keep up, right? In hardpoint, search and destroy, and control. So it's just all about being ready, just getting that nice start, which they did have earlier, Wasabi, because you saw kill feed painted in yellow. It was DVK getting at least 5 or 6 players off this start, but when they were trying to play inside that hardpoint is where they kind of got confused in that P2, which just kind of the more demoralizing factor from them, because they lost 30 seconds on that and the snowball happened. It was Elevate that run it through up until the very end.
Yeah, I mean, even when we went to have the reset of hard points, we saw that DVK really excelled in that first point, but it's when they're transitioning into P number 2 that they struggle a lot, and that one is the money hill that Elevate always takes advantage of, and that's something that they need to learn to stop, because every team will try to target that second hill, and if DVK doesn't know how to break into that second hill when their opponents are holding it, it's going to be a huge struggle for their team.
This is something that I'm just crafting right now, but I feel like DVK Oblivion was just kind of expecting for a late rotation to happen for Elevate, especially on that P2, because that's the play style that you most commonly will have when you're playing a Shanda hardpoint up against a team like Elevate, right? But it was the other way around, right? Back-to-back hardpoints, P2 to P3, they were always the first one in there on the first 2 sets of hardpoint. And that right there just kind of messes up a little bit on the timing that obviously just had it really rough for DVK Oblivion, but it's all right. Just the first map. It's not yet over. It's a best of 3. Gotta have to win this search and destroy though up next, which will be Garena Metropolis, by the way, Wasabi. So yeah, I want to know your thoughts on this map, because you said it was pretty new to you. So what was your first hand look on it?
It is very neon colored.
Yeah, it's like RGB, right?
I like the vibe. I
like
really like the vibe. I like the vibe. I like lights. You know, I like lights. So, you know, it's really interesting to see that, you know, COD maps, they more or less have very similar vibe, but they throw this one into the mix and it's a little different. There's a lot of sneaky spots in B side as well, which makes it way more interesting to see players in this certain map. So I think it's gonna be fun to watch them go play S&D in that game.
There was this map last season that had to go down to like a decider game. I feel like it was Scotty up against Elevate. I think you were able to watch that on VOD, right? And it was one of the most surprising factors, because the B-side on Garena Metropolis just runs so much SMG. So if you really have a great SMG duo here, it just makes things a whole lot easier for you when it comes to winning those engages.
Yeah, we are going to see a lot of SMGs in B side and a lot of snipers, long range weapons in A side. So it's going to be a very versatile map. We're going to have a lot of mixes depending on where the players decide to have the battles at. And I think that just makes it a really fun game.
I mean, now it's search and destroy, right? It will be no response here. So first bloods are going to be mattering a lot. So if you are the sniper on a little bit, right, you've been looking pretty good. You have Candy in there that can just solo carry with that sniper. He was the guy that took the finals MVP up against Omega last season, and you already know that 1v2 clutch he did to win the grand finals. One of the most insane thing he's ever done has been putting him the grind. So he's going to be that main player you have to watch out for. Same thing if they have Susana running a dual sniper setup here for Elevate. But if you're on the other side, right? So they don't have epochs anymore, Wasabi. And I'm talking about DVK Oblivion. And that's such a huge blow for them. Not on the hard point. They got mids in there, right? But there's no more sniper in DVK Oblivion. And one has to adjust. And that will be Steve this season for DVK Oblivion. So it's going to be a toll on him. And just shutting down this two amazing sniper that they got up against Elevate.
Yeah, we're going to have to see who makes adjustments and who's going to be stepping up in the side of DVK, because we know that it's something that they definitely have to go, considering that they're going up against Elevate, because Elevate is not going to cut them any sort of slack. They are playing on top performance no matter who they're going up against. So DVK has to just step up their game as well.
Yeah, DVK Oblivion, it's not their main thing to win hard points, but one thing is the two maps where the two game modes that you really need to step things up if you're going up against Elevate, right? Because honestly, if you try to take a look at things, it's impossible to win a hardpoint map up against Elevate if you're not going to play Hackney York. So the best case for every team in this region right now is either you open up Hackney York or just try to win the next two sets, right? But even better if you can outgun that players and their system, and that will be amazing for us to see in this 3 weeks of action in the group stage, because you know, this is high-level competition, and at some point, somebody will be able to break that system, Wasabi.
Yep. I mean, all they have to do is find the patterns, find the counter to the patterns, and execute it properly. But, you know, the question is which team is going to be able to do that first. But right now, we're heading straight into the game. Search and Destroy is now starting.
All right, we're starting with DVK Oblivion on the attack side, so you're seeing some R9s here. Batman with the first blood, so but PJ now gonna get knocked down. It's an easy attack on the B side.
Now things slow down. Candy trying to look for another snipe here after getting a first one. They're going to get the bomb planted onto that B side. Only 2 players remaining on the side of DVK. Numbers advantage to the side of Elevate, but it gets even out.
And Nayopi with the 2 Ps right there. So there's only 2 members that created that play for Elevate, Wasabi. And that will be Candy with the first 3 kills, as well as Yo.
Well on the side of DVK, but that's not enough. They have to be able to either eliminate all the players on the side of Elevate or go in for the retake. Now we're going to see aggressive pushes from the side of DVK, but they're going to pay for that as Elevate takes them down. Only one last player on the side of DVK. Badman gets shot from behind. Candy gets up another kill.
Yeah, PJ with another elimination in there, but Candy with back-to-back 3 kills. That gives him 6. And if you're going to be DVK Oblivion, if you're trying to push B through Spring Lane, you need to be able to ult and take down the sniper on back alley, which will be Candy.
It's gonna be a very tough job here, but that's something that they have to learn from. They have to be able to find the counter, as we've been saying time and time again, and I think this is their solution to it. They're slowing down the game here. Steve is going to be able to get an opening pick, and this is going to be huge for the side of DVK.
Yeah, you take down another sniper there. That's going to be one less thing to worry about. So now you're just going to be able to make a better push on the B side. That's only going to be one player holding that angle, and as well as, you know, Kalo. But you'll be on this tight end on this high street, right? I feel like this is going to be a bad blow for Steve if he does make that rotation through Kurohan. Got that elimination.
And now it looks like the players on the side of DVK deciding on that A, but backing away, trying to find a better solution to this. They feel trapped to a corner right now, not too sure whether they should attack A or B, but the time is dwindling down, and Elevate is just being patient and waiting on those corners for the attack to come.
You gotta check every angle here. Kendi is still running here, so you need to be able to hold it down, take him down. So there we go, Wadu taking down Kendi, but you still have to worry about Yopi around the corner. And Mids is gonna feel that pain. It's gonna be a 3v2 situation. Yopi with another blow. Batman, last guy standing, cannot clutch it up and elevate with the first 3 kills. DVK did really great, holding it down, slowing it down, getting that first blood. Steve taking down Susano, but that push at the A side was just kind of too lacking. They lacked a guy holding down flank, and that allowed Elevate to make those pushes.
Yeah, definitely. A little bit more consistency, a little bit more thought into those plans, and it might just have worked. But for now, Elevate, they know exactly what they're doing. They know where to look and where the players of DVK might be hiding, and their predictions here are just so on point that it makes it so much harder for the opponent, DVK, to step up their game.
You would wonder what kind of program these players are running into, right? It's just basically pure instincts and game sense, and also strategies brought to you by Olea, by the way. But, you know, for DVK, they've lost 2 rounds just playing aggressive. Almost took 1 round with the first blood from Steve on round number 3, but this time it's going to be a full stack running through A, Kurahana Avenue. That will be Yopi, the first line of that defense. He's going to run away from the gunfight. Very smart thing for him to do. He's going to reposition on the A site, so he's going to be able to have some backup once the attack pushes through for DVK at that site.
Now we're gonna see a couple opening picks. Numbers start to go down. 3 players on the side of Elevate. DVK has a numbers advantage, but it gets even out. And now Elevate, they are trying to hold down the site. They know exactly where the players of DVK are at. And DVK backs away now, trying to look for a better angle. Badman gets that last and final kill, and they finally get around to their side.
A nice decision, honestly, for DVK Oblivion to just hold it down for the first 30 seconds, then immediately push through Kurahana Avenue, push Yopi away from his initial position at High Street, and once that happens, it was basically just eliminations after eliminations. Great job there for Batman and Wadu, just really iced it up, and Mids finding that mid-game pick to make it a little bit easier for them to close out that last round.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, if DVK is able to use that same strat again and again, they might just be able to get a couple more points to their side, but they have to be careful because Elevate is a type of team that learns fast. They know how to adjust and change their gameplay to match their opponents. So that's something they have to watch out for as well.
Adjustments has already been made. Number 4 in Susano in blue has already earned that courtyard spot where he's gonna have some angle on the enemy base. So that's gonna be huge for that opening pick for Elevate to just try to swing that momentum over to their side there once again. But if you're DVK Oblivion, just doing great so far, and just skipping this angle is very unpredictable. And Susano though have already taken that first pick. Mids, that sniper already eliminated. Now it's going to be a 5v4. Going to be a stack at the A side. Most likely going to be a attack that we're seeing for DVK on this one.
Yep, DVK slowly making their way. They have to watch out because Yopi is right around the corner, and if they make too much noise, that's going to call the rest of the players on the side of Elevate. Any moment now, we're going to see an engagement. It looks like Jello is going to be the one peeking out, and we see an overview here.
Wow.
A lot of the players on the side of DVK get shot down. Susano getting Wadu and Jello. Wadu is going to be down as well. 27 seconds left for that plan to go through, but Steve is all alone here.
Yeah, 1v4. It takes quite a miracle on this map to make that happen. Already getting that read is PJ. And I tell you what, right? PJ is the king of KRM. He has given that title to his name in the interview that we had last season. But this time, man, looking at it, using an R9. So that's definitely some things that needs to really iron out for. I feel like the R9 definitely packs in a lot more damage up close. And there's a high chance for you to really knock down 1 or 2 players through a collateral. And speaking of, that's Susano taking down Jello and Badman off the get-go.
And now 2 players remain on the side of DVK, 3 on the side of Elevate, but it gets even out once again, and it's going to be a 2v2 here. Things slow down, a lot of time to play with, so they don't have any reason to rush, but they have to stick together because DVK is kind of split up right now.
Yeah, honestly, this is something that the DVK really needs to do a lot better on. You need a 4-2 split to end the half, and once you switch sides, you're on defense, it's going to be a lot easier for you. Steve has been, very steady with an AR on his hands, but not really a sniper, so it's going to be a total effort for him to sniff down where Kendi is. Mr. Finals MVP, just holding down the B side. Kilo trying to play lurk, so this is the guy you really want to takedown first, honestly, as he looks to try to play around the map and squander off. Now it seems like the A side is going to be where the bomb will be put into, as we only got 50 seconds left. They want to be able to get that bomb plant, but gotta be wary of Kendi's location. He's got a good spot on these two angles around the site. So Sieve should be able to get a read on this and maybe earn some information to know exactly where the attack will be coming from.
Right now, the players on the side of Elevate, they have the information. Kendi has spotted the players. He takes one down. Now down to a 1v1 between Kendi and Wadu. And the question is, who's going to get that kill? Wadu playing low on the grounds. Kendi trying to see if he can get an angle. Information goes to the side. Wadu sprays him down. Gets another round to the side of DVK.
And Wadu is that player that did not really play for DVK Oblivion last season, but he has earned his way back into the roster. And he's one of those players that can really play the objective for you if you're playing on Summit and on such as teams like Standoff, right? So having for him to clutch that close range just shows how much value you can provide on those 1v1 clutch. You need someone like him already in it. He's got himself 8 kills, right? The only player you want to watch for DVK to improve on is going to be Jello, who still has 0 kills here so far, really having it rough to start the first half.
Yeah, that's not something you want to be stuck at when you're in a level of this, when you're in a tournament of this level. You need to be able to help and support your teams. Now Jello has to step up, but Susano going to open up the round, taking Sieve down. 1 minute 20 seconds left on the ground.
So there's 3 players just holding it down for DVK Oblivion on the B bomb side. So that's going to be pretty much huge if you're looking at the map right now, right? So the first 40 seconds, nothing really has much has happened outside of that elimination. But one thing for sure, the back alley attack here must be strong. Wadu, nice hold here so far. Needs some teammates to help him get this elimination up against Yopi. 1v1 engage for the 2Ps. Can he convert? No! Absolutely shut down there by Kalo and Kendi. And that brings Elevate their 5th round win here, Wasabi.
2 more points before they end the search and destroy game, and with that, the series. DVK, this is their last chance to attempt a reverse sweep because they need to win this search and destroy game to push for a control match, and it's not looking very good right now.
Oh, would you take a look at that? That's going to be a main stack at the back alley. DVK has gotten that read, but can they convert with the gunfight? Scalo along with Yopi for that wombo comp. It's now a 3v3 situation. Nice skill there for me to take down the Candyman. Now you're gonna have a bit more chance at this with Batman playing great on this close range. And Susano will be your last person standing here. He has to pick up that bomb on this next 1 minute and 25 seconds. But you don't really want to contest here. But if you got 2 players right in front of his face, just take that opportunity to shut him down and earn your 3rd round win.
Yep, this is going to be the 3rd round win for the side of DVK. They're finally giving us the action that we've been asking for, and we hope that they continue to play this way because maybe they might just push for overtime here if they're able to continue the strategies that they've been pulling off against the players on the side of Elevate.
Okay, so first plus has really been mattering a lot here, right? But this one right here is pretty much huge for Sieve to just make that Kurahana Avenue lane pretty open for DVK Oblivion to hold. So that is going to be only two lanes that they're going to have to worry about, right? Through courtyard as well as the back alley, where you got Wado holding at the moment. So you pretty much have Elevate into 2 lanes. So when you're able to really filter it out, you're going to have a great chance at just taking a crack at this and earn yourself a back-to-back victory. Kendi, you're out in the open too much, but doesn't really matter at all. Kendi take that beat down. Now it's a 4v4.
4v4, players slowing down the game, trying to look for that perfect angle. The smokes, though, that's going to block their sight here in the middle of the map, and that's gonna cut off the sights of those snipers, but allow everyone else to play around with those sneaky corners around the map.
So honestly, looking at this one, you need to make a move if you're Elevate. And they're gonna try to push courtyard, which is going to be the most absurd thing about this. They want to get that mid-map presence just locked in fully. And now PJ gonna make that read on the back alley. They're gonna attack the B side here this time. That's a nice rotation to fake out DVK Oblivion. But Wadu with a nice hold gets himself 11 kills already. He is holding himself out there with the best team in Garena Masters at the moment in the search and destroy. Wadu has got himself another player to work around, and that will be Batman. They got a great close range duo. Just trying to close this one out. 20 seconds left, and the bomb is going to be down at the A site.
The bomb has been planted.
And here we have it, 2v2. This is going to determine if DVK has a chance to push for overtime or not, because Elevate here, they're starting to lose round after round. It looks like their momentum is starting to break here, and this might just be it for them.
Let's see if this is going to be a great shot for Kendi. He finds one, takes down Wadu. Now one more play to take down. That will be Batman. Can he make that play for DVK Oblivion? With only 18 seconds left, he takes down Kendi on the bus. Rotating around, you got to be able to spot down the last player in Yopi, but no. Absolutely denied. And Elevate now earns themselves the game point. 6-3 in the scoreline. And they pretty much have everybody just doing the work there for them. I mean, Wasabi, look at this. Top right, Jello still 0 kills.
Yep, that is absolutely crazy. I mean, 0 kills, and the players on the side of Elevate are on the verge of ending this game, with DVK not even being close to contesting that for overtime. It looks like it might just be the end of DVK, as the numbers on the side of DVK are down to 4 players left. Same thing on the side of Elevate, but it's all about that positioning and timing now.
That's gonna be pretty rough if you know you got Wado down if you're DVK, right? I mean, you already have your last player, your best player out, and you got Sieve there, eliminated by Kendi. So the push at the Kurohana Avenue, they will directly get into that A lane. You would need to rely on your SMGs to do your work, and that's already Jello finding his first kill on the day. Mids takes Susano down. It's going to be a 3v3 situation. You got a great chance of getting these eliminations right now. Going to be 45 seconds, and it is now going to be PJ with that 2 Ps, and Kendi will be able to turn it up, and that will be Elevate taking that 2-0 lead. And DVK Oblivion just falling short here, Wasabi.
Yep. Oh, there were a couple good rounds there, but you know, this map is definitely something that they have to work on. Those corners are so sneaky, and Susano, we saw him taking advantage of every single opportunity that he was given, and it just made it so much harder for the players on the side of DVK.
And also for Kendi to start it off with like 3 kills in the first 2 rounds, right? That gives him 6 in total heading into that round number 3. The sniper really was the biggest difference here, but also on that B side, right, where you need a player like Jello to stand up and, you know, pick up his own weight. Couldn't really respond into the close range action that Elevate had here. Every time that there was an engagement, he always really meets the bullets on the other side, always getting taken down. So with these eliminations, it's just really rough for Wasabi.
Yeah, it's very difficult for these type of players to just try to find the rhythm when they are faced up against players that are just so good, they're so consistent. So DVK just have to, you know, continue on the grind to learn from their mistakes. And same thing goes with Elevate. You know, there were some slip-ups here and there, very minor ones, I might say, but nonetheless, there's still a lot of room for them to improve. And I think that is a great thing about Garena Masters VII, because this match, specifically Elevate versus DVK, we're gonna see it again and again and again, and that gives them opportunities to improve, try new strategies, and find patterns against their opponents.
Yeah, 2 times they're gonna play it after this one. They still got 2 chances at trying to take a crack on Elevate. I feel like they most definitely have a chance when it comes to playing the Search and Destroy. If we can open up Tunisia, that's where they might just mostly be able to make it up. But I feel like the Kurahana Metropolis has also a great opportunity for them to win. They just kind of lack that one player in Jello if you're DVK Oblivion, because Wadu was playing great. Steve was taking some first bloods, so he was kind of holding his own weight. You just needed someone to play that extra close range for you. On the other side of that team, you got Elevate Yopi and PJ, you know, the super stop duo with a KRM on the side or an Arden on the side, just dominating you in his close range. It's gonna be really rough for your AR, as well as your sniper, right? So just gonna have to tighten things up once you're playing in the control, which will be coming right up next. So this is going to be your best game mode. Garena Masters VI, you're stood at 80% win rate in control, so you really have to pull in a lot of this opportunity for you to favor your side. But for Elevate, right, every game mode has been pretty good for them so far.
Yeah, definitely. Elevate has been so consistent, and not only are they able to win the game modes, they've also been able to make the gap between them and their opponents relatively big, quite big actually. Yeah. And that just proves how dominant they are over players that are of the same level of them. I mean, they are just so far apart that it makes it very hard to play catch up if ever you fall behind. So I guess the strategy to counter that is to not fall behind, right? You have to start strong.
start strong, have a great mid game, and also end strong. That's the only opportunity for you to take one up against Elevate, because they don't sleep up. I tell you what, they haven't sleep up in hard points, right? Yes, last season it was the Hackney Yard. That's where they kind of run into a trouble when they were playing on the playoffs. But again, it is not a big problem for them. They can always ban that one out. Then they still got a great format, full hardpoint format that they got in the bag. So it's really how you take a crack on the search and destroy, and you know what kind of opening are you going to be able to play on the control is where things just kind of get a little bit more spicy. And for a team like Elevate, right, I feel like their control is something that's where they're kind of lacking last season, and I feel like that's the one that they should be focusing more on, as they really had it rough when they were playing maps like Raid in the playoffs, where they were just taking up so much eliminations and so much losses. So let's see if they're going to be able to find an answer for that as they go up against DVK Oblivion in this map number 3 that we got, which will be Arsenal.
Yep, we'll have to see how they decide to play this map, how the game is going to go down, and what strategies have they brought into this tournament. Because you know, there have been a lot of changes when it comes to the guns, when it comes to the metas, the strategies that these players use, and of course it may just help them in this raid control map. So let's see how that plays out.
Oh, my apologies, it's not Arsenal, but it will be Raid map that we got. So a lot of histories for Elevate here. They had the ups and downs on this map itself, and they gotta really tighten things up, especially when they're on the defensive side. But here on the round number 1, they're going to be able to start on the attack side. You can already see them just really do a lot of time on that B side, but focus your attention on the left side of the map. You got 2 players there for DVK trying to initiate that spawn trap already. So that will be pretty much a very great opportunity for a team like DVK Oblivion to really go in there and just join in the fray in just terms of eliminations. But a double time happening for Elevate is something that you want, right? So you've got to be really able to spread out right now and go in for some gunfights right through mid-map.
Yeah, definitely. But look at this. DVK and Elevate, their numbers are pretty even right now, and I would say that's relatively good for the side of DVK. They're not losing too much, but they definitely have to step up their defense as their attack as they try and go in towards that A side, as we know that Elevate is putting majority of their players, majority of their numbers on defending that side.
So Candy as well as Yopi already playing that top laundry. So there's only 2 more spawns here left for DVK Oblivion. And you can see Elevate just running around part on that mid-map, taking over that kitchen. Now they're going in for some spawn trap. Now they have fully surrounded DVK Oblivion. Elevate just owning it up. Yopi gets that 2 kills. Now they spawn basketball court. Now they only are down a lot of lives here.
Yep, right now Elevate is down to 17 lives, make that 6, and right now DVK is winning when it comes to the numbers. They haven't gone in for the capture on A side yet, but they are eliminating every single player on the side of Elevate, who's down to their last and final player here. Is gonna be Jello running around. Last player here has to try and go in for the capture, but it looks like Elevate is going to be able to take him down.
Yeah, nice kills there. I'm surprised that the MG42 did not convert that kill before getting taken down. But yep, we're going to still fix it. It's actually going to be Elevate that will be taking that attack side over there. So they do take the map 3 round number 1 win through the attack side. So this time we're going to switch the sides. This time it will be DVK holding it down on the attack side. They're looking to try to push all towards speed. They don't got anybody on that mid map. So Elevate just trying to really get that opportunity to really get that map control locked in, and it's turning out to be a huge spawn trap in the making should DVK continue to fumble the eliminations here.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see how it goes. There is a little bit of an error on the graphics, which has been confusing me a little bit, but I've got it now. It's going to be Elevate, but right now we are seeing a DVK as an attacking team. Their numbers are dropping. Their operator streaks as well as their score streaks is going to put a huge damage on the numbers of the players of DVK.
So now Steve just holding down great power position on the map. And that's gonna completely lock it down for them. They want to get that push in front of the swimming pool. They want to take that swim, and Batman with that two-piece, they should be able to lock it more than enough for them to get a lot of these angles done correctly, but gotta watch out from the scorchers and the operators available that you got here for Elevate. That might just be the downfall of your push on that A site. And yep, doesn't really matter, right? They just win it with their raw vanilla guns, and they now have gotten themselves only 3 seconds to defend, and it will be a win through time expiration. Elevate up 2-0 in this control.
And now Elevate just needing one more point to end this control, and it's gonna be a clean series for them if they're able to close this match up already. But DVK, we need to see some action from them. I mean, it would be amazing if we can even just see 1 round win, maybe 2 round wins from their side, but it's going to be a very tall order. Right now we're gonna see mids pulling out some operator streaks here, as well as the rest of the team to support, and it looks like they're going to be able to get a couple slays to their side as they hold down and control this B side.
Oh, this is what we're talking about, right? This is the DVK we know. They are going in for the throat, getting aggressive. You got Wadu with that equalizer, just slicing and dicing. Now you got Jello with the claw in there. This is an absolute beatdown, but Yopi still wins that gunfight with that. Fennec now brings himself a type 19 to play with. They have escaped their spawns, but look at the live count here. DVK has given themselves a +5 at least on the lives, and they can take care of that moving forward and try to bounce back in this round number 3.
We'll continue the strategy that they have going on right now, and that is what they need to be able to get 1 round to their name. But of course, Elevate's not going to make it easy. As soon as they build up those score streaks and operator skills, those are coming out as well, and they're going to try to even out the numbers here as the time dwindles down. 29 seconds left on the clock. They're going in for D capture right now as their numbers go down. This is not looking very good for the side of Elevate, and we might actually see a round win for DVK here.
Yeah, DVK just have to go. They just have to go. Push pawns or maybe attack B, because they only got 29 seconds left. If you win the next wave, you're just going to be able to win their time expiration too, which is completely better, but they're going to stick with their position. They want to play for those exit kills. They got 2 players holding that mid map. They're letting go of the laundry though, so that might just be the hole that will be exploited here by Elevate to win this match over here and topple it over. Life count already favoring Elevate now. They bring out their operators. Yopi with the spiral is trying to break through from Will Barrels. He's got the big window fully locked down. His teammates just going to be coming in from the top bed and that mid map. So now you're just going to be fully successful in terms of breaking the defense from DVK Oblivion, but still got 4 players to take care of to win this map.
But look at this, the kill feed right now, it is all yellow, and DVK is going to be down to their final players. Susano takes him out, and this is going to be another match win for the side of Elevate.
Yeah, Elevate just did it great. I feel like that attack side that was completely smoother than the last time we saw it. They were able to really find those right reads in the right time, especially at round number 3, where you just saw them just play that B side attack, get that B capture going, extra minute to the clock. They got 1 minute and 30 seconds to break it. They knew that there were 2 players on that mid map. Immediate read to just single out where will be the opening that they can really exploit, and that's right through top laundries. And when they got that, it immediately led to a snowball. They broke through basketball court. They broke some ankles. The next thing we know, Wasabi, it was an elimination. Elevate was on a -5 live count deficit, right?
Yeah.
They turned it around at the end.
Yeah, it was actually quite surprising. I mean, DVK really had the numbers going for them. They had the strats laid out, but it just wasn't enough to stand up against Elevate, because they knew how to make the adjustments needed to be able to take that round home. And that's exactly what they did. They wanted to close up the match, and so they closed up the match.
And they start their Garena Masters VII run with a bang right there. Your 2-time defending Garena Masters champion will be going in for a quick sweep on our match today. And later on, right, we're going to see more goodness. After this match right here, we're going to be seeing Omega, their first look on this with Epochs on their roster, and they're going up against EA Thanatos, which is a community gladiators team that made it here. And speaking of that, right, that's going to be a nice matchup right there. But moving on, this match with Elevate, it seems like they're hardpoint map, all of their game mode and their maps just completely got a lot better. So they did not stagnate. There were a lot more cleaner routes in the control rate, which was their main weakness last season. They're gonna have to be pretty good with this.
Yeah, definitely a very, very huge improvement for them. And hopefully they continue to improve and get better throughout this Garena Masters VII, because obviously, again, as we've been saying time and time again, this is preparation for Worlds. This is our opportunity to try and play with different strategies against players and teams of their level, and of course to give us a show for everyone who loves watching these tournaments like I do.
And MSP has got one of the strongest, teams in there, right? You got like teams like Stalwart Esports, Smart Omega, Elevate, then a team like Team Star Magic, who is still orgless, by the way, but they've been causing so much chaos in these opportunities, and you really want to be able to fully lock it down, get the most out of this opportunity. So come stage 4, you got a great chance at trying to bag home the 2 tickets to the world stage. Now, we'll be talking about the highlights here. Elevate did such an amazing opportunity to just convert all of their maps when it starts with their hardpoint here, Wasabi.
Yep, we are going to be able to see some of the highlights from not only the hardpoint match, but the search and destroy match, as well as the control match between these 2 teams. And I think, we have to talk about some of those points. I mean, as we were saying earlier, there were absolutely crazy sniper shots in that search and destroy match, and a lot of great rotations for the side of the hardpoint match.
Okay, so don't go anywhere. Just take a look at these highlights. We'll be right back.
Early rotations.
Point agenda. Let's get it started.
Yep, it looks like the teams are headed towards the first hardpoint right now. All onto the center they go, trying to get the second, which is quite surprising. They're going to be able to hold down mids right now, the mid center right now. Yeah.
A great start so far, just winning all the gunfights here if you're DVK. Elevate just kind of struck, so you got a little bit of a map control towards that mid map if you're DVK. Also have a greater setup once we hop into that P2, but Kalo finally able to get himself in.
Well, as they head into P number 2, trying to hold down Karaj to be able to
make this game and keep it close.
Yep, but it looks like going for those early rotations just yet. DVK Batman going to break in, and he's going to get into that gunfights right now. It's just mid scaring everyone with his 14 kills up just yet. Now that's exactly what we need. We need to see them getting more and more kills.
Choice that season, they were having close calls, but Kenny was only down for DVK. They gotta win more with their gunfights and just keep that pacing factor. Looking here, if you are DVK Oblivion, you want to be able to get these great mid-map presence and just playing Rampart inside of the hard point. They will be trying to bring out an early operator skill. That will be a reset and give them more time inside that hill.
Yeah, definitely. Going to break into that hill, taking the last 10 seconds. 160 points to their name. Going to see Elevate hitting that 200-point mark any second now.
On the top side of the map. So now you're able to do that. Just gotta maintain yourself, consistently put so much pressure in DVK, but you've done so much and just trying to
might just be the end of this hardpoint match. Elevate, they are trying to start from the side of DVK, but they're going to pay for that as Elevate takes them down.
You gotta check every angle here. Kendi is still running here, so you need to be able to so far. And just skipping this angle
on the grounds. Kendi trying to see if he can get an angle. Information goes to his side.
What just happened outside of that elimination? But one thing for sure, the back alley attack here must be sure to be a main stack at the back alley. DVK has gotten that read, but can they convert the certain about this? They want to get that mid-map presence just locked in fully. And after the make that read on the back alley, they're gonna attack the B seconds. This time that's a nice rotation to fit
right here. And this might just be it for them.
Let's see if this is going to be a really raid map that we got. So, mysteries for over here, they had the off map. They got 2 players there for DVK, trying to initiate that spawn trap already.
The majority of their players, majority of their numbers on defending that.
And you can see Elevate just running around on that mid-map, taking over the kitchen points and getting some more opportunities for him to spawn easy, because right now, position of the map. And that's going to completely lock it down for them. They want to get that push, trying to bounce back in this round number 3.
We'll see how it goes round to their name, but of course, Elevate's not gonna make it easy.
Still got 4 players to take care of to win this map.
But look at this, the kill feed right now.
Let's get it started.
Yep, it looks like the teams are headed towards the first hard point right now, all onto the center. They go trying to get the second, which is quite surprising. They're going to be able to hold down mids right now, the mid center.
You saw it on the highlights right there, Wasabi, right? You saw Elevate is going in for onslaughts time and time again, but Divik Oblivion came out flat on this. They lost because there was always a 4v5 happening on the map, especially in that Search and Destroy and that control game with Wasabi.
Yeah, I mean, the hardpoint match, we saw them step up there. They got into 100 points, 120, 30, if I'm not mistaken. And that one was something that we were hoping would lead to a better search and destroy match and control match, but unfortunately it just wasn't something that we were able to see today. Hopefully in the future they will step up, but for today it's going to be all Elevate throughout the 3 maps.
You're gonna have to feel pretty good if you're Elevate, right? You already have one through a sweep. Now we take a look at our MVP here, and let's see who's gonna step things up for Elevate as we have your Garena Masters VII first MVP. It's Mr. Candyman himself with a 1.84 KDA. That's a pretty huge sum of points that he got in there. So definitely the game changer for Elevate. How they won the Garena Masters VI and how they pretty much run over Divik Oblivion today in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Candy pop off. This is his redemption season, and he's taking it out very, very seriously. He is making sure that everyone sees how good he is and that he deserves to be here. So he is going to claim the first title of the night, but of course, we still have 4 more interesting matches to go. And if I'm not mistaken, Elevate will actually be playing again in game number 5 against OMG. So let's see who's going to be the MVP in that match as well.
You know, I brought in so much energy on this match number 1 that we got today, and I just realized we got 4 more games to go, right? So the hype doesn't end here. It continues to get better as the time goes by. But if you're Elevate, right, you're gonna have to feel pretty good because you struck gold by getting Candy on your roster. The only thing that lack for Elevate for the past 2 years is that veteran experience, and Candy has that. He's been playing since 2020, and this player has played in the World Championship back in 2022 when he was under Smart Omega Esports, and he really brought that up right here real quick up against, you know, all the best teams that we got last. Fresh beginning for him, and is making full use of it. We're not usually seeing any MVPs outside of OP and PJ, but when you got Candy in there, this team is in great strides when it comes to getting themselves up there.
Yep, that is added power to the side of Elevate and a little bit competition for that MVP title, which we love to see. So I think it just makes it even more fun to see this team play. But of course, that does bring us to the end of this series, and that does mean we will be going to a break very, very soon.
So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
6. synthwave showdown is coming. Here's your briefing for Season 6. It's time to suit up for Synthwave Showdown.
And we welcome you back to Garena Masters VII Battle of Champions. If you just missed the action earlier, right, it was Elevate winning up against the Oblivion 3-0. Now you're going to see Smart Omega and their new roster going up against the Community Gladiators Search and Destroy champions EA Tanafos. And joining you for this show once again, it's me, Cali Gaming, down here with Wasabi, right? So thoughts on this map number 2 or game number 2 that we're going to have here today?
Well, I have not personally seen the EA play yet, but I have seen some VOD reviews of them as well. And I think, they have a lot of potential here, but we have to see how they play up against players like OMG, who has been in the scene for years and years, and they have a lot of Garena Masters champions underneath their belt as well, which is going to add up to that reputation that EA has to find a way to step up against.
Yeah, like Alexander Hamilton, right? Smart Omega is one of the founding fathers of Garena MSP. If you remember, NRX 2911, King of Sniper, Whoopee, brought to you by Flash AJ, by the way. That's the most iconic part about that. And this team right here has had its moments of, highlights and upsets. And last year, Smart Omega was not able to make it to the world stage. And earlier this year, right, they managed to get top 2 at least in Garena Masters VI with AG on their roster. But moving forward in this season that we got right now, AG went to Stalwart Esports and they had to immediately find a replacement for him, and they took Epox from DVK Oblivion. So that's going to be the main topic about this. How will Epox look like while they play him this group stage, and what's going to be the dynamic like with him and Whoopee, being kind of the same role? They're both snipers in there, so there's only 2 snipers that you can allocate in Search and Destroy. So who's going to use that sniper and who's going to have to adjust to another role?
Yep, exactly. But something else I want to talk about, we have here on the side of EA, Aurora, the only female here in this whole tournament. And she is going to be playing, I hope she's going to be playing in the starting 5 players of the game. And I think this is absolutely amazing because we're having a little bit more representation from the females here. We did have one team or two teams get into major tournaments like this before, but now at least we are seeing a little bit of more females starting to mix in with the boys into one team.
Aurora is just that too good. She's just too good in terms of fighting eliminations. Hardpoint, that's where she really kind of shined the most. That SMG really hurts. And much like Halo, they kind of play the same role, right? She's just going in for a lot of eliminations and anticipations, and she's going to make a lot of that difference for them on that response. And also do want to mention more about the youngest player on EA Thanatos, by the way, Wasabi, which is Jai. We saw them at the Community Gladiators. If you missed that action, go over to Garena Call of Duty Mobile. Just press the live bots that we got in there and just look for the Garena Call of Duty Community Gladiators Search and Destroy. You're going to see Jai just being that difference maker on this team when it comes to finding those first blood on this S&D. And that's where I want to see how well is he going to pair up with the likes of Whoopi and the J-God himself from Omega as they look into playing these 3 maps of sets that we got here for today.
Yep, it's going to be a very, very interesting set of maps. And you know, Jai, it's also not his first time on the scene. If I'm not mistaken, he was also actually playing in GM4 on the side of EZR Esports, and so that's a little bit of background for the side of EA that's going to definitely help them to get a little bit more knowledge about the teams that they're playing up against and the stage that they're on here in Garena Masters.
And if you guys miss out on the prize pool, we want to be able to show it to you guys right now because there's a lot on the line here. It's not just the title as the champion that you want to get here, but also the lion's share of $13,000 as the first place. We're talking about a 3,000 price increase here, Wasabi, that you get if you take that #1 spot.
Yep, it used to just be 10,000, but we have made it even larger now, adding another 3,000. But not only that, second place as well gets 4,500, third place at 3,000, fourth place at 2,000, fifth place at 1,500, and sixth place at 1,000. So everyone goes home with a little something, but of course, you want to fight for that top spot and the biggest budget, which will obviously help and go towards their training, their boot camps, their coaches, their analysts, who's going to overall help them in their performance going into Worlds.
Yeah, just talking about it, right? $13,000 is 754k PHP. Now we take a look at Smart to Mega, one of the winningest, Garena Masters team. They won Garena Masters 2 and 3. But this time, this is completely a different roster. They got Young Jay, Whoopi, Epox, Risky, Tin, and Jabin himself as your 6-man wrecking crew. So who's going to play as that 5th man? Honestly, it's the question for me now if you're Smart Omega. Do you try to play Young Jay? Or do you want to get Epox, get in the mix there with this talented squad that you got playing for Garena Masters 7?
Yeah, definitely. We'll have to see how it goes down because we were talking about this earlier when we're opening up the match. AG getting out of the side of Smart Omega. Who's going to be the replacement? Who's going to step up and who's going to be the one who's consistently getting those kills? But on the side of EA Thanatos, we have Mamra, Jai, Tokyo, Sebio, as well as
Tokyo,
Pickle, and Aurora. I think it's a little bit of a graphical error there, but
yeah,
we do have Aurora. We need Aurora's picture
yeah.
here on the screen, and they are going to be our players for this team.
Yeah, it kind of thoughts again, just like WPM Lokings 2 years back when they were at the community scene, they are now called as the Community Kings, right? They are the gatekeepers of the community scene. That's how good this team really is. You got a great player in Giant playing that Search and Destroy. You got, players like Tokyo who played back in Team Star Magic that placed top 4 last season. So you really have a great balance of having, players that's already been there and also players that are just trying to earn their way up. And talking about Aurora that you mentioned here, Wasabi, Aurora played for Ultimate Divinus back in Garena Masters 4. They were the first team, an all-female team to play in Garena Masters history. Now this time, this is going to be the second time we're only going to see a female player. Right? The first time, only female player that we got here in Garena Masters that will be Aurora playing here for EA Thanatos. So I'm curious to see what's going to happen here as they go up against the top 2 team last season. That will be Smart Omega.
Yep, Aurora, despite despite being the only female here, we shouldn't underestimate her
Yeah.
because she is absolutely crazy. If you saw Garena Masters Season 4, if you saw how her performance was, she was just standing out from every single player that she went up against. Of course, her team did struggle a little bit, but they were still able to put up a good fight against all the giants that they went up against.
Now we're getting into the mix here. Match number two, game number 1 now about to start, so we're just gonna have to look into this one. Hardpoint is going to be our first game here. Race at 250 with 600 seconds as our time limit. You already know that on our competitive format. And looking at it this way, right? Looking into this map number 1, I feel like it's going to be pretty close as we enter Summit. It's really a back and forth map, and if you're talking about P1, it's going to be back and forth scrappy. You do want to take that high ground as you play on this hardpoint, as you do have a little bit more height advantage in that mix to get you more of those eliminations.
But take a look at this. Kylie, we do have Epox playing on the side of Smart Omega, and so far pretty good. Got 3 kills under his belt right now, and they do have the control of the hill here in the center of a Summit. But we are going to see EA trying to get that control to their side. 18 seconds left, and they finally break in with Jai leading the team into that point.
Oh, Epox getting in the mix, finds himself a 2-piece. Great way to break inside of the hard point and earn the last 8 seconds. The 8 Thanatos will now be spawning on greens. Easy information, but can you convert? Javen has been one of the most consistent player all throughout Garena Masters history. In fact, the winningest player that we got heading into Garena Masters 7. So it's going to be that mental load, that the team captain that will look to try to change things up and put this team back in track and win this season. As we take a look at their P2 here, as it opens up, they're going to be forced back to play reset all the way to the right side of the map. EA kind of thought a better P2 here, better map control, but now you're about to get swarm in multi-angle.
Yep, we are just going to have to see how this goes down, but Risky, he's going to pull out the War Machine to clear out that P2. Whoopi gets a bunch of kills there as well, and they are going to hold this area down. This is a huge money hill for them so far, but EA trying to break into that hill from on top as well as around. The rotations here are just on point. They're going to take that hill from Smart Omega here and start to earn points once again, but Whoopi with backstab takes it right back.
Whoopi, nice shots for him. I mean, this guy did not play in the group stage last season, by the way. And he only had to play playoffs, and he did make a big difference on that roster. But now, having to play here along with Epox, you're really going to have to play huge to start this one off. P3, this is the start of the Money Hills. You want to be able to get an early rotation. EA already has that in hand. They got some players inside of that hard point. Now throw in your operators that will just bully out the first move of gunfight for Omega and just let them suffer and feel the pain of walking back into this P3. Now you're going to start with Tin attacking inside of the front. And there we go. 2Ps. A nice break there with the Purifier from the back.
But Jai is going to come out from behind with the War Machine, trying to open things up, but the smokes prevent him from getting any kills, and OMG are going to get into that hill once again. It looks like the Equalizer is going to clear it out for them as well, and it looks like Omega is going to take the hill onto their side, and once again, Money Hill for the side VA put to a stop here.
Yeah, last 20 seconds, you want to get this contest as much as possible. EA just trying to break here with 3 players. Risky, Mang Jonel finds 3 kills in that. That's going to be 49 and 79 on the scoreline. You're going to have to feel pretty good that you have a safety net as you head into P4, which is still going to be a Mon Hill. What you need here if you're EA Thanatos is that great wave, that first wave to stop that push coming in from the front, and also the guys coming in from the slopes later on. Epox able to shred it down, finds himself a 2-piece. The break is on. They're now about to push inside the hill.
And now we see the players trying to make their way onto that next hill. It looks like Omega's still going to hold down this hill. But Jai going in for a solo push, unfortunately not going to make it through backup. Just a little too late there. And it looks like Omega is going to use this hill to their advantage as they try and inch closer towards that 100-point mark. But Epox here is popping off, getting kill after kill, defending that spawn and keeping it to their side.
Epox had run into too many troubles when he first played for Omega in one of the early tournaments that we got internationally when they're going up against Godlike as well as Bolt from Japan. But here, he has totally turned things around, keeping it up with the gunfights. He's gonna be our last 8 seconds on this P4 to end. We're heading into new. You got Elite Assassins, Thanatos doing great on that first 2 hard points, but just kind of fell off when they started the Money Hill points that we got in the Summit map. So you're gonna have to turn things around here. Aurora just really gotta get involved in that gunfight, get warm in there, and just get his eliminations up close, which you have been struggling in winning right now.
And right now, we are going to see once again the players on the side of EA taking that hill for just a second, but they get knocked off. And Smart Omega making that gap so big right now. I'm not quite sure how EA is going to even play catch up. But then he's going to pull out Sparrow here, trying to make sure that the second floor is all cleared out for the team, allowing them to hold the center of Summit here. And that is going to rack them up even higher now. 150 points to their name, and they are not stopping anytime soon.
You're just kind of spread around if you're a Thanatos. That's not really helping your case. Then actually in trying to break this as a team, actually now you're going to be able to get it more defined, but you're just trying to contest that last 10 seconds, which you get denied upon by Omega on only one spot, by the way. So you lost out pretty much big on this on this P1, where you generally think it's going to be a scrappy hard point. It turned out to pay out big as the cash gets stacked on that by Smart Omega. Now we're approaching P2. You need this if you are EA. Now you find some eliminations with Sevio with 6 on that feed. Now you just have to step inside that point and start the comeback.
This is the moment that the EA has to play so consistently, because if they give the hill to Smart Omega, they are going to bring it to a close. So EA should not make any slip-ups, no room for mistakes here, and they continue to hold down the hill. This P2 is going well for them so far, but they have to be able to find a way to carry it over to P3 and later on P4, and that is going to be where the trouble comes in. But right now, Smart Omega breaks into the hill, 20 seconds going to their name. That's going to put them up to that 200-point mark if they're able to stay in that P2.
The barrage is just so consistent here. You got Thin already with 33 kills, by the way. Might just end up with 40 bomb at the end of this Summit hardpoint, but you're going to have to rely on your hold this time on P3, as it's going to be EA Thanatos late on this rotation. They got a couple of operating skills available for them to utilize, but that's not going to be even mattering a lot, Red, because you're down at the deficit here. And it just only takes one operator coming in from Omega to really shut you down. And there they go. Just drop it like that. EA Thanatos now have to play a reset. Going to have to back away and get themselves spawned in at that mid-map. Omega might just be able to turn this one into a Monhill once again. And yeah, that's just insane, man.
Yep, EA has to find a way to break into that hill, take the spawn to their side if they want to put a stop onto the side of Smart Omega, and they have to do it right now because Smart Omega 30 points away from winning this match. They pull out the operator skills, they pull out the score streaks right now. Everything is going on to be able to keep the players of EA out of the hill. 13 seconds left, and they are just going to be short of closing up the match. That forces them all to start the rotation on towards the next hill, and this is an opportunity for EA to grab a couple points to their name.
Aurora now able to operate with that operator. That will be the equalizer being brought out to just cover the front. What you want here is to not get 100 point top, score the next 11 points, get yourself a 100 score at least in this game as Smart Omega look to try to break this. Aurora now winning those gunfights, finds some 3Ps, and that will be a great operator value to put themselves inside of the hill, and they will score their 100 point mark. They still got Sebio there with the Purifier. That should be able to stop it. Another spree go in the hands of Aurora, going ballistic. That's 6 eliminations on the first 30 seconds of this P4. EA Thanatos now able to get those, but will be about to barrage inside. But again, the stand there is insane, but they all fall down. Smart Omega, they win map number 1, 250 to 115.
Very, very big plays on those last couple of seconds from the side of Aurora, but it was just not enough to keep the players of Smart Omega out of the hill, and ultimately they were able to go in for the retake and take that last couple of points they needed to close up the match.
I would say, I feel like Apox is just doing great on his own, right? But we'll have to do a little bit more of a cross-check with that once they fight, you know, the creme de la creme. That will be elevated there on game number 5. But he held up pretty well in there, did not score 40 kills compared to what Agent drops usually in terms of playing hardpoint for Smart Omega before. But you do have a player stepping up greatly on this one, Wasabi, and that was Stin on this map number 1. He scored more than 40 kills with that KRM, and especially on the Summit map, that will be Garena's specialty in there. The KRM really brought in a lot of that pace that played it really fast to overwhelm the Thanatos when they were trying to break all of the hard point that we got on that map.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there were some moments where we saw a lot of life from the side of EA Thanatos, but it just wasn't enough to consistently hold down the hill from Smart Omega. As you saw, Smart Omega, they were able to go in for the retakes, they were able to go in for the early rotations, and every time that they want the hill to their side, they're able to take the hill to their side, and that's something that teams like EA need to learn to counter, learn to say no to Smart Omega, and keep the hill to themselves to earn more points.
I feel like the first 2 hard points here did pretty much huge for Thanatos, right? They were up there, but then they lost out on that early rotation to P3, where Omega came in late, and they just decided to stack the front as well as the back, where it just end up with a Purifier investment to really pull up that massive break to get that. And outside of that, right, things just started to fumble. And the snowball just led into Smart Omega taking over most of the points. But we saw a little bit of a glimpse of what we can have for Thanatos when they had an opportunity to set up properly. You saw Aurora on that P4. Our last P4 turns up with 6 eliminations. I think there's more than 6 eliminations in there with the Equalizer, plus the Hunter Killer drone spree that she had in there. And yep, that will just conclude our map number 1 here, Wasabi. So there's still 2 more games up here. Up next will be Search and Destroy. This will be Thanatos' best game mode, so let's see if they can be able to stack it in there when they go up against Smart Omega here.
Yep, we'll see how they decide to play that game out, because we are actually going to be going to Korohana once again, and you know how tricky this map is. We saw it a while ago. There are a lot of nooks and crannies that you have to watch out for. Those sneaky angles that the snipers are going to take advantage of, and that is just a true test to how good and how aware you are of your surroundings when you're playing Call of Duty Mobile.
I agree, and especially on that B side, you saw so much opportunities for UP and PJ to convert because of the angles that they're taking when it comes to playing retake when they were on the defensive side, right? So same thing should apply here. If you're playing B side, you gotta play with your best SMGs in there. If you are a player like Tin, you should be able to fully lock it down on that B side when you're starting on the defense. And if you're Aurora, you should be able to light things down at the same bomb site. But, you know, it is going to be a highlight between Whoopi, if he's going to play the sniper, up against Jai here. I feel like that's going to be a great storyline that we can really touch up on, as Jai really showed huge on that map number 2.
Yep, but we'll have to see if Whoopi is actually playing, because in Garena Masters Season 6, he actually only played in the playoffs. So let's see what their plan is here. It looks like Whoopi will be in the game.
Yeah, still playing, right? I mean, they did not add in Youngjae here, which is a great sniper, by the way. And I feel like they're still going to keep the same default, right? Whoopi finally brings out their sniper. Some gunfights is being won by Tokyo up front with the 2 Ps. That will make it a 2v3. Epox has got himself an Odin. Now it's going to be a 1v3. Going to be difficult for Tokyo to clutch this, but it's already found himself 3 eliminations in this first round.
And now the bomb getting planted onto that B side. 2 players left on the side of Smart Omega, while Tokyo is all alone here, trying to go in for the retake, but the angle is going to be a little bit difficult for him to overcome here. And it looks like Tokyo is just trying to play things slow, check every angle possible, but he has to be careful with the snipers right around the corner, and Jaben takes him down. Round number 1 going to the side of Smart Omega.
Tokyo was just the only highlight player there for Thanatos, honestly, as everybody just went down when they faced the front gunfights. You're gonna have to play better if you're playing on the scope there, if you're Sebio and Jai, as you got completely outplayed there by Jabin to start it all off. Omega starting on the attack side once again, as tried to hit a very aggressive attack on that round number 1, this time playing it very passive, trying to send down players on Courtyard. They pretty much have map control on the A site now, so they can get that early plant, make this a 5v5 retake.
Definitely, if they're going to be able to pull that off, it's going to be very helpful for their team. But then again, it's all about the execution now. But Whoopi going to open up the match, taking Pickle down and out of the match. Javen gets Dry as well. And it's going to be 3 players left on the side of VA. Numbers not helping them out. But Tokyo tries to even it out.
Wow.
Gets one, but gets taken down. And Aurora as well.
And then there goes the last one. Jabin inflicting every last kill on the last 2 rounds. Great job for them so far. They just really have the initiative to have their members just smoke out courtyard, have 2 members go up high street. They just push the A site. Nobody was really there for A Thanatos to make that break work on that A bomb site, as they only had 1 angle to take. This time, gonna have to play a little bit better. You're only sending out 1 player at the A side, and it's going to be the same exact thing. It's a deja vu in round number 2. Same route that we're seeing for Omega taking this one, but Jai finds one, takes down Risky, and Jabin at the same lane, and there we go. EA, they got a chance to win this.
They definitely have a chance to win this. I mean, the numbers are even and their positioning's on point. They just have to be able to win their gunfights. Tokyo takes another one down, but Whoopi just shoots 2 of the players, leaving Tokyo all alone now. 1v1 situation between these players, and it's a question of who's going to be able to spot who first. Whoopi with a sniper doesn't miss a shot, gets the head with the bullet straight through the head.
A nice shot there. What haircut would you have given Tokyo on that one if that was a headshot?
Destroy the objective.
So, well, I don't know if Tokyo would have been able to get a headshot. He was quite in a difficult position with that step there, not able to see where Whoopi was.
Yeah, for real. Now, again, looking at this one, a little bit of a change of pace as you see Omega just trying to stack the back alley. EA Thanatos gotta prepare for this. Tokyo's been pretty good in this close range engage. Does he stand a gunfight? No, he's not. His teammate there for the backup, but the relentless barrage of attack from the back alley now finally going to be stopped there by Pickle, and Whoopi will be there to pick him off. No pun intended on that. It's a 1v2 now with Jai, last man standing.
And now we'll have to see how Jai plays this out with the Tundra in his hands. But Jabin and Whoopi, they're right around the corner playing the duo here, and they are trying to go in for those trades. That's gonna make it a lot harder for Jai to pick them off one by one. But 40 seconds on the clock now. Bomb at the B site, and it's just a matter of time before we see some action between these players because the time is dwindling down.
This is a very tough angle, right? The B side definitely has its characteristics and its unpredictable angles being taken by your opponents, and Jai has to keep on guessing. Attacking through back alley already cleared out. Just have to check every corner, but that corners are just going to be a lot, right? So you only got 12 seconds here, not much time to work around. You hear some sound cues, but now you're going to be hurt as well by Whoopi as well as Jabin. It is a 2-way attack, and that team, Omega, I'm telling you, Wasabi, they're just pretty good at it, right? 11 kills for Jabin and Whoopi combined.
Drop the bomb.
I mean, they did play it very smart. They were playing it as a duo. They didn't go separate ways. They knew that they had to play for the trade, and I think that's the decision making that is needed to be considered the top team here, and that's exactly why Omega is able to put up such a good fight against their opponents.
Interesting take here. Same attack for Omega here at the A side, same angle, and Jai almost gets the redox on the angle he was utilizing there. But 2 kills favoring EA Thanatos here. It's a 4v3.
And this is their opportunity to get their first round to their side. They have several opportunities like this, but will this be the one that they finally close up? Because every single time, Omega is able to turn things around. So let's see how this one plays out.
Oh, this is a nice flank here for Tokyo, but Epoch's kind of expecting him to be there. So he's gonna run loose, just scramble away from that. Snicker's late stop, he's just too fast. I think we're grouping back to his teammates. That's absolutely what you want to do here, to play for those trades and hit those eliminations quick, as you do have a 1-man advantage on this. Only 55 seconds left, and you do put your teammates really far out on enemy spawns. If you got number 3 and Sebio playing scope here, you should be able to pick out at least 1 player on that head glitch, a nasty one to take down Risky. Now you got an equal chance at winning this.
And it looks like Tokyo is going to take down Epoch as well, and it's all down to Jabin here. But he comes face to face with Aurora, and Aurora just clears it out for the team, taking the first round win to their side. And this is hopefully where they finally break the momentum of Smart Omega and step up their game, maybe giving them a chance to win the Search and Destroy match. As you were saying earlier, this is their best chance, their highest chance to win against Smart Omega, and they have to take advantage of it.
Now they're gonna wait to really expect this push to come into the B side here this time. That's gonna be a 4-man stack grenade. First blood in favor for Jabin as he takes down a sniper in Sebio. So yeah, pretty much got every corner covered up if you're Omega, as you do plant that bomb on B. Where do you have to play this angle if you're Tokyo? You should wrap around the back here. Going to be the best possible case for you to be able to create so much distraction. The kill there for Jai to take down Whoopi. That's going to be huge. Straight goes down for Omega. Jabin, last player standing on the back alley. He needs to be able to make a play, and he finds a double, and Aurora just got deleted like that. Nice hold for Omega on the B side to give them a 5-1 split heading into the next half.
The angles that Omega was using to their advantage were just on point. They were able to watch every single entry possible from the side of EA, and they were able to win their gunfights and take that round back. Now they only lack 2 points to close up this match, while EA on the other hand has only 1 point to show for, and they need to step up now.
And maybe EA Thanatos is more of a defensive team, right? Maybe more of an attacking team, right? So let's see if they're going to be able to make the most out of this, because you're really asking this team to be semi-perfect moving forward, right? You lose 1 round, that's going to be a game point for Smart Omega. You lose 2, it's early over. And you do not really want to go down with a 7-1 split here. You do want to be able to put up more fighting chance so that the mental game is a little bit tighter on that control game later on. But Tin, with a shotgun, takes down Sebio on the back alley. Gives Smart Omega that leverage to really just play it passive and let EA Thanatos just rotate around the map and just go in for a push. Seems like the A side's pretty much open for them to do now, and they're on their way there. Smart Omega just kind of anticipating that. They already got that info.
Hit mark from Jabin, but he confirms the kill, trying to go in for another one right now. Not able to spot out the players, but Pickle already holding down that A side. It looks like might just be able to go in for the plant, but they clear off the area first, and Aurora going to get a huge 2-piece there. Only 2 players left on the side of Smart Omega.
And now you're just going to have the numbers advantage. Do you want to put the bomb down at the A side? Whoopi is kind of there in front of your face. Pickle with the shot down. It's all down to 10. One of the best players on Omega right now, so he's just really going to have to play it very, very slow. He knows where the bomb is trapped at, and this is the type of guy that really knows how to play every angle correctly. It's that high-level IQ player outside of that Gravity Vortex. He invested 2021, but, you know, he's already on a 1v2 already, just down to 1 more player to clutch this. Maybe it's a 1v3 clutch for him. Tin has got the scope to play with in a shotgun up close, so Tokyo is kind of a double threat that you're going up against with.
And Tin finally gets a last kill, goes straight towards opponent, knowing exactly where he is. And here, a lot of time to spare to go in for that defuse. No rush at all. But did you see the determination of Tin? He went straight to the corner where his opponent was hiding, and he knew exactly how to get that kill.
Yeah, that is just interesting right there, right? I feel like it's going to be a great game for us. And now we're heading back into our in-game. It's just going to be a slight intermission just for you guys to see us, because we already know you guys miss us already.
Yeah, they miss us, that's all. The comments wanted to see us, so hi.
No, mostly you. They most likely want to see you, know what I mean?
Yeah, me, no, not you. I'm kidding.
Okay, important round we got here. Smart Omega just needs to close it out. Just 1 more round and it's over.
Yep, and look at this. We're down to a 4v4 already. The match just started, but it is heating up. And Aurora going to get a big kill there, but Whoopi getting a 2-piece, trying to make it a 3 right now. Shots just not connecting. He gets taken down, and it's going to be Smart Omega closing up that match.
Right when you think that, you know, Thanatos is going to have a chance at winning this, they could absolutely deny it. It was not a close game there whatsoever. It was a 7-1 loss that they just took. That's a massive beating that they got. And yeah, not really what you kind of expect for a team that loves their search and destroys.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm quite sad that we weren't able to see more action from their side. I would have really loved to see them stand up against a Smart Omega, try to play some unexpected game strategies against Smart Omega and catch Smart Omega off guard. But unfortunately, we really just didn't see that from them today. Hopefully, though, we see them pull off something in the next 2 weeks.
There were no adjustments made, honestly, for a Thanatos on the defensive side, Wasabi. You saw it on the first 4 rounds. Omega was just trying to stack that A site using the same play. Smoke down courtyard, let's go high street. We got 2 upper players on Kurahana Avenue pushing along with us, so that's a 4v1 because Jai was the only player holding it down at the A side, where you got 4 players from EA Thanatos just stacking B because they think that on those 4 rounds of action, they're going to be hit at some point on that angle, but they did not. And you already know, off the get-go, it was really Smart Omega capitalizing on the numbers disadvantage on the player that is just holding that A site. So there's a nice read from them. They did the same play. If it ain't broke, you don't gotta fix it.
You know, it's just kind of those things like EA is relatively new. Their players not as experienced as Smart Omega, and so this is just a learning opportunity for them to know the level of tournament that they're at, and the players that they're going up against. So hopefully we see some improvement over the next couple of weeks from this team specifically, and hopefully they pick up on the strategies that they've seen their opponents use against them and find a way to counter it or even adapt it to work towards their side.
It's just VOD reviews after VOD reviews time and time again, then executing it once you're in game, and just fixing those tiny errors and decision making in the game is what's going to separate a great team from a good team. And for Smart Omega, they just were able to pick a soft spot that just was the biggest and the hardest weakness that we got there for a Thanatos on this search and destroy. But cannot lament on the past now. You already lose twice if you're a Thanatos. But you still got one chance here to make it right, and it's tonight, right? It's going to be in this map number 3 that we got, which is going to be a control game mode. Honestly, Raid is going to be the best map of, a team like Smart Omega, but the Seaside and Arsenal, that's where you just kind of really want to spice things up and earn an opportunity to win. So if we're going to be playing those 2 maps I said in the latter stage, we should have a greater chance to see EA Thanatos play this one.
Well, luckily for EA, we are actually going to be going to Arsenal.
Oh.
So hopefully we do see better gameplays from them. But then again, we have no idea what changes the players on the side of Smart Omega has made over the last time we've seen them compete in a Garena Masters VI. So maybe they have some better strats here for us. Maybe they've come more prepared, and maybe we'll see more action from them.
I feel like adding Epochs is a great opportunity for them. I mean, you saw it. It feels like AG wasn't even here, right? It feels like he just fit the right puzzle. Then they just had Tin play great. I feel like Tin has always had that superstar, potential. And I feel like he has activated that in his first 2 games. Let's see, though, what he's going to be able to pull as we hop in this map number 3 right up next. You did mention Arsenal is going to be the map to play. And we all know about Arsenal. It's a very wide map. You can see it on your screen later on, but there's only one spawn for each of the side. So if you want to get a spawn trap with your equalizer, your Sparrow, as well as your purifier, you might as well just do that once you play the round 2 and round number 3. Those will make a greater impact in here, Wasabi, in just trying to win the life count and also getting that map control.
Yeah, that's definitely something that we might see Smart Omega pull off. Hopefully, EA will find a way out of it if it does come to that. But, as you were saying earlier, Arsenal, very, very wide map. And that just means that you have to get mid-map control. Specifically in that lab, you have to be able to gain that and control that to your side if you want to have a chance of winning and dominating this game.
Also, do want to bring in the metric here. This is a theory that I have going on ever since Garena Masters VI. The winner on the first 5 kills has a greater chance of winning the entire round itself. So let's see if that's going to be one thing that we're going to look into this as Smart Omega starts on the defensive side. You got EA Thanatos most likely going to stack that mid-map. That's a 4-1 split that they got. Epochs needs to hold his ground.
Well, let's see where those first 5 kills go. It looks like it's going back and forth for now, but it's going to be the players on the side of Smart Omega who is trying to hold down the place and hold down those sneaky angles, but EA is pushing in again and again and again.
Okay, first 5 kills goes to Smart Omega. Aurora gonna get gunned down there. Epox, nice eliminations to find himself here with at least a lot of opportunities to convert. Mang Janelle already getting it in with the signature Odin right there. We're more surprised that he's not got the Divine Smite so far in this one. They already got that better map control. So you do have, you know, Risky just getting so much of that, just putting EA on that blender. And now they're left with only 28 seconds to hop on a capture point. And they're likely going in for a B-side push here. High chance of them contesting this, but they gotta hold their ground.
Yep, we can see all the players on the side of EA pushing towards that B side right now, but unfortunately for the side of Smart Omega, not too many players just there yet. They have to start the rotation, and it looks like it came right in the correct moment. Now, Smart Omega is going to be able to get that side back into their hands just before EA is able to claim that first half of the B side, and that is going to bring the time of EA down. 2 seconds left.
Oh yeah, not looking good. A win through time expiration. Great for Smart Omega, but bad if you're EA Thanatos, because he had a minute and 30 to try to make a decision where you want to stack inside. And you did lose that first wave. You immediately went into the B side, but Mang Janelle, aka Risky, already had a Predator missile locked in. He had 7 spree on the first round, and he immediately got that info, which relayed quick. Omega was able to resupply that B site, and they overwhelmed the push coming in from EA Thanatos. Now you're gonna have to launder this one a little bit, because Risky brings out the War Machine, and it's going to be Smart Omega on the attack, just flushing out the A site and extending way behind enemy lines to delay the push and get themselves more opportunities to lock down this A site early.
Smart Omega again with the first 5 kills of the round. Looks like your predictions have been working so far, but look at this. Smart Omega already has 2 segments on the A side, and they're going for the 3rd one right now. None of the players on the side of EA are close enough to go for the contest, and that allows Smart Omega to get that extra 1 minute that they need to either play the numbers game or to capture that B side. Right now, they are in an amazing position to win out this round number 2.
Oh yeah, great job by Sevio in taking down 10 off the left side of the map where you spawn in, because that would have been terrible if he had a Sparrow or deactivated there and would have dwindled your life count if you're EA Thanatos. But great job holding down the fort so far on the B site. Now you're just gonna be able to escape through it with Risky right in front of your screen, just getting gone down there by Jai. It's just a 2 life count deficit here that you're facing if you're Thanatos. You do have some great map presence from top side of the map, but you do lack that mid map where you just kind of have Jabin just running around loose. Great job for Jai though, as he gets himself 4 in a row. Just gotta have to keep it.
And right now, we are going to see the players on the side of Smart Omega holding those operator skills for when they need it later. But EA are in a very, very tough situation. Look at this. 12 lives left, and their numbers continue to go down as Epox pulls out the claw here, trying to slay everyone in his way, but not able to find the players, gets shot from behind, and it looks like it's going to be 6 players left on the side of EA.
Okay, so at least you still got a fighting chance here. You still got 1 wave of gunfight to do. But Risky just finding the read, finds 1 point too. Now he's back at spawns, no player to spawn trap. You're just singling out the last player standing, remaining for Thanatos and Whoopi with the 3 Ps in there. Everybody that you see on screen for Omega hat at least has a kill spree going on, which is not good if you're Thanatos, because they might just be able to bring it later on at this round number 3. Jai, 1v11. It takes quite a miracle to make this one work, and Omega winning at round number 2.
I mean, it's always tough being the last and final player in that kind of situation. And honestly, Jai, he went in, got a kill before he got taken down. That's pretty good, I might say. And anyone in that situation wouldn't actually have a plan on how to go about it, but nonetheless, he was still able to do it better.
So now it's going to be a pretty huge gameplay that we're seeing here for Omega right now, right? I mean, looking at the War Machine play for Risky, he's going to be able to pull it through. And it's just, honestly, just execution is really lacking for EA Thanatos right there. Just focusing so much on one lane. They're kind of leading these players to just really have that mid-map and that bottom map if you are Smart Omega, right? So Whoopi is going to be able to operate here real quick. They will be finding 4 eliminations so far. Great eliminations to push that map control even further. than what they have currently through Cafeteria's. Giant needs to win this fight, but he slows down.
Ooh.
And Risky and Epox gets his eliminations. EA Thanatos Musabi only down to 13 lives now.
The disparity between the numbers is absolutely crazy. 10 lives left on the side of EA, and that is not the position you want to be in, while Smart Omega still has 23 to play with. Look at this Pickle. He's going to be able to get 1 kill to his name, but he needs to be more consistent. He needs to get more, and the rest of the team as well. Aurora going to pull out the equalizer here, hoping to even out the numbers, but no players on the side of OMG in sight, not going to be able to take full advantage of that equalizer.
Yeah, 8 seconds left. You need this capture right here. Thanatos, you gotta be able to stack it. Number 5 in blue and Whoopi though already at defense is going to hit that flank. And you gotta have to prepare for it if you're Thanatos, right? Whoopi getting that shot right through the front is going to be risky. And you're only down to your last 2 players, Sevio and Jai. What can you pull off on this last 8 seconds? And having to go with 17 players, you do have a great fighting chance. You win the first wave. You got a 100 killer drone that will not get really any kills here, but you do extend that time to play it slow. But Whoopi therefore 1, and that will be risky, finishing up the mill, and that's going to be a quick donut serve on the match number 2 that we got.
Very, very big game for the players on the side of Smart Omega. I mean, they were just so consistent, especially after round number 1. Round number 2 and 3, they just made the gap between them and their opponents very, very large, that there was absolutely no way for EA to catch up. When it reached like halfway through the round, there was no going back for them.
Yeah, it was just tough, right? Again, if you win the first 5 kills here, you see the map control that Smart Omega had. It was just insane. Tunnels couldn't pull off from it, right? They could not really make use of the lanes that they got because they were just playing topside every time. And you got 3 lanes in Arsenal. You can hit through lab, you can hit through batteries, but they keep on hitting jet decks every time. So the map control was something that was lacking so much on that attack for EA Thanatos, and that's something that they need to really change because they still got 1 game here for today. And I believe they will be facing Stalwart Esports at match number 4 later on. So if they're going to play the same exact map, they gotta utilize the full capabilities of the map. They have to send 1 player to play the batteries, which is the south portion of the map, then just balance it out. Play top or play mid.
Yeah, there's a lot of room for improvement here, a lot of mistakes that have been made, and there were moments where investments like operator skills and score streaks have gone to waste, and that's something that you learn with time, that you just need to learn how to time proper, and the game sense as well is just a huge difference between the veterans and the newbies of this tournament. So hopefully, just like I was saying a while ago, I really hope that EA has some VOD review, someone to help them learn from their mistakes and guide them to improve in the future.
I agree. And also, it's not definitely over for them, right? This is a triple round robin format. So if they want to get a beat on Smart Omega, they can do it next week. Next Friday, where they're going to have a chance to take a crack at this team again. And maybe despite this, underperformance in this first day, could be the first day jitters, they might just be able to put themselves in a better spot next time around, right? Again, you just want to be able to improve every game that you play in this Garena Masters VII. You're going up against top competition here. So every loss that you take, that will expose what you're lacking at the moment and what you can do to fix it. And for this one, right, it's just all about the execution, the timing that you got in order to win this maps right here. Maybe more mapping, especially on that search and destroy Kurohana Metropolis Wasabi, where they only had 1 player holding down that A side. I think that needs a little bit more reinforcements for me should they want to completely strengthen that map itself once they go up against any other team on that map.
Yeah, I mean, again, this map, a little bit new, the team also a bit new. There's a lot of different aspects here that will improve over time, and as you said, they have next week to play against this team again. But not only next week, they have a 3rd week as well.
Oh, yeah.
And of course, they are also going to be playing against other teams like DVK and Elevate and all the other teams in this competition, where they're going to be able to pick up more strategies, more information on how to improve. And overall, that's just what's important here, right? It's learning from your mistakes and being better to improve in the next match that you're in.
Yeah, I agree. And it's just completely not over for them, right? They still got one more game to play
Yeah.
today, and they just gotta keep it positive. Yes, you may have ended up with a loss,
Mindset.
but it's just going to be getting that mental reset. Just treat the next game as another game number one for you for today's group stage, right? But yeah, looking pretty good here for Smart Omega, but they're gonna have to be tested even better later on today as they go up against the boys from Elevate. That will be your Garena Masters VI rematch. Once again, it will be the first time we're going to see these two teams play, but with a little bit more adjustments to it with Epochs in for Smart Omega. Our highlights are ready, so don't go anywhere. If you missed the action, come take a look at this amazing gameplay between Smart Omega as well as the one and only EA Thanatos. We'll be right back. All right, what an amazing performance that we just saw there. Amazingly for a team like Smart Omega, our top 2 in Garena Masters 6, and also a 2-time Garena Masters champion. And they're looking to try to get that title to favor their way as they have a new roster in the mix, and it looks pretty solid. Looking at the first 3 maps of action for today, Wasabi.
Yep, a very, very interesting games that we've had so far, but the action is not over just yet. We still have 3 more games later on, but before that, we are gonna take a look at the MVP of the series.
And it's going to be the GOAT himself, Jabin, with an average score of 2,766 with a 69 total kills and a 2.38 KDA ratio. By the way, if you want facts, if you want stats, 1.0 KD is the average of a pro player. This guy doubled that and has plus 0.38 on it. So you really have a great guy like him in your team. You're really gonna shine.
Yep, Jabin is the pros of the pros, and he is just a way further than any of the other players. And we've seen him time and time again get the MVP title of his team, and he's just very, very consistent like that. He does not get enough highlights from us, actually. We should be giving him more highlights. Hopefully, though, we do continue to see him shine just as he did today.
I feel like we're going to be able to put a lot of shine on him once we play Smart Omega versus Elevate later on match number 5. Yeah, game number 5 is going to be pretty nice. So this is still not yet over for Smart Omega. They have taken this win up against a Thanatos, but today they still got 1 more match to go, and they will be playing up against the Garena Masters 6 champion. That will be your boys from Elevate, and that will be a rematch. Let's see if this new roster has what it takes to fully dismantle a surging Elevate squad that looks to try to play the stage 5 later on this year.
Yep, we will have to wait and see. But before that, again, we still have 2 more matches before. And of course, before we head on to the next match, we will be taking a very, very short break. We will be right back.
We just finished our 2 appetizers and now we're ready for the main game. This is going to be Team Star Magic going up against Stalwart Esports. A lot of controversies with this team right here, picking up AG Wasabi. I want to know your thoughts about this. They have an Avenger squad now.
You know, AG, very, very consistent AR player, and he is going to add so much more power towards the side of Stalwart Esports. Of course, it did take a little bit of a hit to the side of Smart Omega. Their star player is going to be off the table for them. But then again, you know, this team, Stalwart Esports, adding AG to an already very stacked team is just going to make them even stronger. But of course, there could also be some conflicts here, you know, possibly some conflicts when it comes to who's going to be able to fight for that MVP title, or maybe go in for the kills, maybe some conflict with how they're able to play, as they are all going to be trying to get as many kills as possible. Maybe all of them might be playing that Slayer role. We'll have to see how it goes down.
I'm looking forward to how are they going to play this, because this will be their first time seeing this in the major stage where you got every player in their prime form. I'm just going to ask one question for Incendio. That question is why? 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 Your team is already good. Your team is already good. You made it to Mobile Masters with that team.
He doesn't just want good, you know? He wants the best. Absolutely the best.
It's just mind-boggling to have AG here, because now you got 2 great AR roles. You got 2 great AR roles in Skirt, as well as your boy, the Wonder Boy AG. And now we'll take a look at our team lineup here and just talk about it a little bit deeper, because the Stalwart Esports squad definitely has something in their bag. As we take a look at them in the picture, you got Skirt, you got Clove, FDX, Shut Up, AG, and Incendio. Your main 5 will be, you know, Scared, Clove, FDX, and Shut Up and AG, with Incendio taking the back seat on this one and just being that brain on the team whenever they try to fix their gameplay on scrims. And again, you got Clove, one of the prodigies of Indonesia. You got the Wonder Boy AG, Mr. Finals, MVP of 2021 of Eastern Finals, Scared. You got FDX, and of course, Shut Up in there. This guy's ever consistent, man.
Yep. Just as we said, very, very stacked team, very consistent team, and now is their time to shine. This is the moment that we're finally going to see them play, and of course with their new lineup as well. But on the side of Star Magic, we'll have to see what they can pull off as well.
Yeah, for sure it's going to be a big tough fight for them, because they're going up against a solid team. I think solid team is an understatement, right? They're going up against one of the best, arguably one of the best team in the world at the moment, looking at the way it's being stacked up, right? Again, just you know, just trying to line up your thoughts here. Skirt and AG will be your top AR players. You got Clove and FDX in there that can really light it up with the SMG. Then come that Search and Destroy, you have a great sniper in Shut Up and FDX in there that can really light things up for you. And this is going to be the best version of Stalwart Esports that we got in the many times that they have competed in Garena Masters itself, Wasabi.
Yep, but you know, before we go in more into that, I want to ask you, if you were Star Magic, how would you be feeling right now? I mean, look at this team.
I mean, I'm gonna have to feel pretty great about my team. I mean, we have Freezy in there, so we're definitely going to be able to pack in a little bit more of eliminations, but you know, the hard point is going to be a pain. If you're looking at it, AG scored 40 kills per game for Omega, then you just try to stack them in a great SMG squad in Stalwart Esports. It's going to be pretty rough, right? But it's all about, you know, keeping that mental game in check. If you will be Star Magic, as you have Rage, Indra, Seven, Yato, Freezy, and Josh, and you're not that far off when it comes to experience with this roster, Wasabi. You got a couple of players from Blacklist, as well as Smart Omega, with the RTL duo, Seven and Freezy, on your squad.
Yep, and you know, Freezy is a amazing new addition to the team, taken from Scatty, who is playing at Garena Masters VI, and they did reach pretty far in that tournament as well. So you know that Freezy is going to put up a lot of action here for the team, hopefully enough to go up against Stalwart Esports. But we'll have to see as well how this team works together, considering that they're all previously from different organizations, and now they've come together to create a team of their own.
The craziest part about this is that Team Star Magic played the playoffs of Garena Masters VI with players missing. either it be Rage or Yato, and they still made it to the very top. So they're just trying to look at a Team Star Magic squad that has a great shot at this with, you know, a full roster. With Josh in there as a main sniper in Search and Destroy, they will look to be formidable in this best of 3. Again, it's going to be a heavy matchup that we got here. Expect a close game in here. I'm already feeling it. How about you, Wasabi?
I definitely think it's going to be a very, very interesting one. But of course, we'll have to see how that hard point goes down first before we try and decide how we expect Search and Destroy and Control to go down. But you are absolutely right. I think this is going to be a very close and fun game to watch as soon as we head into the battlefield.
So, yes, a lot of players you really have to watch out for. If you are Stalwarts Esports, just gotta have everybody locked in as we get this game underway. Apocalypse Hardpoint, definitely the map you want to play. If you want to take down Stalwarts Esports, it's going to be Team Star Magic fighting the first 3 kills in defeat with Rage, the Iceman, kicking things off for the squad.
Right now, 8 points on the side of Star Magic, and they continue to hold down the hill. But the players on the side of Stalwart Esports nowhere to be seen right now. As they sneak around, they're not able to even contest the hill yet.
Yeah, first 30 seconds is definitely looking solid for Team Star Magic, and you're spawning on the bad side if you're Stalwart, right? So you're gonna really have to feel the pain about this. Now, you do have some players inside of that hill that will be shot up, able to stabilize the team, letting Team Star Magic reset. They're going to be spawning from Temple. Now you're gonna get full hold on this. Just gotta get this last 20 seconds to make it close.
Yep, it's gonna be a huge one for them, and it looks like Stalwart Esports so far are in that position to be able to hold down the last 20 seconds. That's going to be enough to play catch up, but of course, you want to start your rotation into P number 2 as well.
And P2 is going to be a monohill. If you don't get that early rotation, there's a high chance it snowballs. So it's going to be a monohill. If turns out if Team Star Magic does maintain this tempo spawn, as you got Stalwart Esports just trying to slam through mid through hop up. They got 3 players holding it down, but nice defense being done by Team Star Magic inside of the hard point. And Scarab, they have to play a reset once again.
Star Magic now pushing in with all the utilities that they have in their pocket. Smoke's going to block the sides of the players of Star Magic, allowing for the players of Stalwart Esports to go in and take the hill. But so far, it's quite a struggle to keep control here as a continuous push from the side of Star Magic has been attacking them time and time again.
Yeah, I mean, now you're looking at Stalwart just trying to pull themselves inside the hill. Right now, Yato's just trying to play lurk, just trying to clear out inside of the hill, and now they're going to be able to get that elimination to favor their side. But the spawns have flipped. You got Stalwart Esports spawning on the better side now, and they might just be able to cash in this last 10 seconds, and it hurts if you are Team Star Magic because you had an early rotation, but you couldn't really convert that hard point into your own time. So gotta have to find somewhere around this P3 big to get this eliminations. Is also contested. It's time to put yourself in striking distance as Stalwart Esports is better map control heading on to P3.
And right now you can see the next hill has just opened up, and it's Stalwart Esports in there first once again. And AG, he's gonna pull out the War Machine here as well. It's going to open up the hill, allow him to keep the opponents out of sight. And Star Magic are pushed to spawn far, far away from that hill, causing more time to rotate into that area. But nonetheless, they're still able to break into the hill, taking it from Stalwart Esports. 28 seconds on the clock, and they continue to hold it down, just going back and forth with those gunfights, trying to keep Stalwart out.
Yeah, but knowing that you got Stalwart in the better spawn on this, they get easier reinforcements inside of that hard point, but you're doing a great job just holding your own when it comes to winning these gunfights. Rage has done so well with 13 kills and Yato with 11, just combining for 23 off the start. You do want to be able to have 7 pick up his pace because right now he's only got 7 on his name. That's going to be double minning in there. 50 to 95 as we head into P4. You have an early setup there for Stalwart. You got AG just playing inside of that hard point. He's scoring 12 kills already. That's more than enough to play the OBJ.
And this is what we're saying, right? A while ago, we knew this is gonna be a very close match. Now, there is a bit of a point difference here to 50 points, but if you think about it, that's just about one good hill difference between these two teams, and it can change at any moment. Right now, the players on the side of Stalwart's trying to prevent that from happening, but Star Magic is pushing and trying to make a break for it, trying to get the hill to their side. But with this hill being so open, so wide, and so many, and two entrances for them to go into, three entrances for them to go into, it's being very, very hard to contest for the side of Star Magic and Stalwart Esports. That's going to be a huge advantage for them.
A huge operator investment for Stalwart there to just try to stack that temple and just read off any push there from Team Star Magic that just really cuts down their slack as FTX just kind of find himself a toasty dough in there. We're heading on to P1. That's going to be the reset. It's going to almost be a 100-point lead here. And just gotta have to maintain that P2 spawn if you're Team Star Magic. You do have a couple of players just playing inside of the hard point. Now they're about to get slammed in multi-angles. FTX from the top gets the elimination, and now they're gonna be inside of that hard point. And yeah, slowly starting to pull away. You gotta pick up your pace if you're Team Star Magic, because you are down by a lot heading into this.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. A while ago, it was a bit of a closer match, but now Star Magic is starting to fall behind. And right now, they are trying to make a recovery from that, but Stalwart Esports is not making it easy. Getting kill after kill, their angles, their placements of their players are just on point. That makes it so much harder for the players in Star Magic to go in for the contest. As you can see this, they're holding every right angle, and Star Magic is just falling down every single time. Finally, they get the break, but it's just for the scrap time.
Still huge, important points that they're gonna have to accumulate as you're trailing behind by a lot, right? Any point we'll do is to look to try to play this in a close game. You got a nice setup that you got there for Yato as he secures that temple. You have the player in range holding down Secret, able to get that head glitch done to find more eliminations from players coming through Turtle. So now that you have another setup, you just cannot fumble the bag here and fail to cash out on this here. Gonna have to find a solid hold, win your gunfights, put many trophy systems on this hard point to avoid those smokes to be covered through. Freezy already waking up, finds himself a 3-piece in the feed with that operator equalizer in his hands. Nice shots and a nice map control that we're seeing for Team Star Magic right now as they look to cut back that lead.
Now they are starting to play a little bit more consistent here. As you can see, they've already caught up to that 100-point mark, making the gap only about 40 points now. And they continue to hold down the hill, trying to gather up more points. But just as I say that, FDX goes on a streak, gets 6 kills to his name, clears out the area. 7 tries to do the same, but it's not going to be enough right now. And Stalwart Esports going to take the hill back to their side.
And last 7 seconds to just maintain that lead even further away for Team Star Magic to get the comeback done here. You got the early rotation being done there by Shot Up as well. The IGL of this newly formed team that you got with AG on the roster was only got 17 kills here, by the way. It's Shot Up that's doing most of the dirty work with 35 kills in the board, just fully locking things down at a long range. And it's just insane for him to just have that kind of dominance when you got the super studded team in your roster right now. In this matchup, as we look into this P3, still looking like a Stalwart Esports win as they try to find a stabilize inside of the hard point.
And now it's only a couple more points, a couple more hills before Stalwart Esports brings this game to an end. Will Star Magic be able to put a stop to that is a question to be answered now. They hold down the hill, trying to gain more points to their side, close to that 150-point mark, but not enough to hold down the hill to get there just yet. Stalwart Esports, on the other hand, inching closer towards a 200-point game, the kill feed to their side, and just slaying every single player on the side of Stalwart Esports of Star Magic out of this game.
Hey, look at Shut Up right now, Wasabi. 43 kills for him already. And that's just more than what you're getting from 7 and Freezy combined. That's just how insane this team really is. And that's, you know, the roster just unlocking its full potential here. And this is a great introduction to Stalwart Esports and their newly formed team. They can outgun everybody, and they got the strats to back them up as well. As we look to have Team Star Magic on a bad rotation here, they're gonna get slammed by that War Machine. They gotta find another angle to take some angle on this, and now they try to attack hot. Freezy able to make some plays, more than enough for them to push inside of that hard point and maybe get some points in this last 30 seconds.
Couple more seconds and they'll inch closer towards that 160 point, but right now they lose it for just a couple seconds as the players on the side of Stalwart try to make a break for it. but 17 seconds left on the clock. Maybe smarter for Stalwart to go in for the early rotation towards the next hill. This is a chance for them to close up the match, and that's exactly what they do. They are holding down P number 1 right now, waiting for the reset to come through. And as soon as that opens in about 5 seconds, it's going to be Stalwart closing up the game with that 30 points they need.
Yeah, Clove's got that tempo. You got Scared playing maps, and it's just gonna be a prime position that you got here. You can end it 20 seconds for you to win this match. Team Star Magic, just show all your operators. You just need to go to make that break inside the hill. Scared holding down the high ground. They got most of the players here. It's going to be, you know, a man disadvantage that you're really seeing for Team Star Magic at this, as they all get completely locked down. Rage gets completely red on Clove with the 2Ps, and then Scared with the beatdown. That's going to be 9 more points for them to win this match, and Team Star Magic doing whatever it takes to throw themselves inside the hill. Do they have what it takes to win the game in this point? They get absolutely shut down. It is Stalwart Esports that will look to try to end is on this P1, but the relentless barrage of Team Star Magic attack, it is working, but only 1 more point, 1 error to be made, and it's over here, Sabi.
Just 1 more point needed for Stalwart Esports. They finally get it to their side and close up the game right when we thought Star Magic would be able to slow it down and get another round.
It's just unfair, you know, Stalwart Esports there. You think that AJ is going to score 40 bomb? It was the other way around. It's Shut Up that scored more than 40 kills here, which boggled me, because that wasn't the Shut Up that we know in Garena Masters VI, and maybe that's the reason why they want to acquire, you know, AJ, to be able to let Shut Up just really fully activate the Shut Up mode, which was which was prime back in 2022, right, when they were able to win their second Garena regional champs. And it just proves to the point that this Stalwart Esports, no matter what kind of player you are, if you just fit in the system, you're just gonna fully activate your full potential, right? And that's the Stalwart Esports squad for you, right? Our first look at it, and well, I'm kind of lost for words.
I'm at the loss for words as well. I mean, that was just an amazing play from Stalwart Esports. They did struggle a little bit in that last couple of hills as Star Magic stepped up their game, but at the end, you know, they were still able to get those last couple of points they needed to win the match. We did see there very, very close. They were at 249 points, and it just stopped for a good maybe 3-5 seconds where Star Magic held down the site. And I'm sure Stalwart was quite confused as well, as they stopped earning points right when they thought they won.
It was very scrappy. If only we did have that kind of scrappiness from Team Star Magic, at least on the second set of hardpoint rotation, it could have been different, right? But I feel like what they lacked the most, and what Stalwart Esports did pretty great at this map number 1 in Ascenda, but I mean in Apocalypse hardpoint, was their P4. They were always able to stack a lot of time in there. I feel like they scored more than 50 points on all of the modes that they played there, right? And just the timing of their operators was the difference maker there. You saw how much value that War Machine was being put through when the P4 opens up. It's just basically taking down the players through secret. Then you got a couple of more Sparrows in there, and that Equalizer just ice up that cake. And I feel like that's really where Team Star Magic need to fully lock in next time. If they are put into a position where they're just kind of locked down at that P4, they need to find another angle to take that attack. Maybe try to move through mid, or maybe try to flip that spawn to be able to have a quicker reinforcements inside of that hardpoint.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. You know, they just need a little bit more work on their strategies. As you said, flipping the spawns might help, maybe wrapping around, going for a backstab, catching your opponents off guard, no matter how you do it, is something very important to do.
And now we're going to be heading into this game number 2, Wasabi, and it's looking like we're up ahead there, searching this short Anisha. The last time these two met, it was Stalwart Esports that won it. But the first time was won by Team Star Magic with a 7-3 scoreline. So that's going to be some great information. Both teams are equally good at it. First round, though, it's Stalwart Esports AG taking the first blood up against Rage.
Ooh. Look at that. 2 grenades went through, and Star Magic just got knocked down to their last 2 players left on this match. Stalwart Esports just going with full aggression here. Shut Up, getting the last 2 kills, closing up round number 1 just as we started.
I don't know what happened there at first. Two nades connected on the B side. Then you just got shut up just pushing through enemy base. After the enemy entrance on that, super confident, finding that 2 eliminations, and Team Star Magic needs to find better trades with that, right? Drop those trophy systems to not be able to get attacked and just get killed anytime longer than that. Seems like they're gonna do the same exact player. They're gonna smoke down top yellow and red. They're gonna try to put that bomb down. And let's see how are they going to be able to stand the retake attempt by Stalwart Esports on this round number 2.
Well, we'll have to see what goes down, but 38 seconds is left on the clock. It looks like Stalwart Esports, though, they're gonna lose a member here, but information has been given. They know exactly where Star Magic is hiding at. AG here going for the wraparound. Perfect timing, sprays 2 down, and that's gonna be huge opener for the team. 19 seconds left to go, and Star Magic is down to 3 players left, but Clove wants to close it down, but Skurd is gonna be the last one alive on the side of Stalwart Esports here. He knows exactly where the players are, going to be able to claim those kills and an easy defuse as well, but I don't know if he has enough time.
He does have enough time, or does the bomb gets detonated? Oh, he's got enough time in there. Scared, what a nice clutch to find those last 2 players. It started with AG holding down mid doors, and when they were able to get an elimination, they just immediately had access into attacking in that B bomb site, right? Just fighting those rotations, the Wonder Boy itself. We're getting a lot of plays on just the first 2 rounds. A great nade lineups, and then a great opening read there to play that retake on that round number 2 for AG. Now things are going to come to a halt, and we're waiting for where the wind will blow as Team Star Magic will try to slow things down, play through their sniper. We know how Seven can really pull it up with this sniper, and he's got that Tundra to back him up here on this next engage.
Both teams looking for that opening pick before the final push. The snipers, it's all up to them right now. Let's see who is going to be able to spot who first and who this engagement is going to knock down. Now, it looks like the players on the side of Star Magic has decided to push towards that A side, stacking up on Winery. But when will the push finally come through? Will the players of Stalwart Esports be ready for this? It looks like Shut Up has gotten information, taken 1 player down, trying to go for a second. Backup, rotating towards that A side, and will it come in time? Looks like the timing will be perfect here. 2 players left on the side of Star Magic, and it's all down to 7 now. Here, face to face, but Clove takes him down.
That was just nasty. And no matter what angle this Team Star Magic held there, either through Winery or connectors, they were just pretty much put in a chokehold. If not for Shut-Up's first blood on that angle, it was scared with that AR. So I feel like the A side's definitely not the bombs that you want to take this bomb if you're a Star Magic, right? Gotta have to pull it through the B side, but you got AG just trying to play lurk here. First blood, FDX taking down 7. Now they're gonna have to slow things down, maybe play for a pick, and they're gonna try to back away for now, as they maybe just get 1 player to overextend for Stalwart, but not gonna happen in this round 4.
And now, once again, things slow down. We wait for an engagement to go through, but Star Magic, they're not going to decide on any of the sides just yet. They wrap around through mid, trying to see if there's any easy picks that they can play off of. No player has been found just yet. The players on the side of Stalwart, they hold down their positions, waiting for more information.
Oh, this is a 3 stack. I don't think AG hears this information right now. But he does have a high ground. He might be able to find 1 trade here. If Team Star Magic does not check that angle, they do have to worry about FDX2, who's holding down top red. He's going to have an angle on this mid door. So if you decide to make this push right here, you might just get red on. And speaking of the devil, FDX has already taken down Yado. And now he's just about to find some more information on the mid doors, but Freezy finds the right timing, but AG there for some trades. It's going to be a 3v2 situation now. Bomb can be planted, but you'll have to deal with the other 3 members on Stalwart that has the rotation lock in.
2 versus 3 right now, and all the players stacking up towards that B side, but will they be able to play for the trades? Clove here gets a kill on Idra, and it's all down to a Rage here, but he gets spotted out as well, and an easy defuse for the side of Stalwart Esports. A lot of time to spare.
Yeah, 4 clean rounds, I gotta tell you, right? 3 rounds they had to go in for a defusal. That means that their retake is just so insane for this team, and they got 1 round on the A side where they were able to just go up with eliminations, barely getting any deaths on their team. That's just how, you know, stacked this team really is. And remember, Team Star Magic, they're a great Tunisia team, and oh no, right? They're just getting gone down here time and time again.
And now, only a couple seconds before they're going to go in for the plant. No players of the side of Stalwart Esports close enough just yet, but they are just about to enter. And now we can see Scourge starting to spray down. The shots don't connect just yet. Freezy, low on health, backs away, trying to find cover here. But that just allows the players on the side of Stalwart Esports to make their way into the side. Scourge positions perfectly to get that kill. AG on the top, but gets spotted out by 7. And it's down to a 3v3. Make that 3v2 as Rage and Indra take a shot.
Yeah, great chance for Team Star Magic to win this. It's a 1v2 FDX. Last guy standing. Bomb yet to be planted. He can ice this up real nice, but the position has already been squandered. You gotta reposition. Bomb is gonna get planted though. That brings it down to 45 seconds. The best part about this for FDX, he can make a long wraparound, and it's gonna take that long way to maybe able to get this flank up against 7, who's going to be holding down the back, and it's just going to make this reach, but he just pulled the trigger. Does he get hurt? No, I think not. Now the flank happens.
Ooh.
7 goes down. It's all down to Rage, the Iceman up against the FDX.
Ooh.
Former teammates going at it, and FDX wins the 1v2. Patience is virtue, and he gets the defusal. Stalwart Esports with a 5-0 lead.
The question now is, will it be a donut served to the players on the side of Star Magic? Or will they find their footing here in this round and stand up against Stalwart Esports? Because if they want to earn a point, they have to step up soon. Stalwart Esports 2 points away from closing up the search and destroy match.
And they gotta do better with their sniper. And finally, they do take the shutdown on shut up on the A side, but they still gotta worry about Clover with an MG42, which we know is just unfair when it comes to playing in this match. Freezy hops down, gonna get eliminated there by AG. Clove with the shutdown on Rage on the connector. Has he finds the double? Can we see 3? No! Completely locked down by Ither with the Odin. Now gonna get pushed off by Scare. He's gonna get himself eliminated, and Yato falls down. Stalwart Esports, match point.
This is it. This is a moment for Stalwart Esports to close up the game and serve a little donut to the players of Star Magic here. Star Magic, unfortunately, not putting up that much of a fight. And look at this, Yato has no kills so far. He has to put up something onto the board if their team wants to stand a chance up against Stalwart Esports. But now, things go heavy onto that A side. Clove gets the first kill, but information gets given. Idra gets a huge double kill there. 1 player left on the side of Stalwart Esports. This might just be the round that Star Magic wins.
Yeah, but still going to be Yato with 0 kills here so far, but it doesn't matter. They got Idra stepping up. 9 kills to his name. FDX though, who was already able to clutch a 1v2 earlier, getting that B defusal just a couple of rounds ago. Now is tasked to win a 1v3. Finds the first on Idra. He can make a reposition. 1 minute and 12 seconds on the clock. That's too much for him to play around. And he's going to be able to relocate himself right through connectors. He's got a machine pistol. Not going to be a problem if he wants to take some engagements. At the close range, he may have been heard already. But FDX, thinking bigger picture, wants to take the attack through boxes. And 7 will be there. He's going to get shot down. Now it's for Rage's turn to get that shot. And he does find that kill to bring Team Star Magic their first round win after losing the 6 rounds initial.
Well, at least there's no donut, right?
Yeah, we got a hot dog on a stick on this one.
Yep, at least it's a good start, you know. For all we know, they have something up their sleeve. I mean, we did have the switch of sides a while ago. Maybe this is playing to their advantages now, but we'll have to see if it's right or it was just a fluke that they were able to get a point on the scoreboard.
It's a 1-1-3 split that you got for Team Star Magic on the defense. Shut up is playing per picks. Could have spotted that player already. He may not have. So he's going to try to draw back into the top red position. That will be useful to maybe try to make a play for Stalwart Esports. I just don't know what the idea here is currently because they're trying to play every lane as much as possible. they got 2 players at B, and they got 2 players just playing that winery at the A side. So that might just confuse Team Star Magic on the defense and maybe turn their heads that, hey, there's some players at the B side. We just gotta stack it there, but not gonna work completely. Team Star Magic holding it down at the A side. Oh, never mind.
Very, very smart. A very, very smart strategy from them. But look at this. Our players on the side of Star Magic, they are heading towards that A side right now. And hopefully, they'll be able to win their gunfights here. But little did they know that the players on the side of Stalwart Esports have started the rotation to B side. And just as they hear that, Star Magic does the same. Now, it's a matter of who is able to line up their shots first. AG here, waiting in the perfect angle for Idra to walk in. But some gunfights catches his attention, and this is the moment that Rage strikes, gets one before it gets taken down. 19 seconds left on the clock. The bomb trying to be planted, but Idra spots him out.
Oh, no.
And it's going to be a 2v2 here.
Yeah, 15 seconds left. Team Star Magic can still win this. They just have to buy some time. All down to Yada. The clutch just has no kills whatsoever with the Elcar 9. He takes down FDX. Now the bomb is gonna get tapped here. Shut up now. Able to plant it, but gonna get knocked down by Yato. A 1v2 at the B site to get that second round win for Team Star Magic. They have won back-to-back. Can we see this next 4 rounds favor them, Sabi? And maybe 4's overtime.
I mean, look at this. Yato making a great recovery. That clutch, owning up, getting those kills, and that defuse for the team right when they needed it the most. And this is hopefully where we see the continuation of the same gameplay from the side of Star Magic, where they step up and finally give us the action that we've been waiting for.
Yeah, 7. You just get in the mix, brother. Let them come through. Now, FTX on the mid map, that's going to take down a Rage. So you got one less SMG player to worry about. Oh, man. Disgusting shot there. First shot of the takedown Yato on that angle. I don't even know that that was an angle that he can utilize to take that guy on the top red. So it's all down to 7 to make a player, while his teammate frees him into the rotation on that mid doors. But they got the angles pretty much covered up here. Got some info on that nade. He sprays. Not gonna get any kill, but Skirt has already taken down his teammate 7 here, so it's all down to him as well as Idra to make a push here. And unfortunately for Idra, it's gonna get knocked down, and it's Team Star Magic falling down, and Stalwart Esports closing the game up, gives them a 2-0 lead in this best of 3.
I really wish we saw Star Magic put up a little bit more action earlier in the game. I mean, that was really too late. It was 6-0 before they started getting numbers on the scoreboard. But, you know, it's something that they just have to work on and improve. But Yato, he needs to step up. That was too late. That was way too late to get this first 2 kills on the game. And, you know, every member has to contribute if you want to have a chance of winning, especially going up against top teams.
Yeah, looking at Stalwart Esports here, the first 6 rounds were just super clean in terms of playing retakes. The nade lineups were there at first. The nade lineups were there to just initially get at least a pick or some information. Then once that kicks in, they just overflow, which shot up as their main guy finding those first blood. Since Scared has been pretty much the it factor here. He was always able to get inside enemy lines, find the soft spots, and just able to break through, find that opening pick in that close range retake that they did on the first half of the eliminations that we got in the Search and Destroy Tunisia. So that's just really the impact here. We did not really even see a lot of plays for AG apart from that 2 kills that he got on the mid doors through B side. Everybody was just, you know, fully locked in, but still, Highlight's gonna have to go to shut up there with the way he was able to get those first bloods and just shut down 7 every time. When you shut down the opposing sniper, you win the map in Tunisia SND.
Yeah, we'll just have to see how they improve in the long run. I mean, AG did pop off there, getting about 11 or 12 kills, if I'm not mistaken. So hopefully, you know, this performance continues, considering he is a new member of the team, and he is definitely seems to be integrating pretty great.
So it seems like Stalwart Esports has just put a bounty on their head, right? Just by looking at the performance in the first 2 games, you saw it was very clean for them. Especially the Search and Destroy Tunisia. I feel like moving forward, teams should start to ban it out up against them because it's just super tight when it comes to playing the lineups in that map, right? But it's just still too early. Maybe it's just Team Star Magic having a rough day right now. Maybe they can just really warm things up and just play through this next game up ahead, which will be Control And yeah, an opportunity for you to score a point in this series, Sabi.
Yep, another opportunity for them, but again, it's going to be Control and Arsenal, so we'll have to see how that one goes down. But we're not gonna keep you guys waiting any longer. We're heading straight into the game.
Yeah, it's another Arsenal map, by the way. Again, first 5 kills is super valuable in this map, Wasabi. So you take the 5 kills, you immediately get to reset your opponent. Then you take some mid-map presence. So let's see if that's going to be the main thing here. As we get Team Star Magic starting on the B. They're going to have all of the numbers from Stalwart at the B side early to get that first flag captured up.
And look at this. The numbers pretty even so far, but Stalwart already getting that first segment to their side. Just need to confirm it, hold it down for a couple seconds, while the players on the side of Star Magic are nowhere to be seen.
Now you got Yato finally able to secure some eliminations on this Control. That will be a huge plus for them as they need everybody to fully lock in to be able to win a Control map. Now Arsenal's very punishing, especially if you just give too much mid-map presence. So just want to be able to get at least a stack there if you're Team Star Magic. But you have fallen behind, shot up with another 4 spree for him, trying to earn up to a Predator missile. But you do have a couple of players from Team Star Magic trying to push for a spawn trap here. That will be Yato as well as Rage trying to get a crack at this cafeteria and maybe put the spot for them to be able to get at least a couple of cut downs that will allow them to push around that mid-map later on.
It looks like Yato is going to be able to play that position relatively well, but Rage got taken out right away. Yato gonna wrap around, big plays from the side of Star Magic, but will it be enough? They've already lost that A side, and now it's all down to that B side. They have to stack the resources there, defend it, and keep it away from Stalwart Esports as they already have the first segment captured.
Yeah, huge kill there to just take down Clo, but you still got more to do here. Number 4 in blue in Yato just trying to make a long wraparound through vents, and that should be able to take down FDX. It's just trying to push up through jet decks. And remember, you gotta be able to maintain all 3 lanes here. Sending at least one is going to be essential, but if you're Team Star Magic, you're just trying to focus on getting yourself that mid-map presence in the top side. And you can see number 3 in yellow, that will be AG, able to get through from the bottom side of the map. So now that is going to be locked in. You're in a nice spot. You got a minute and just trying to defend that B side. So it's just all about holding down your fort up against the next 2 waves coming in from Stalwart Esports.
And so far, Star Magic doing really good in holding that point down. Look at this. They have 2 more respawns than Stalwart Esports, which I would say is pretty good and is enough as long as they continue to win their gunfights and just play to their strengths. They can't be too aggressive. They can't push too far, and that's exactly what they're doing. Look at this. Rage getting another big kill there. But the players of Stalwart Esports, they continue to push, trying to capture that last 2 segments. And it looks like they're just about to run out of time. 27 left on the clock. They finally step in and get that second segment started on.
Oh, and a huge shot here for Yato coming in from the benches. So now he's going to be able to stop the push from Cafeteria. So it's 3 players on reset for Stalwart Esports right now. They got 2 players trying to play cut down. That will be AG. He's got himself an operator to play with. He's going to be able to find one. And that's going to be more than enough for them to make this a multi-angle attack. Rage comes back down to maybe hit this shot. And he does find the read to give Team Star Magic that first round victory. And hey, they did get that first 5 kills and they equivocate that into a round win. And more than that, Sabi, they got 4 operators available heading into this round number 2.
Yep, that's going to be very advantageous for them. I mean, if they pull that out, that's going to put a big stop onto the players of Stalwart Esports. But of course, timing is needed, and of course, game sense as well. But let's see how this one plays out as they head towards that B side, trying to go in for an early capture. The players of Stalwart Esports just staying inside in mid control, staying towards that A side, and Idra using the War Machine, getting kill after kill after kill, causing pain towards the players on the side of Stalwart Esports.
Yeah, it will be hard to retake this Stalwart Esports coming through the staircase. As much as possible, you want to take the 3D on that, but not gonna happen, right? They're gonna decide to give up on attacking that instead of just dropping their players every time as they look to try to defend at B side. And now they're just gonna have to play a massive hold on this as they take that full wipe on the players coming through B. Now it's going to be equal 24-23 on the live count. Everybody's on reset. A bit more better in map control for Stalwart Esports as they do have the robotics in sight, but Freezy able to ice it up nice, finds those 2 kills. Now they get at least a chance to play that mid map where they can overwhelm these players, but a nice cut down from Skirt from the back, and they will be forcing a reset once again. Team Star Magic back at spawns.
Look at this. The players on the side of Stalwart Esports, they've finally taken the advantage here, but Idra cuts them down, gets a huge 2-piece there to even out the numbers. Skurd trying to make a recovery from that and get the kills himself, but unfortunately, it's not going to be enough. 1 minute left on the clock for that A capture. Star Magic hasn't gotten a single segment, and Stalwart Esports continues to hold it down.
That's so huge to just have a player like AG playing that bottom side of the map, because that's definitely where the angles are going to be taken there by Team Star Magic to play. But now they're going to try to change things up. Look at this. They're slamming the jet decks. They want to be able to get a crack at this. Checks the vent. He's going to not get any eliminations, but the chase down is on, and Freezy gets that win. You can go up 2-0 here if you're Team Star Magic. You take down shot up, that will be a 4v5 inside the lab. You got 7 with an operator to play with. He is just trying to play more eliminations there on the spawns. He takes down shot up here for the second time. Now you just got to be able to attack in multiple fronts. Scared, waiting at the door. Sprays 1, cannot get more than that. As Yato finally makes the break inside, but Clove getting himself the trade that the team needed to just wind down the clock even more.
20 seconds left. No capture has been seen yet from Star Magic onto that A segment. But look at this. Clove, big plays with Skirt as well, getting kill after kill, lowering the numbers of Star Magic down to 4 players remaining. 8 seconds. There is no way that they're going to be able to capture that unless they pull out an operator skill. But here, Freezy, last player alive, gets shot from 2 angles, and the round win to the side of Stalwart Esports.
They're not afraid, right? Shut up in their team. They are not afraid if they lose that first map. For as long as they got that lab in control of the defense, they will be able to stand their ground because they know that they can win with their gunfights. But more importantly, the way AG held that batteries on that round number 2. So now they're going to be starting on the attack side here once again. They should be able to convert this operator investments that they got through lab, and they're going to be able to take at least 3 players from Team Star Magic to make that push work. But a nice cut down there for Yato and Freezy to put themselves to fight back. This game is still far from over. It's still Team Star Magic fighting to the death in this round number 3 just to win a map up against the juggernaut Stalwart Esports.
And look at this. While they are all fighting over at that A side, we have one player, FDX, going towards B side, trying to get the capture. He's been able to capture 1.5 segments, but not able to confirm that second one. And so it's going to go back to the side of Star Magic, a retake of there. But that gives a right enough time for the rest of the team on Stalwart Esports to go and rotate towards A. They're playing a mind game here. They are trying to confuse Star Magic on where exactly they should be putting their troops towards, where exactly they should be defending, and that is making it much harder for Star Magic to take control. Now, we are going to have 90 players left on the side of Star Magic, but Stalwart Esports down to 11 lives left. And look at this, 2 segments already captured, but I don't think they'll have enough time to go in for another capture here, considering that they are struggling to even get the control of the hill.
Yeah, this is going to be FDX now, just trying to get them shots, and he's going to be able to stand the ground at the A side here so far. As Rage also tried to build up some kills at the cafeteria, gonna be able to push up, cannot find the trade, has to go for a reload. They do have the control at this B side, and they might just be able to get some eliminations there to cut that life down even more for Stalwart Esports, who's just still trying to capture their first flag here. They're down to their last 4. Can we see a cut down, or just going to be mind games? Like I don't know. Like Team Star Magic winning this, most likely going to be yes, as we only have FDX, the last player standing on this team.
Now, only 1 more kill before they win it. FDX just hiding in a corner. He gets 1 kill before he is finally taken down. But that does bring Star Magic up to 2 round wins. Now, I'm not quite sure, but I personally was not expecting this from Star Magic. But I do love to see a very, very interesting game between these 2 teams. But now, let's see if they'll be able to close up the game, or will this go up to a tie at 2 points.
This will be huge. This next coming round right here, you win this, you should be able to get at least 1 point away from Stalwart Esports to start your Garena Masters run. Clove and Rage just going at it with their operator. That's going to be a Predator missile involved, so some more information that will be provided for Team Star Magic on this reset as they all fall down. First 5 kills going to favor Stalwart Esports in this one. A bit more map control for them, just fumble the bag there with an Annihilator. And that's going to push back FDX back to spawns, and it's just going to be a back and forth that we're seeing in the kills. 23 to 24, not a lot of lead in terms of that, but looking at the map control, right? Team Star Magic has an opportunity to play Freezy on the enemy side, and even more, Rage to play spawns, which might turn out pretty well for them.
We'll have to see if it helps them, but look at this. Shut up, going through the vents, going to be able to get that 1 kill here, looking for another one, but he is going to be able to defend that B side from the opponents, trying to keep it to their side and not allow a capture from Star Magic. They know that if they make a slip up here, Star Magic is going to take a win in this control match, and so everything is on the line right now for Stalwart Esports to get a clean 3-0.
Yeah, now they're getting this A side 2 and 4. That will be Freezy and Yato just trying to play the objective. They're gonna try to pre-stack that. Gotta be aware of the exit kills that will be provided here by Stalwart with Shut Up playing the vents. He's gonna be that playmaker, but now that he's the catalyst being taken down, right? All down to Clove to make the play. He finds 3 players in front of his face. And now they will be having a 4 life count difference and also that mid-map.
Right now, we see 14 lives left on the side of Star Magic, but it gets lowered even lower as they pull out, the players on Stalwart Esports pull out their operators skills here and try to knock them down. B side is left. The players on the side of Star Magic have to go in for the capture, but Stalwart Esports stacked up on that side is going to make it even harder for them to go in for the capture. And from the looks of it, Kali, right now, this might just go down to a tie on 2 points.
And it's going to be, a switch up sides once again, but there was going to be a more opportunity for Team Star Magic to try to take this. If they do just find themselves in this robotics where they're going to be able to cut down the spawns for Stalwart just a little bit. You got Seven just trying to play himself right in front. FDX should be able to get a spot on that to get himself a double kill. And now that they're getting more eliminations, that will be more time being bought here for Stalwart Esports to win this game. Now, heaving up is the Idra trying to utilize that War Machine to make an opening at that B site, but nothing is going to be connecting for them so far, apart from that 2 kills. But they do find themselves that opening at the B site, but the flank from Clove just worked, and it's all down to Freezy on a 1v9. Not much you can do with that. We're gonna have to play the side around.
2 and 2. Who is going to close up this control match? We are yet to find out. But look at this. It's going to be one of those moments where we are going to just have to wait and see what happens, because Star Magic here has been putting up a really good fight against Stalwart Esports, and same thing goes with Stalwart Esports. It's just a matter of who's going to be able to perform their best in this last and final round. But with the operator streak saved up on the side of Stalwart Esports, they're pulling it out right now, lowering the numbers on the side of Star Magic. 26 lives left.
Apart from the 4 kills, not doing really much of a value there for Stalwart, apart from this Clove Claw that they got running through Cafeteria. I mean, should be able to get some lockdown there, but no, absolutely denied. So we're going to be seeing Team Star Magic on the attacker once again, and the sides will not be switching. That's one of the key features when you have to play the side around. It's going to be 50-50 whether you're going to have to play your defensive side or your attack side. So this is going to be a long challenge up ahead for Team Star Magic, as they did not really have any wins on the attack, but maybe this time with this map control that they got on this A side, that should be more than enough for them to fully lock in a map win. But easier said than done. They have to survive multiple barrage from Stalwart Esports, who is perfect so far when it comes to playing defense.
And look at the Star Magic capturing that A site already, and they have gotten that 1 minute extension. But look at this, not only that, they have all their operator skills and a couple score streaks as well
yeah.
saved up. This is going to be the huge difference maker when they go in for the capture on that B site, because they're going to be able to eliminate every single player of Stalwart Esports that comes in their way if they use it right. Now, as you can see in the map, they are all hoarding towards that B site. They have to go in for a unison push and use those operator skills wisely.
This is going to decide whether Stalwart Esports get a clean sweep or Team Star Magic finds a dent on the surging Stalwart Esports squad. 2 operators invested here for Team Star Magic. They got 3 players inside that point. They are stacking, dumping every possible operator just to win this map right here. And everybody just needs to go for Stalwart Esports, pulling everybody in front of your face. 1 player cut down through the back, and Intro with the double kill, make that a triple, plus the equalizer from Freezy to dominantly take away this map number 3, round number 5. Team Star Magic does not fall behind. 2-1 split. That's what we want.
I am at a loss for words because I did not expect Star Magic to pull off that last round so perfectly, but I did, but I thought Stalwart Esports would put up a better fight there. I thought it would go down to the line, but that was a bigger gap than I expected. And the investments, the timing of those operator skills were just on point.
You kind of saw it coming because there were 4 operators available for Team Star Magic, and it could not just be, you know, perfect with the timing in there. They just find a great value
before the start of a round.
Yeah, the gunfights,
round.
Right?
Yeah.
It
but
just
like
flushes.
halfway through, you saw it happening.
Yeah, and it just the difference between a winner and a loser here, right? If you got a 4-man operator dump that you can use at the round number 5, you're gonna have to feel pretty happy. And Team Star Magic on the round number 5, they did not have it easy. They lost 2 attack sides already before that round number 5, but just came in there, choose the gunfights. They immediately got the lockdown on the A site. They got the round, the capture that they need, the extra time to be able to fully lock it in. And then when that operator skills just refreshes and cycles in for 4 of their players, they knew that they had to hit it quick and not let Stalwart Esports have an opportunity to cycle their operators. Once they got the stack, you saw it Idra with 3 kills with that War Machine, then Freezy to top it off, Wasabi, with the equalizer. And yeah, an explosive end to that. And Team Star Magic, they can really hang up in there.
They knew exactly what they were doing. I mean, they saved up all their operator skills. When they were attacking that A site, we saw Stalwart Esports investing into those operator skills. But Star Magic just held it down. They took the kills, and they knew that if they saved up long enough, they'll be able to use it and take advantage of it going into that B site. And they just planned it absolutely perfectly.
I love that we just saw so much of, you know, gunfights here. This is the beauty of Garena Masters VII Battle of Champions, where we filtered 250 teams in the qualifiers to only 6 teams. The creme de la creme. This is the best 6 team that MSP has to offer, and they're going up against, you know, the same level of teams that they're going up against. But then you try to just stack them into one Garena Master stage. You're going to see so much moments just like what we saw from that map number 3. It was a letdown though, especially in the search and destroy. I just kind of felt like we could have seen more from Team Star Magic in there, Wasabi, but with the performance of Yato, it was just way too late.
Yeah, it was definitely a little late, but you know, we'll see what happens later on if there's improvement. Maybe he's just trying to find his footing. Maybe it's just a warm-up. I mean, it is the first day of the competition. There is a lot of chances for redemption here.
I agree, and I feel like for Yato, he's got the most time to redeem himself because this is 3 weeks of group stage, and for every day that Yato plays, the better he gets. And that's the thing. When he was playing in Garena Masters VI, he just continues to be up to speed with the player at his level. So if you are able to get him involved in the search and destroy, he's going to really put this firepower for Team Star Magic a little bit higher, more than what we have them on that match, on that Tunisia search and destroy. And we did see the dominance he did on this control map. And when he played great, the team showed up, got that win in this map number 3. Really had to go down to an operator dump, but you're gonna take any win that you can get here. Only 3 teams will make it to the playoffs. So every map, every series is gonna have to count.
Yep, and of course you want to be able to get into that playoffs because something interesting is gonna happen there as well. And if I'm not mistaken, it's also gonna be a best of 7.
Yeah.
So that is going to be something that I'm sure everyone will love to see.
Okay, so we're gonna save that information for game number 5 because that will be the Garena Masters VI finals. It's just a sneak peek. We got something good going on for Garena Masters VII that you guys
of an announcement.
will absolutely love. It's not a little bit. It's a big
a huge announcement.
It's a huge announcement.
Yes.
Yeah. We're gonna keep it to that, right? But yeah, moving forward, how do you feel about this match number 3? Do you think that we could have had a bit more better gameplay for Team Star Magic in Hardpoint, or was it really something that you kind of expected, judging by how dominant Stalwart Esports is on paper?
I mean, I honestly, all I can say is I wish there was a better Search and Destroy match because that one was definitely a letdown. I wanted it closer. You know, Hardpoint, it was getting really close towards the end, but then obviously the gap was still quite big. But Arsenal was the one that really made it interesting for all of us because that's where we saw the power of Star Magic.
And it's just really the lineups of the nades, the positioning was the most bugging part about that. If you got Smart Omega earlier up against a Thanatos just barging their head on the attack with their smokes, this one was kind of more laid back if you look at it on the defensive side for Stalwart to just kind of let the attackers dictate where they want to put that bomb and just try to work from that. And I feel like this kind of retake, if they can do that at the high level consistently, I feel like we already have a stage 4 winner, but easier said than done. We still have to go through weeks of group stage and you still got a playoff here. So you gotta be able to just consistently play at the high level and maintain this all throughout, as we have stage 3 and stage 4 in just a matter of days in terms of the duration on when it will end and where it will start.
Yeah, a little too early to declare the winner, Kali. But a couple predictions here and here, I guess, won't hurt. But let's see how it goes down because there is still a lot of time for these teams to train, to improve, and to work on what they need to work on.
Okay, so now that we were able to talk about Stalwart Esports, we got a first look at this. I want to ask the comment section about their thoughts on Stalwart Esports. Do you guys think that this team is much better than Elevate, or is it going to be a close one? Is the very main question we're going to have to ask, right? I'm looking forward to how that will pan out because we already know this team met before, and the last time it was Stalwart Esports that really lost it badly, and it was the boys of Elevate that really took it home, struck gold, and given the fact that the hardpoint match that the last time Elevate and Stalwart played was a 100-point club. So it is definitely mind-boggling. Now that you have AG here, they're gonna get a lot more firepower, especially in this mid to long range engage.
Yeah, and just to clarify for the viewers who are a little bit confused of what just happened, Hardpoint and Search and Destroy was won by the players on the side of Stalwart Esports, but that last and final control match was won by the players on the side of Star Magic.
And it was a 3-2 victory. Had to go down to a decided round where Team Star Magic had to win an attack side, which was impossible for them to win in the first 4 rounds of action. So I do in fact mention that the only difference there that helped Team Star Magic win was their operator, if you guys just are tuning in. We're just trying to give you guys a little bit more of some information, and already in it, right? We're already down 3 games, Wasabi. We got 2 more to go. Coming right up next will be Stalwart Esports going up against EA Thanatos, and these 2 teams will look to try to score as much deeper points in terms of the series wins as well as map points. But what I'm looking forward to though, Wasabi, is that last game of the day. That will be Smart Omega versus Elevate.
Yep, so we'll have to wait and see what happens later on. But before we go to that, we are going to see a couple highlights from the last match.
And we will be showing you guys that right when we have the opportunity, which is right now.
And those highlights that you saw were just the amazing highlights that we saw from the match between Stalwart Esports and Star Magic. But that does bring us to the very end of the series. And with the end of the series, of course, we get to find out who the MVP of the series is going to be. And right now, we are gonna finally see and find out that it's gonna be Shut Up from the side of Stalwart Esports getting that MVP title.
It almost seems like the prime form of Charlotte has just been activated after getting AG in this roster. I mean, he is the IGL of the team now. That's a massive change in terms of his role. Before it was just Incendio. Now he's going to be the mental load holder of this team. And obviously for Incendio, it's a very smart guy. He knows how to get it done. But he obviously thinks that Shut Up has what it takes to really anchor the team in terms of performing within the game itself. And he's got himself 91 total kills in this match, 3,779 average score, which is a lot, by the way, and a 1.49 KD ratio. It may not just be high compared to what we had for Jabin earlier as the MVP, but he's got himself 40 bomb at least on that map number 1, and he exploded in the Search and Destroy, taking those first blood. So he's really got what it takes, and his team definitely getting their first win. You're gonna have to love it.
Yep, definitely a great start. But of course, I'm sure they would have wanted a 3-0. And I'm not quite sure if they were really expecting that kind of action and power from the players of Star Magic in that control match. But nonetheless, it was very enjoyable for all of us to watch and see Star Magic really step it up. Hopefully, we see it again in the future.
The game is just going to get better, right? We got the 2 great games on the first 2 matches. We got this game 3 just officially set and done, and it was a 2-1. Now you got Stalwart Esports. They are not yet over in terms of playing today. They still got 1 more match, and this will be right after this break. They will be going up against EA Thanatos, the team that lost to Smart Omega, and that will be happening right after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Synthwave Showdown is coming. Here's your briefing for Season 6. Time to suit up for Synthwave Showdown.
More action continues for Stalwart Esports here at Garena Masters VII Battle of Champions as they go up against EA Thanatos. Right up next, they coming off fresh off of a victory up against Team Star Magic on a 2-1 split. Now they're looking for that quick 3-0, but the question is, do they got what it takes? Do they have that endurance? Because they're playing back-to-back, Wasabi, with only 3 minutes as the break to head into their next match.
Yeah, I mean, these players coming from one difficult match, going into another difficult match, it's going to be very, very tiring for them. Hopefully, though, it doesn't affect their performance too much because we still want to see the very best at Stalwart Esports that we know, and hopefully we get it in this next game. But before we go into that next game, just a little bit of a rundown through the maps. First game, Hardpoint is going to be over at Standoff, and Search and Destroy at Tunisia, and Control in Arsenal once again. So hopefully, you know, maybe we see Stalwart Esports learn from the mistakes that we had in the last game.
They might just be able to, knowing that they just really lack one thing. That map number 5 is that their operators wasn't just really timed perfectly compared to Team Star Magic, right? But looking into what we got here, we already had this team's play already. You saw EA Thanatos, they were kind of doing great when it comes to playing Hardpoint, P1, P2, but when it comes to playing the money heals, that's where they kind of lack. So that needs to change. As we take a look at our team lineup here, see what we got. Catch up real quick on the team lineup of Stalwart Esports. If you are late to the show, we just saw this team steamroll the Hardpoint and the Search and Destroy up against your boys from Team Star Magic. They got scared, Clove, FDX, shut up, AGN, Incendio, and you already got your MVP earlier, right? It was shut up with 91 kills, with 53 of those coming from that Hardpoint game that he did. So you're gonna have to iron out for this guy. He is an absolute monster.
Yep, definitely a player to watch out for. But going to the side of EA Thanatos, we are going to have Aurora, Pickle, Sebio, Tokyo, Jai, and Mamra here on the board playing for us today. Now, we already saw them a while ago, and we saw Jai pop off as well as the other players as well. Aurora had a huge 6 kills in the last couple of seconds of that Hardpoint. So hopefully we see more action from this team, considering that they've already had a bit of a warm-up earlier today.
And it's all about having Jai, having some support, right? Sebio needs to really step things up when it comes to playing that sniper when you play the Search and Destroy. But Hardpoint-wise, you're going to have to play a standoff on map number 1, and that's gonna have to combine your scrappiness. You want to be able to have those early rotations once that P2 locks in, as well as the P3 and P4. So early rotations will be a must here if you don't want to have to come off late on rotation and struggle to find that break.
Yeah, definitely. And you have to be very careful in standoff because controlling the spawns is very, very important in this map specifically, especially in those money hills. And you do not want to fall behind because it is very hard, as Kali said, to break into those hills. And you don't want to lose the opportunity to earn more points.
Yeah, this is where also operator value is going to be coming into play. You need to find more value if you're EA Thanatos, because when you played your map up against your opponent at match number 2 earlier on that Hardpoint Summit, you did not really been able to get more consistent value outside of Aurora's equalizer on that P4, where it turned out to be a 9 kill spree for her, and just the money hill that they were convert on the whole game on that Summit. So just need to fully turn things around here, Wasabi.
Yeah, definitely. But you know, we can talk about it for very long, but it's better to just go straight into the game and see what exactly is going to happen here. But as you can see, all the utilities going straight to the center. Couple players get taken off very early into the match, and the rotation start. EA going behind and catching the players of Stalwart off guard, but Stalwart nonetheless gets the opening of the hill.
This is every OBJ's nightmare, this P1 standoff. Every stun, every smoke, you're gonna get it right inside of your face. So you want to be able to be unpredictable and use off angles here. And a Pickle coming through mid-map. They're gonna try to counter the boxes, attempt there for FDX, but they all completely fall. And Stalwart Esports getting the first 30 seconds. That will be pretty nice. You would expect this to be more scrappy. Finally, some shots converted, and they get inside of that Hardpoint. But Clove has been a menace so far. 5 kills already in the first Hardpoint. It's gonna take more than that though, as he gets triple child on that engagement. And now we got EA Thanatos back in the game.
And look at this Kurd with a huge two-piece right there, opening it up. But the players on the side of EA continue to hold down the hill, getting that scrap time last 30 seconds, while the players on the side of Stalwart Esports start the rotation. And look at this, the positioning from the side of Stalwart Esports is just on point. They're going to be able to control this place very easily as long as they watch the entrances and make sure that players of EA are far away and they don't get control of that gas station.
Now 5 go down real quick there for EA Thanatos, and Stalwart Esports able to win the first group gunfight in this P2. They bring out the claw to stop the push from the gas station, getting reads here time and time again. The kill feed painted yellow, and Stalwart just giving them the pain of the gunfights. Hardpoint gonna be contested. Great way for Tokyo to enter inside, but Clove on a 4 in a row, trying to earn up to an EMP system that might just give them an opportunity to shred this team even more on the following hard points.
12 seconds left on the hill, and Stalwart Esports has pulled away by a huge margin here. Now the question is, will the players on the side of EA be able to find a way to counter the plays as they take control of hill number 3, trying to hold down the spawns as well as the hill, but Clove going around with that shotgun is just gonna knock every single player out, and backup with FDX here on the roof is gonna come right in time, but unfortunately the push is not enough to break into the hill just yet.
It's just unfair. If you're going up against Stalwart Esports earlier, when they played on their first series today, Startup scored 53 kills. Now look at him with only 8 kills. Now this time, it's AG, Clove, and Skurd lighting things up on the feed. So anybody can really step up if they want to, and that's just how talented this squad really is. You got Clove on another spree. He's already got himself an EMP system, earning his way up to a 100 killer drone. And this is the tough part about this. You enter P3 late, you're not gonna even have a greater chance of just trying to break this unless you have your operators alongside you, which is not impossible for you to break, but you do need a little bit more time coordination there. Finally though, for Jai, he gets inside at that point, but Stalwart not giving any inch of points for EA Thanatos in his first 3 hard points.
Not looking good for the players on the side of EA. I mean, they are struggling here. Look, that is over 60, 70 points for the side of Stalwart Esports. And look at this, the EMP going through as well, making it even harder for them. But miraculously, they're going to be able to break into the hill for just a second, and it goes right back into the clutches of Stalwart Esports. Here, they start to invest into their operator skills here, knocking down the players of EA, and it's just such a dominant match from the side of Stalwart.
Oh, nice pick there for Aurora to make the break inside of the hard point. Now you got some push inside. Now it's your time to dump your operators. 4 will be done in this P4. Does it find enough value? You need this last 30 seconds to be in striking distance, and Sabio and Pickle just making light work of the players coming through the farm where Alice School lives. 65 to 132 will be the score, and honestly, that is a huge investment for EA. Now you're just gonna have to win your gunfights on P1, get the money hill in P2, which is easier said than done, but if you're able to chain that P4 momentum to P1, that's going to be a huge chance for you to try to turn things around.
130 points to the side of Stalwart Esports right now. The kill feed all yellow, and with the reset of rotations going back into the first hill, there's another chance for the players of EA to step up their game. But from the looks of it, they continue to struggle in this match. Despite the sprays from Jai, he's not able to find any single player in the backup. Just not the timing that is enough to stand up against the players on the side of Stalwart Esports. Now, Stalwart pulling away even further. They get this first hill to their name. Skurd, a huge 3-piece here in the hill, and every single player that enters gets killed right off the bat.
I wonder how many points FDX has on a time, because he only got 6 kills in the lobby, but he's been sitting in that hard point like a duck, warming things up in the team. And they're about to build themselves right at 50% in terms of just increase in terms of the scoreboard, right? And it just continues to get better here. Now they're going to be coming late on this rotation. You got Sebio from the back alley up this P2, winning some gunfights inside of that hardpoint with that Fennec. Gotta be able to lock it down. Token needs to stay alive. He needs to be able to supply the chain through Secret. He needs to take down Claw, but he gets gone down from the Claw invested in the first 10 seconds. It's going to be a win for Stalwart, but you still got some operators here for EA Thanatos. Try to make this break inside the hill.
Almost 200 points to their name right now, and they continue to use the operator streaks, operator skills to their advantage. They get kill after kill. 200 finally gets reached, and EA is still nowhere to be found. They've gotten control of that gasoline station a little bit, but they still fall behind. The spawns not really in their favor, and Stalwart Esports just so consistent with their gunfights that it makes it so difficult for the players on EA to even try to contest the hill.
I cannot let this 18 seconds just go down the drain if you're Thanatos, right? But you also do not want to come late in a rotation on P3. You're just divided in how you want to try to play this right now. But the one thing for sure, you win an early rotation, you win the hold on the first 10 seconds on this P3. There's a high chance you turn this into a money hill, but you're getting slammed on the back with Clove finding those 2 kills. Now it's only one player inside of that hard point. He extends out to find 3. His teammate gonna be there now to just try to break inside the hill, but Sebio has got himself a purifier. But FDX has got the equalizer, shreds it down to pieces. Only 15 more points to win this. Aurora going to be slamming inside of the hard point. She gets completely shot down. Everybody just contesting Scrappy on this P3, and it's gonna be EA Thanatos that will be able to get the first 30 seconds locked in, but Stalwart only needs 40 more points to win this. They can get the attack inside, and they break the hard point. Now they bring their OBJ that will be cloned inside with 42 kills in 150 seconds inside of the hard point with only 9 more points to win this game. This might just be game said and done with Stalwart Esports finding this last human contest with Clove and the supply from FDX in winning this match right here. It doesn't end! It doesn't end! We're moving to the next hard point, Abby!
Not just yet. We have 2 more points before the players on the side of Stalwart Esports close up the match. They try to go in for the early rotations, but will EA be there in time to contest? And it looks like Stalwart closes up the game and gets that 250 points. Unfortunately, though, the players on the side of EA are stuck at that 100-point mark.
At least they are not 100-point club, right? I think that's the great side about this. EA Thanatos is the only team that doesn't have any history when it comes to playing in Garena Masters VI. And they did not really qualify, as they had a really tough bracket back then at the qualifier. But, you know, they made it here. They are definitely a step below in terms of playing this hardpoint, but they can really make up for it when it comes to playing the Search and Destroy. I feel like that's where they can really light things up, and we're playing Tunisia. So it's just all about finding the right rhythm. Once again, you need to have Jai play those first bloods for you. This will be a strong map. But again, looking at the past performance from Stalwart Esports, this is where they kind of dominated Team Star Magic. So it just kind of cancels it out. But if you can perform, find those first bloods, and just really work your way, just go and play the winning ways of your team when it comes to playing your mappings, it should be more than enough for them to score rounds and maybe even get the win in this map number 2.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that goes down. I mean, you are right. The players on the side of SCE, they have a great history when it comes to Search and Destroy in Tunisia. But then again, you know, new teams like EA, they can pull off anything as long as they play consistently. And that's just something we need to see from them if they want a chance to even take the series home, because they'll have to win both Search and Destroy as well as Control.
It's great that we're seeing Stalwart Esports shine, right? And although they may have the better team, Team Star Magic was able to take 1 map up against them just earlier, right? So there's obviously a chance for EA Thanatos to pull it through. It's just getting yourself that lock-in moment, right? Just enter that flow state. If you're Jai, you are a great First Blood Reaper in the community scene. You just need to try to go a little bit higher than what you got right now and just play the A game, because you're going up against insane snipers. This will be shot up as well as FDX, who's renowned to be a better consistent sniper compared to the Omega players that we got right now at the moment in terms of just outputting their eliminations. Right now, it's just going to be map number 2 about to come through. And yeah, looking at this core line, what do you think will be the result here, Sabi?
That's kind of hard to say. I think I think we can expect Stalwart Esports to win the first couple of rounds, but it's in the middle of the game where things become very, very interesting because we have to see if EA is able to make the adjustments needed to counter the plays of Stalwart Esports. And then maybe they have a chance, if they adjust well enough, maybe they'll have a chance to even out the numbers, maybe even push for overtime here, but we'll have to see because Stalwart Esports is a very great team and it's a very tall order for EA.
I'm a devil's advocate and I'm going 7-5 in favor for EA Thanatos. I feel like that's going to be the scoreline here, but it's easier said than done. Team Star Magic, who is a great Tunisia team, who had 7 wins and 0 loss on Garena Masters VI on that map, specifically 100% win rate, they lost up against Stalwart. So what more does that say? Right? There's just definitely a lot more better nade lineups that we're seeing for Stalwart Esports, but if they could just cancel that one when they start on the attack side with the help of the trophy system, that might just erase a little bit more of a chance for a team like Stalwart to snowball the first few rounds in this match. What you need though is everybody to get involved. The only reason why Team Star Magic lost, Wasabi, was Yato scoring 0 kills on the first 6 rounds. So let's see if we're going to be able to put this one to a rest and let EA Thanatos get some spotlight. Stalwart Esports starting on the attack side. Let's see, how are they going to try to take a crack at this?
Yep, definitely. But then again, as I said earlier, the first 2-3 rounds are going to be the determiner on how well this is going to go for both Stalwart Esports and EA. So far, it looks like a heavy push from the side of Stalwart Esports towards a B site, and no one from the side of EA to watch it.
Oh, nice kill for Pico to take down Clove, who's dropped 40 bomb earlier. Right now, it's going to be a great shot for Stalwart Esports as they find themselves some eliminations right through that mid-map. A 1v3 situation going to be tough for Sebio as FDX pushes up, gets himself one more kill! No! Absolutely denied, but granted another opportunity to clutch this. Sebio has found himself 1 kill. 2 more guys to go with 39 seconds on the clock.
Situation here, Sebio just holding down the angle, trying to find someone here, not trying to be too risky. Spots someone out but not able to connect the shots just yet. But does he know that there's one player right up in front of them? Skurd going to rotate around, gets a hit marker, but Skurd comes from the side, shoots him down unexpectedly, and the round 1 goes to the side of Stalwart Esports.
Yeah, nice bait there for Shut Up to just show himself and let Skurd wrap around that top red and just go in for that elimination and prevent that 1v2 to happen. That will be a nice play for Stalwart. A great opening pick for Pickle to find 2 kills, but the immediate trade for Stalwart Esports was the difference maker there. Now it's going to be Shut Up and FDX, the sniper duo, finding the first 2 kills at this round. And EA Thanatos have to rely on something quick here. Pickle will look to try to extend, but the backstab there for AG. In the first 30 seconds, EA down to their last 2 players.
Let's see how this goes. They're going to go in for the rotation, but Tokyo gets knocked down. It's all down to Aurora here. Gets face to face with Shut Up, who's holding out that pistol, but backup takes Aurora down. She tries to run away and escape, but Stalwart Esports just too quick there. They get the second round to their side.
So now you're looking at this one. You can really feel the impact of Stalwarts when they have their attackers side, right? They just really tried to play around their sniper first, get those first blocks, and Shut Up and FDX was able to find those 2 kills in the first engage at the second round. Now they're gonna try to stack this B site. They got no players holding down mid. They're gonna try to fully get the map control at this B site while also taking the guy down in the mid doors. Now it's a 4v5. The bomb should be planted now, and Stalwart just winning the gunfights time and time again.
The bomb has been planted.
And now we see one last player on the side of EA. Once again, Aurora down alone, but AG spots her out. She gets knocked down. Stalwart Esports on 3 points once again. EA not able to find the counter just yet. It's not looking very good for them. This might just end up as a one-sided match for Stalwart Esports.
The sniper has to do better. If you're Thanatos, right? You need to find those opening picks. Giant Sebio only combined for 1. Well, you take a look at the other side, right? FDX and Shut Up already got 9 in the first 3 rounds of action. Now they're pretty convincing. They feel pretty confident. They're pushing out the EA site with the connector attack. They're working for them off the side. It's all down to Sebio to clutch this. And wow, explosive attack that leads to an opening Potentially a
Ooh.
full round, 1 kill. Oh my, a 2-piece? Okay.
Yup, collateral.
On a 1v2 now, Sabby.
Huge play.
Yeah.
Yep.
Let's see how he does this. Do you think it's a clutch?
It might just be a clutch. I mean, he did get that 2-piece. That's already a very big start there. But he has to be careful. He has to take down Skurd first and then go for the rotation. But unfortunately, it's going to be a round to the side of Stalwart Esports. I think that was the best round so far for the side of EA. But unfortunately, not able to close it up.
Yeah, chat probably roasting me right now for going for a 7-5 round in favor for Thanatos. But hey, you know, Stalwart Esports is a different breed of their own, and their sniper is one of the reasons why their S&D is top-notch. Not just this season, but every time they play and compete in the Garena Masters event. Now they're gonna try to play it slow here this time, trying to play for a pick with the help of Clove at the winery and having Shut Up just play through mid. Maybe try to cut down the player on the balcony.
And now things slow down once again. But Clove finally spots him out, decides to back away, doesn't want to contest that, knowing that there may be backup right around the corner. But Pickle gets knocked down in mid, and more action comes through as Shut Up. She gets a hit marker, and Tokyo takes down AG. We're going to be down to a 3v4 situation here in favor of the players on the side of EA. Jai watching that middle map, trying to get the sniper lined up, but not connected just yet.
Oh, finally Jai wakes up. Nice flick on that, taking down Shut Up, one of the best players on that sniper here so far for this season. It's looking like he's going to be non-stop with that elimination, so great way for you to end that spree that Shut Up has with his first 4 rounds. Now you got a chance to win this on a 4v2. Tokyo just needs to get this info. Does he have the timing? No. Clove with the scope gets the kill, opens up the B site to get a chance to plant the bomb here. With only 30 seconds left, they should be able to extend that time, but gotta worry about the rotation coming from EA Thanatos right through the special force base.
And now we see Clove get the kill onto Jai. 2v2, the bomb getting planted on that B side with 18 seconds left. And that timing just perfect to be able to get that bomb planted. Finally, the players on the side of Stalwart Esports, they back away, trying to make sure they defend it properly. But EA trying to find a counter. They circle around, trying to make sure no one is in sight. But Clove head peeks, jumping up and down. Who will shoot first? Will it connect? Sebio here on the other side doesn't want to make a move just yet. Aurora gonna catch them off guard as she rotates around, gets one, but the player behind her takes her down before she's able to secure it, and Stalwart gets another kill, another round to their side.
A 5-0. This is just a very dominant attacking side that we're seeing for Stalwart Esports, and they really combine the aggression through mid-map as well as just converging and just slamming the B side every time. Now they're going to have their last set on this first half. They're going to try to slam the B side once again, and not collateral for Jai finds the 3-piece on the wall. Can we see the other one get picked up? No, not connection. No connections will be made there, but Jai making that play, and just that instant was savvy. Stalwart is down to the last player.
FDX left all alone to clutch it up, but you know, it doesn't really matter because Stalwart Esports, they have a lot of room to afford a round loss here, but Tokyo not going to let that happen, tries to go in for the kill. FDX, however, gets shot from the side, and here we have it. EA getting their first round win of the Search and Destroy match, as we have the switch of sides. They're going to be now placed as an attacker and STE as the defending team.
It took them long enough to actually earn a round. It had to go through Jai waking up, and you see if Jai actually gets himself activated, high chance that the team converts at first blood and turn it into a round win. And here he goes once again. This is the community gladiator form of Jai. Once he gets those eliminations, his team gets that confidence to push up. Now that they're on the attack, they should be able to earn that read on where exactly that player at the B side is at. He was able to extend out. This time is trying to hit that wall once again, maybe hit the wall bang. But not gonna happen for FDX. Still trying to earn their way up to equalize the numbers game in this round number 8.
1 minute 20 on the clock. Everything's still going very slow, but Stalwart Esports heading towards our A site, while the players on the side of EA undecided holds down at mid, trying to decide between B and mid. They try and inch closer towards a B side. No one, only one player from the side of Stalwart Esports are going to be there to defend it. FDX gets shot down by Jai, and that's information given to Stalwart Esports to start the rotation right now. This is the opportunity for EA to get set up, to get that bomb planted before the players of Stalwart arrives, and the perfect timing is used here. Stalwart Esports down to 2 players left.
And now it's all about Scared, as well as AG is trying to clutch this. They will not decide to fully barge their head in the mid doors, trying to play for a flank here and get a better angle on this as the bomb does get planted. Jai has been amazing so far on this past 2 rounds, has helped his team earn some more chance at winning this, but Sebio not gonna get knocked down. Tokyo eliminated. It's all down to Jai to clutch this on a 1v2. Does he have the ice in his veins to finish things up? Pistol inside, finds one! Spray trap will work, and Scared wins the fight! Able to win a 2v3. Stalwart Esports thinking bigger picture. Let's hit them off the flank where we have some high ground at least. And then let's just let our gunfights do the work for us. Now what game point?
Match point for the side of Stalwart Esports. Will they close it up here? Or does EA have something up their sleeve to put an end to this madness? But let's see how exactly this goes down, because everyone's going heavy onto that mid side. AG opens up the game, getting the first kill onto Sebio, but gets traded off by Aurora.
And here we have Tokyo and Aurora just trying to pull it through together. They just need to play perfect on the next 5 rounds. Easier said than done, but if they can get that bomb plant and just let Stalwart Esports play for this retake, they should be able to keep up that pressure. And there's no players just trying to attack through special force space or mid doors for Stalwart. They're coming in from behind, right where you spawn in. So this is going to be a very tough break, because you're probably thinking, hey, we can go through this. Area's clear. But the next thing you know, as soon as the bomb gets planted, they're gonna slam that B site.
Yep, that's exactly what's going to happen, and it started already. Aurora able to take one before FDX takes her down, and Skurd is gonna go in for that defuse as all the players on the side of EA get eliminated. And there you have it, Stalwart Esports winning the search and destroy match, putting them up 2 points.
Great job there, honestly, for Stalwart Esports, and especially highlighting their sniper. FDX scored 13 kills in that search and destroy game, and in just 8 rounds, if I'm not mistaken. So that really pulls a lot of work that he's done, right? Obviously, he did have a kind of an underperformance in Garena Masters VI when it comes to playing that scope, but with him right on track, this team and Tunisia is just looking deadly. And moving forward, you want to just get this Tunisia map out of the way if you're facing Stalwart Esports, unless you do want to be able to get that ego contest and mess up their mental game, right? But looking at it, their sniper has been deadly. I think if they can continue to play those first spots for them, everything's going their way in that Tunisia S&D.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that Tunisia S&D was just played perfectly by the players of Stalwart Esports. Just one little slip up that gave the players on the side of EA a chance to win a point. But after that, we didn't really see much from EA. I mean, there were moments where they had the numbers advantage, but they were never really able to secure additional rounds aside from that 1 round that they got.
And that 1 round was Jai finding a collateral. 3 kills on the first 20 seconds, and it was just a great opportunity for them to win. And then they had some lapses where they were able to have the numbers advantage at the following rounds, where they could have converted it to a round win, but they could not just win those 3v2s, those 3v4s. It was just kind of hard for them to convert that, knowing that they kept on being hitted they kept on getting hit at the back, which is just super hard to go through, because that's really unexpected. More often, you get to see the players attack at mid doors as well as the special force space entrance. But not every time that you see the push coming in from the ice cream truck right through the gardens, right? So I guess for a team like Tanafas, yes, you may have taken a beating, but they're still up in the line here. If you can get this control, which is possible as we play Arsenal, you're going to have to be feeling great, because Stalwart Esports, they don't mess around and they don't really mess up quite often.
Yeah. You know, this is definitely a map going into control that we think that EA has an opportunity to win, considering that we just saw Stalwart Esports lose up against Star Magic in the same map. And so this is something that EA really has to take advantage of. They have to be able to know how to play to their strengths and do the same or similar strategies to what Star Magic pulled off.
But, you know, looking at the gunfight department on that map number 1, you do kind of see a familiar pattern in there. It's always that Stalwart Esports gets the better out of the gunfights. You saw there, Clove ending up with more than 40 kills. And it's not even, you know, the better player in terms of playing at close range on that team, right? Obviously going to have to be AGS there, as well as Shut Up. But obviously, you really want to have Clove really light things up, especially on that map with that R9. He just really hits like a freight train. Now, I feel like he's going to be playing a better benefactor here on this control, as he's going to be playing that close range gunfights once again, either with an R9 or a Fennec. And he's going to be tasked with playing the flank, and even better, a spawn trap, which might just be the end of things for EA Thanatos. So just looking at it, I feel like this is going to be big win, not just for EA Thanatos, but also, again, Wasabi, for a team like Stalwart Esports, because if they do win this, people will second guess that Arsenal is going to be their worst map.
Yeah, definitely. We'll have to see how this goes down because, as you said, if they continue to lose Arsenal, people are going to know that they're not really the best in Arsenal, and that could possibly be used against them in the future. So, you know, this is really the moment that they need to show everyone that they know exactly how to hold down Arsenal.
And you saw one team more particularly in Garena Masters VI that did not ban a map like that. That was Hackney Art Hardpoint by Elevate. They decided to just keep it wide open. A team decided to use it against them. They lost that. And they keep it open in the next game. And they thought that it's not going to be faked by Smart Omega, but it turns out that Hackney Art was picked and they lost it again. So at this point, you're just going to have to, you know, really play it better just to convince everybody that Arsenal is not going to be a weakness on this team, more importantly. But, you know, it could just be mental lapses in there. I feel like this operator cycle was just not timely for them when we had Team Star Magic just going in there for a full barrage. So it's just all about finding that mental reset again, not just for EA Thanatos, but also for Stalwart Esports in order for them to really have a great game in this Arsenal map number 3.
Yep, and pretty soon we're actually going to be heading into that control map. We're just waiting for a little bit more information before we go into that. But Kali, before we do, I want some predictions from you. How do you think this is going to go down? Do you think it's going to be a back and forth? Will it be one-sided? And if it's one-sided, who's going to win?
I feel like it's going to be a 3-1. I don't know who's going to win, though. But we're going to find out as we hop into our map number 3. It is going to be Arsenal as our control map to end the final game for Stalwart Esports in both EA Thanatos. As we started, it's going to be STE holding down the A site as the defending team. First blood goes to Shut Up as he takes down Jai, and the first 5 kills going to matter here once again to get that map control to favor your side.
Yep, and right now we can see Sebio going to get another kill here as he tries to hold down the hill, trying to get that first segment captured. No player from the side of Stalwart Esports in sight so far, and that's going to allow the players on the side of EA to capture that first A segment.
So that's more importantly going to be pretty useful for this squad to get themselves this map right here. Usually you're going to have some stuff just really be a problem with, right? So you're just going to try to keep up the B side. You're going to have to worry about the B side up next as EA Thanatos will look to try to convincingly push the side right up next. While they also have 2 players holding down robotics, so they're not that far off. Sharp does need to play with kind of his life out here because EA Thanatos is about to strike the spawns here.
And right, we are going to see the players on the side of Stalwart Esports again struggling, which is quite surprising.
FDX.
Look at the 16 kills and FDX missing shot after shot, but finally confirming it on Pickle here. But look at the disparity when it comes to the numbers of respawns left. 15 for the side of Stalwart Esports and 20 for EA, despite having already captured that A. And that gives them a minute extension, so they're just delaying the capture on that B side.
So now you're just trying to play only one side. That's going to be troublesome because you pretty much have that mid-map as well as that jet decks being controlled by Stalwart Esports. What's open though is the very bottom of the map where you can just try to rotate around that area and maybe go for a spawn trap because you're just pretty much trying to bulldoze your way into areas on the map that has so much nooks and crannies and angles that might just get you eliminated. And looking at it here this time, at the head glitch is going to be Jai. Their teammates is just getting into the mix. Aurora finds a nice double, but they still are far away from taking it over, right? They do find the 3 eliminations. They're gonna send those players back at spawns. They should be able to prepare for that next wave with the help of that smoke. And now they got some areas covered up pretty nicely. But Shut Up on the flank finds the 3 kills, and they just all get flushed away. And it's 9-7 in the life count on this first round.
This is going to be a big one for Stalwart Esports. This is their opportunity to turn it around, and they're taking it to their side right now. 6 lives remain on the side of EA, and it looks like they're not going to be able to capture that B side. That means they have to play for the kills, but they're losing that as well. Their gunfights just not working in their favor, and they're down to 3 players left. This might just go to the side of Stalwart Esports.
And you got Clove just holding it now inside of the control point, and I almost said that, but you really have a nice map control if you're a Stalwart Esports here with FDX fighting the last 3 eliminations. And he really hits his shot when he's on the POV, right? We saw him earlier just kind of missing shots, just kind of slacking off, but he gets himself at least 8 kills in the first round, looking pretty good. Up there with Clove and Shut Up as the highest killing player on that round number 1. Gunfight needs to be fairly distributed if you're a Tanafoss, right? It can't not just be Pickle, who's got 11 on the feed. Gotta do better on this defensive side. Okay. Seems like that's going to be the case here.
Yep, definitely. And you know, look at this. Stalwart Esports, they have a lot of operator skills built up, and they can use that at any moment to get this round to their side. But you are absolutely... EA has to step up when it comes to the gunfights. They have to start winning their engage if they want to stand a chance here. And it's so far, we haven't seen that from them yet. They're down 22 lives here. And the A side and B side are both being captured by Stalwart Esports right now.
And it's Sebio, just it's his turn to try to make a play here for his team. He's only got 3 kills, cannot find any value on the annihilator. They do flush down the players holding B, but you're just giving away the A capture point in this mid-map. And that's just gonna allow a team like Stalwart Esports to get an extra minute that will make a crack at this. As you see, number 3 in blue in AG already at the spawn, so every time a player goes down, he's got an operator available. He might just be able to utilize that and put this nail down to the coffin. FDX finds 2. The spawn trap is now activated. 2 players on the left side of the map will be taken down by AG with the equalizer. It's not looking good. Let's switch to that player. Oh boy, 5 kills with the operator, and another one going down. That will be the Sparrow from Skird. And that boss, the life got dwindled in the seconds.
7 kills from AG a while ago. He is just playing very streaky right now, bringing the life number of the side of EA down to 5 here. Only a minute left, and they're down to 3 lives. It's all up to Aurora and Sebio now, as that's taken down. AG finds one. Sebio is gonna be the last one alive. Gets taken down by Shut Up. And finally, 2 points to the name of Stalwart Esports. 1 more needed before they close up the match, while EA has nothing to show for.
The most deadliest sin that's on a round of control is letting your opponent just get into the mix and just put themselves in where they can go for a spawn trap. And AG combined for like 6 kills in there, at least with that equalizer. Plus the Sparrow commit in your boy Skird. So it's just really, really tough right there for EA Tanafoss, but you're granted with another this round number 3. You have a chance to win at least 5 kills. It's going to pay for sports, and you get AG cutting off the spawn. EA Tanafoss stay in the round.
Look at this. Skird getting kill after kill already to his name, continues to try and find more. But the disparity between the number of lives, more than 10-point difference here, is going to be huge favor for the side of Stalwart Esports. They've only lost a total of 5 lives, and yet they have control of both A side and B side, and they've killed majority of the players on the side of EA. Now, I'm not quite happening, but EA needs to win their engagements and step up right now. It can't just be Pickle getting every single kill here.
Agreed, and it's just tough, right? When you got round number 3 already and 4 of your other players just barely reaching 10 kills, and on the other side of the feed, right? It's just Stalwart Esports locking it down with their operator, their score streak. It's a massive beatdown, and it's gonna be one more second and it's over. Stalwart Esports with a convincing win. A 3-0 serve in his arsenal and also a donut on the series.
It's quite unfortunate. I really thought that EA even steal 1 or 2 rounds, maybe even the whole control match, but unfortunately it's just not their strong suit, and we can see that clearly now as they fall to their knees in front of Stalwart Esports, who's getting a very, very clean win in this round.
They did the same mistakes that they did on their earlier match, right? They had trouble with spacing. They only kept on using one lane at a time, and that just allows a player like AG to just utilize the bottom map, right, which is the artilleries. You can see it on that round number 2. He was able to slip all the way from the very bottom, and he was just getting so much eliminations with that equalizer when the spawn trap just happened. As we take a look at our post-game breakdown here, let's see what happened and who's got the best kills. Looks like it's going to be shot up here with 23 kills, but look at AG, 17 kills, 9 of which had to come up with that equalizer, Sabi.
Yep, it's a little bit of a huge difference here actually between the players on the side of EA as well as Stalwart Esports. I mean, it's only Pickle getting that double digits on the scoreboard, while the rest of the teams struggling quite a bit here to get kills. But on the side of Stalwart Esports, everyone carrying their own weight. Skurd falling a little behind, but not bad either way. And it's just, I think that's something that they have to work on. It's winning those gunfights, winning those engagements, so that they can play more streaky, build up those score streaks and operator skills.
Yeah, so also for a ton of thoughts, this loss right here just tells a lot on what needs to be worked on, right? I feel like the spacing needs to be fixed the following day so that they get to at least have an opportunity to win some rounds in control, because they were just using, again, one lane that leaves 2 other lanes to be occupied by Stalwart Esports, and that's the reason why the last 2 rounds, AG was just able to cut them off at spawns. They were leaving that bottom area on the map so open for AG to use to just cut them down and help Stalwart Esports get a little bit better map control on those last 2 rounds, and it paid off well for them as they convert that into a win. They're gonna end the day off with a 3-0. Great job by Stalwart Esports in putting so much better assault on this map number 3.
Yeah, definitely. You're absolutely right. The performance here in this Arsenal control was way better than the earlier one that we saw up against Star Magic. And I love to see that they've improved, they've learned from their mistakes, and hopefully they keep that same thing in mind going on to the next matches that they might have either tomorrow or Sunday. And of course, we are also going to be taking a look at the MVP of the game. It's going to be Skurd here from the side of Stalwart Esports, getting a KD of a 2.07.
That's a lot. That's huge. That means he's just really been dominant in finding these eliminations for his squad. And do mention, Skurd was able to really lock in a lot of score streaks within the control as well as the hardpoint game mode, with a total kill of 60 and an average score of 2,740. Not the highest in terms of his scoreline, but he's definitely done his deed in really locking down the 3 needed victories for Stalwart Esports to have 5 points and 5 points to end day number 1.
Yeah, definitely. And also, well, that does bring us to the end of game number 4 or series number 4. And that just means we have one last final match later on. But this time, guys, stick around because it's going to be an interesting one. It's going to be Elevate versus Smart Omega, which is something that I know a lot of people have been looking forward to, especially you, Kali, looking forward to this match.
We're also going to announce a big clue on what's going to happen in the rest in the playoffs, right? In this Garena Masters VI, because you already know this is going to be the biggest, most competitive Garena Masters ever. We have only cut it down to the best of the best teams, and you saw a quick glimpse of that when we saw Team Star Magic go up against Stalwart Esports earlier, that match number 3. We got one more game up ahead. This is the Garena Masters VI Grand Finals rematch. Smart Omega as well as Elevate will be fighting on a best of 3 right after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Everybody now, now！这三个气泡，精彩的宇宙，停不下的舞蹈。
Synthwave Showdown is coming. Here's your briefing for Season 6. It's time to suit up for Synthwave Showdown.
This is the moment you've all been waiting for, the Smart Omega versus Elevate showdown here down at our match number 5 in our day 1 of Garena Masters VII Battle of Champions. A lot of history between these two teams, and more recently, it was Elevate that won the grand finals of Garena Masters VI up against Smart Omega Wasabi. So this time, they're going to have a new kick to it, a new roster change for Smart Omega. Is it going to be more than enough for them to beat Elevate? We're going to find out one here today.
That is the question. I mean, new players on the team, new strategies hopefully as well. And so let's see if it is enough to defeat Elevate, who's been so consistent. I mean, earlier today we saw Elevate get 3 rounds up against DVK. We also know that they won and became the champions of GM6. So let's see if they're going to stand up against the second placer of GM6, Smart Omega.
It's a top 1 versus top 2 moment here for us, and also there's just only going to be one slight difference here, and it's also going to be the biggest of difference in this moment, right? For Smart Omega to not have AG, they're going to have to find a substitute, and Epox was the player that they added into the roster, and he played pretty well in their earlier match versus EA Thanatos, but can they have what it takes to bring that kind of dominance from Tin? Will be the very main question we're going to have to ask for Smart Omega to be able to keep up with the surging sub duo of Elevate, which is going to be PJ and Yopi, who's been running it for a very long time. And I just hope that they drag us into a map where both is strong at it, and it's just going to be a bloodbath here in day 1.
Yeah, definitely. We'll have to see how that one goes down. But let's see if we can get some information on the map. It does look like game number 1 hardpoint is going to be over at Hacienda.
Yeah.
Followed by Search and Destroy Express, and finally Control at Seaside. Now, what is your predictions for this? Because I asked Kalo earlier in the comment section. I asked him what his predictions were, what his predictions for this is gonna be, considering that he's part of Elevate, and he personally said that this is going to go down to overtime.
Oh, the decider is going to be the very main question. I feel like it's going to be the same thing because Hacienda Hardpoint is one of the best Elevate hardpoints that we got. And Omega is just kind of lagging behind in that. Yes, it's one of their best map, but nothing compares to what Elevate can bring on that map itself. At least their longest standing dominant hardpoint map outside of their specialty map, which is going to be Summit Hardpoint. On that Express, I feel like it's where we're going to have a bit more leverage in favor for the boys of Smart Omega, because Express is typically not a map that we see a lot of reps Elevate drops into. More often than not, they love to try to play firing range as well as Tunisia more often, right? But yeah, it does kind of look like it's going to have to be on a decider round. Seaside, I'm not sure. This is the most important part here. I'm not sure. So we're going to have to leave it to them, Wasabi.
Yeah, there's no predictions here. We cannot exactly say how this is going to go down because it is really 50-50. So let's see how this is going to go down. But before that, let's take a look at the players who are going to be playing in this game. First up, the players from the side of Elevate is going to be Yowan, PJ, Kalo, Susano, Candy, and Luffy here.
And Candy was the MVP of the game earlier on that day, on that game 1 up against DVK Oblivion. So you're gonna have to expect him to play great once the Search and Destroy comes into play on that express map where they kind of struggle on scrims, and Smart Omega just kind of pulling this one under the bags of Thrix. I feel like it's a curveball map. I feel like it's definitely not a Garena specialty, but it's all right. Let's see who Elevate is going to face here. At this game, it is going to be also a 2-time Garena Masters champion, the top 2 of Garena Masters 6. This will be Smart Omega with Young J, will be Epox, Risky, Tin, and Jabin, who scored the MVP a little bit earlier today.
Yep, so we'll see how this one goes down. As we were talking about earlier, even in the start of this whole event, we're already saying how we look forward to this last and final match of today. And it is finally here. We'll finally find out if Smart Omega's change in the roster has paid off and allowing them to overcome or even beat the players of Elevate, or will Elevate still be able to dominate over the players of Omega?
Actually, the hard point is going to be favoring your boys from Elevate starting off the get-go, so the cards are not going to be in the hands of Omega, and they really have to earn their rights into it. Their AR needs to be completely better. Epox, Risky, they need to fully lock it down as we start our final game of the day, a marquee matchup between the 2 winningest team in Garena Masters history, Smart Omega, going up against Elevate. Let's get it started.
And straight to the center, the players on the side of Elevate goes, but they lose control as they get shot down. Second floor control is what you need to be able to hold down the hill, and that's exactly what they're aiming for. As soon as they get that, they're going to be able to gain control of the hill as well and kill feed. It looks like it's going to be a little bit of a back and forth between the 2 teams, and this is something that we've expected since the very beginning, and they are definitely showing it off right now.
Yeah, map control going to be a little bit better compared to Smart Omega, right? Elevate has gotten that open area on the second floor a lot better. Kalo popping off. And this is a player that really does a lot of dirty work for the squad. He has 7 in a row so far. Nobody really able to touch him right now outside of Tin, who just gets the double kill to give Smart Omega an opportunity to contest inside of that hard point. Now, if you're playing up against Elevate, you need to contest every scrap time because that eventually gets taken by that squad. And compare, you just add up over time, they're gonna get a full 60 come by the P1 reset. Right now, it's gonna be P2 up next, and it's gonna be your boys from Elevate with another early rotation.
And into the garage we go. Let's see which of these 2 teams are going to be able to hold it down. The spawns favoring the players on the side of Omega, but they aren't able to break into the hill just yet. Holding down the hill is going to be the players of Elevate, but as I say that, Epox goes in, breaks it, and takes it to their side. Now they try and maintain it with the spawns on their favor. It's going to be definitely easier to do so, but it looks like they lose that as well. And it's going to be a back and forth between Smart Omega and Elevate here, trying to gain control, knocking each other off the hill one at a time, back and forth the points go.
Yeah, P2 is supposed to be a very, one-sided hardpoint, but Elevate just makes it look like it's going to be scrappy with the help of the contest. Coming in for Smart Omega, Kalo with an early equalizer play. Finds himself with 3 kills that will cycle in pretty nicely for them come by P4. Now it's just all about getting yourself in a better spot here on the rotation, right? P3 is going to be coming right up next. That can potentially turn into a money hill if you find the right rotation. You already have a player in number 2, that will be Epox, and they're already holding down the patio. But Elevate just coming right in time before the hardpoint opens up. They will be able to contest, and they will be taking the first 8 seconds of the hardpoint.
This is a very, very close match. Not too big of a difference between the 2 teams just yet. And we're already in hill number 3. Majority of the time in hill number 1 and hill number 2, the hill was being contested. That means none of these 2 teams have been able to make a big difference just yet. But now we start to see the operator skills come out and the skills of the players trying to take down their opponents and hold down the hill. But despite that, still a contest from the side of Smart Omega. PJ here walking around with the Purifier isn't able to find any of the opponents around.
Yeah, do you want to get this last 10 seconds is the question if you're Smart Omega, or do you just want to set up for next? Predator Missile, that will give information for PJ to turn it up. He's got 15 kills already, along with Kilo, who's got 17. On the other side, you got Jabin and Whoopi. You know, the veteran duo just helping this team try to keep it close. Just under a 30-point deficit that they have. If they can turn this P4 into a money hill, they will be right back in track. But PJ, with the Hunter Killer Drone, takes 2 players down, and the break coming in from the boat house will be working. But Omega Risky will be coming in from that mid-map. Cannot get any more than 1 kill. And Elevate going to be able to stack inside the hard point.
Now the players try to push in. Elevate finally gains control, but they lose it right back to the clutches of Smart Omega. And this is their opportunity to play catch up here, because Risky is holding down the garage, and the rest of the team watching the other entrances. This is the moment that they start to play catch up. And Jabin tries to defend mid, but it looks like PJ is gonna be able to break through that and go into the hill for a short contest, but goes back to the side of Smart Omega, now inching closer towards that 60 point, and the gap becomes even smaller now. They're about to tie up here.
Yeah, slowly and surely, Omega's trying to get themselves in this game. Whoopi with 19 kills right now for Smart Omega is just doing so much, helping this team try to get right back at it from a 30-point lead. They cut it back down to 10 points as we enter that P1 reset. Risky gonna get taken down. Kalo has been the de facto with 24 kills at the moment. Might just be able to pull himself with a great 50 bomb here. Should he continue to play at this current pace is at the moment. Just going to be an uncontested P1 here so far, Savvy.
Yep, a very, very good P1 for the side of Smart Omega. Considering they also have their operator skills ready here, they can really hold down this hill. But I think from the looks of it, they're going to save those investments as they rotate into P2 later on. For now, we see Smart Omega finally taking the lead over Elevate, and Jabin with a huge spray down here is going to be able to take down the players of Elevate, stopping and blocking them from entering with the use of that smoke.
Yeah, well, you can see Smart Omega just outslaying Elevate right now. You can see it on your screen. 10 with 25, Risky with 23, Whoopi has 22, and Jabin with 20. Elevate only has 2 players with 20 plus kills, and you can tell that Smart Omega prepared for this. They want to be able to make this upset work in this agenda hard point. Elevate just trying to break through checkers. They got the corners, definitely doing well for them as Kendi manages to get inside of this hill. But Risky brings out that war machine. They're going to be able to make that break inside that hard point in a bit with Hamilton coming through Trophy. And yes, the barrage of assault now finally working in the hands of Smart Omega. Despite not having AG, the team is doing well, holding their own up against the best hardpoint team in the Philippines.
Look at this, the game is so close, only a 2-point difference, but now Elevate trying to take the lead. They hold down the garage, they hold down this spawns and tries to take more kills towards their side. PJ slaying every single player from the side of Smart Omega that's been spawning here, and he is being a huge guide for the team to hold down and gain more points. They hit the 120-point mark, but Smart Omega has started the rotation towards P3. The setup is going to be there already. As soon as players of Elevate come in, we are going to see even more action here.
Patio in control at the moment for Elevate late on this rotation, but Tin with the great shot down. Nice reads for him. His team is going to be able to open up the hill, but they're trying to give away a huge power position. And Kalo is just gonna lock it down from the back, and now the EMP system gets activated. Even worse for Smart Omega, as the setup that they did early is just gonna get completely broken down by Elevate, who's gonna be dropping in 2 more operators in this hard point. That will be 3 now with the Sparrow going to be invested as well. And now they just get a full clean. Omega back at spawns.
Look at this. Elevate holding down the hill. None of the players of Omega close enough to contest, but finally Whoopi arrives, gets knocked down immediately, and it's back to the side of Elevate here. 15 seconds left on the clock before they're forced to rotate, but they're not going for the early rotations because they know they can break in easily no matter how hard Smart Omega holds it down. But they have to be careful because this next hill is where Smart Omega was able to play catch up in the first set of rotations. So let's see if they're going to be able to pull off the same thing here because Elevate is so close to that 200-point mark.
Yeah, 109 to 160 will be the scoreline, with Smart Omega trailing behind by 50 points. Elevate PJ is doing great, and Kalo's just been awesome, but risky now. Not with his usual Odin, but he's got himself that Fennec that's been working for him at the moment in his long ranges. PJ absolutely turning it into a gun show, but Whoopi is holding himself his own, and Tin just finding the right operator investment, just sprays down that Sparrow to find himself a 2-piece, and they will be able to get the first 30 seconds to line in on their side, but the stabilize happening right now for Elevate as they find their way back inside the hard point with the help that War Machine from Kendi.
Look at Kalo right now with 40 kills already. He is just being a huge help to the players on the side of Elevate. They take the hill to their side, 73 points. This is going to put them very, very close to that 200-point mark, which they can probably close up on the reset of rotations and finally close up the game in the SP number 2 later on. But for now, Smart Omega, they have to find a counter because we know that their strong point is not P number 1 and it's not P number 2, but they need to step up because that's their only opportunity left now.
And the great part about this is they got 2 operators, so they want to invest that here early. But Jabin's gonna get caught off in the claw, and PJ and Susano just finding 5 players to go down on the feed. And that's just been terrible. If you are Smart Omega, you were able to outgun Elevate on the first hardpoint rotation. Now you're just falling down like flies. Elevate finally able to set up correctly, and Kalo might just be able to drop a 50 bomb right before this game ends, as it's currently on 43 eliminations. The last 20 seconds, you gotta get inside, Smart Omega.
Yep, they definitely have to get into that hill, and so far we don't see anyone doing that. Look at this Elevate already at 216 points, just a few more to close up the game, and going into P number 2, that's exactly going to be their goal. Look at this, Smart Omega, they are ready. They know that everything is on this hill right now, so they're starting to invest into the operator skills, stopping the rotations from the side of Elevate. But will it be enough is the question as the hill opens up right now. It goes to the side of Smart Omega.
You're giving this chance to let Elevate play the checkers, which is their strongest side when it comes to playing retake. But you do flush them out with epochs with the purifier, so that's huge. First wave of gunfights able to be won by Smart Omega, but you have to withstand the barrage of assaults from Fennec coming in for Yopi as he breaks the hard point single-handedly with the help of his teammate Kalo. They'll be able to get the contest that they need inside to not let Smart Omega get inside of the hard point and score some time and initiate the comeback. Now it's going to be Susano with the claw being brought out. Risky trying to spray, but it'll get denied. Omega just getting inside of the hill, just contesting, but not getting any hard point time.
And now the players on the side of Elevate only 15 points away from closing up the game and make that 10 as they hit 240. But the time will run out as the players on the side of Omega start to contest, trying to push for another chance of winning out this game. Smart Omega pushes and gets that second chance here, but Elevate has started their early rotation, needs only 8 more points to close up the game, and they're looking to get it here. They pull out their operator skills. Smart Omega doesn't want to give up, and it looks like only 3 more points away, but Smart Omega takes the hill.
Yeah, this is going to be huge. Risky and Whoopi finds 3 on the feed. Now they're going to be able to put Elevate on their reset. You need a speed 3 hard point. You have to turn it into a money hill, but you get broken by Yopi from the patio. And now it's all down to Risky to survive, but he falls down. Elevate maintains their dominance and has Shen the hard point, taking down Omega in map number 1.
That was an absolutely crazy match. It was all the way down to the line. I mean, a little bit of a gap between the score of the 2 teams, but Smart Omega stepped up. They gave us the action we wanted. They were so close to taking that hill. The contests came through at that last set of hills, and we just needed to see a little bit more consistency from them.
I gotta agree. Honestly, it's the gunfights is not the problem here. The system on how you play the hardpoint is the problem, because this hardpoint game, it's all about getting the most time inside of the hill. And that's not happening with the current setup that we got for Smart Omega. They were able to get those perimeter kills, but that's really not, there's really not enough value on it. The most value that you can get is your hardpoint eliminations, and that's where you got a lot of those eliminations from PJ, from KLO, and they were really owning it up, playing inside of that hardpoint. And giving away the scrap time was the worst thing that you could give.
Yeah.
If you're Smart Omega, right? Because that's really the playstyle of Elevate. You give them those scrap time. Let's say you give them 10 points per hill. Over time, that will turn into a money hill, Sabby, and that's what Smart Omega did. And by the time we entered the P1 reset, there was already a 60-point lead.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Smart Omega had opportunities there to take away the win. They had the lead a couple times. It was going back and forth, especially in that second reset of hills. But overall, Elevate was just able to chain 1 or 2 hard points after each other, and they made that gap very wide that it made it very difficult to play catch up. But nonetheless, an amazing gameplay from both of the teams, especially from Kalo from the side of Elevate, getting, I think, almost 50 kills if I'm not mistaken, and really popping off for the team.
It's really unexpected for him to really get a lot of those eliminations off the get-go. You would think that's always going to be PJ, always going to be OP, but you know, having someone as dependable as Kalo on your team that can really pop off anytime the team needs him to be, it's really a great, great reassurance on your hardpoint game mode, because he's playing that SMG. He can also play that AR role, and that equalizer is always able to find so much value on it. And that will conclude our hardpoint, right? Obviously, you would think that, hey, Smart Omega played that game. What went wrong? Again, it's going to be the hardpoint system. Gotta get inside of that hardpoint is what they want to have to do just to get these eliminations. Now, it's all about search and destroy. This is Elevate's weakness and will be the strength of Omega. Let's see if they can convert this into a round win and force a decider.
Let's see how this one goes down, because Kalo himself was predicting this would go to overtime. So let's see if his prediction is true. Or will Elevate or Omega be able to step up here and put a little bit of a difference? But an early plant going down to that A site, forcing the players of Omega to start the rotation.
Oh, Kalo is a nice spot to take down Whoopi. Just playing the flank. You're gonna have only one angle to strike here, and you're gonna have to check every nooks and crannies. You got PJ holding down lockers, Susano holding down office, and it's going to be a block bat with PJ just waiting for the right time to take those eliminations. Then with the 2Ps, makes it a 2v3 situation, but Susano with the quick flick, and it's all down to Jabin. A 1v2 situation with 16 seconds left. Not much time to go through. Wrapping around the tracks. Making that sound cue, he's gonna be heard, and the time is about to run out. Decides to stick that plant defusal, but Susano there for the cut down. Elevate, taking round number 1.
Bomb spotted.
And now we just have to see how Smart Omega makes their adjustments to the gameplay that we saw from Elevate so far. Now that quick plant on that A side really caught the players on the side of Omega off guard. But let's see if they're going to be able to predict it, as it seems that the players on the side of Elevate are going to be heading towards that side once again. An opening kill from the side of Omega, Tin here, but PJ goes in for the trade.
The R9 is just unfair on this map. I tell you what, it's worse than when you play Meltdown SND, because it's just very linear when you try to hold this close range combat quarter angles, just like what PJ had on that one. And Candy's just gonna take that sniper kill. PJ closing it down up against Swoopy. It's all down to Epox and Jabin. On a 2v3 situation, they have to wait for that bomb to get planted before they make a move. They get to filter out where and which angle do they want to take.
Now down to a 2v2 situation here. Question is who's going to be able to get those kills secured, but PJ, he's gonna go in for the plant here on the A side, hoping that Kendi would back him up. But oh my god, the players on the side of OMG crawling around, going to be able to get that kill. Jabin with a long shot, and it looks like he is going to be able to get a little bit of a peek here on the bomb side, trying to see where that last player on the side of Elevate is at.
Oh, almost a pick there. Epoch should be able to make this defusal. Jabin with the nice illuminations, always a steady sniper. Started with the first blood. He had like 2 kills, then got the next 3 to help Jabin and to help Smart Omega to win their first round win. On the defensive side, it's just going to be the start of this. Gonna have to find more more eliminations if you're risking Whoopi right now, because you only have 0 kills, right? Gotta do better in terms of reading the map and avoiding those first deaths.
Now we see another opening pick from the side of OMG, but the trades
my.
come through, and now down to the last 2 players on the side of Omega. It's going to be a quick round here. PJ sneaks around, spots Jabin, but doesn't see Tin from the corner. Tin gets a kill, and it's going to be all down to Susano here, hiding from the last 2 players on the side of Smart Omega, trying to use that sniper to his advantage, trying to line up the shots, but doesn't spot them out just yet.
This is going to be the toughest 1v2 you're going to have, Susano, as you're going up against 2 smart players in Omega. And you already have Jabin in there with that scope. Thin going to be a menace with that shotgun. And it's just going to try to pick this angle a little bit. Maybe see one player pick out, and that's one. Can we see the second connect? No, Jabin with the trade, with the pistol, to finally take that round lead for Smart Omega.
2 points on the side of Smart Omega, looking like Kalo's predictions might just come true here in the later half of this match, but we'll have to wait and see, because it will definitely be a very, very interesting one if we go on to those overtime rounds.
Jabin has 7 kills here at the moment, the highest in the lobby, and he's done that with the pistol as well as that sniper, either getting the first blood or the final kill on the first 3 rounds. He's been equivocal. Risky now. Gonna try to hold it down, play for some sound cues way behind enemy lines. The bomb yet to be picked up. So the intent here for Elevate is to try to play for picks, and Kalo already has that information. Risky, gonna have to run away. He makes it out alive. It's a smart play for him to evade those gunfights from Elevate at this side of the map.
Now things slow down once again, but look at the side of Omega. Not every player has a kill yet. Risky, Whoopi lacking on that specific aspect, but Jabin and Tin really stepping up for the team. So let's see how they're able to carry this on the next couple of rounds here. Sneaking around, just trying to make sure that the players on the side of Elevate hasn't planted the bomb yet. Elevate, on the other hand, they're holding down their positions, making sure that they stay quiet and hidden away from Omega.
And they wasted 1 minute and 20 seconds already in the clock, so that means they're gonna have to make that move on this last 30 seconds. It's going to be a heave and an onslaught, either through the B or the A site. Elevate has to pick up that bomb. Candy has to win this fight, and yes, he does open up the B site. Whoopi will be able to take the beat down onto PJ. Candy finds a double though. On the feed, it's all down to Jabin, and Epox is going to be far away. The bomb is going to get planted. That will extend the clock to 45 seconds, and Jabin really has to rely on Epox to make that wrap around the ticketing booth right through that mid-map, but he gets knocked down, and Elevate will play the patience game and end up with the round win.
Tied at 2 points, we head on to round number 5 right now, and it's just a matter of time before we reach that moment where we'll have to find out which among these teams win. But for now, it's a back and forth, opening kills from the side of Susano, but Whoopi goes in for the trade. Epox gets a huge 2-piece there, as well as Whoopi, and it's down to Susano on the side of Elevate, while the players in Smart Omega has 3 players left.
And they got so much map control. Susano's got a scope, and I think he's just about to meet Jabin right through the special force space. Gonna have a great sight on this one. On the A bridge, connects. None so far. Information's already in for Susano though. Should be able to hear those walk, those run that Jabin has got in this map. The unfair thing about this, Jabin is not using a sniper in his up close battle. He's gonna pull in the pistol. Bad timing there for Susano. I mean, this is really rough, right? You're on a 1v3, the bomb is dropped at the ticketing, and you have to deal with 3 players that's just gatekeeping that bomb being picked up.
Definitely have to be very, very careful here. But Jabin finally spots Susano. Will he be able to get that kill? But looks like Susano backs away for now, not wanting to go and contest that. Looks like we'll just have to wait till the time goes even lower before we see more action here. Susano being quiet, trying to move around, but needs to pick up that bomb, which is being watched by every single player on the side of Smart Omega. And finally, the kill comes through. Whoopi takes Susano down. 3 points to the side of Smart Omega.
I mean, doing a great job as a sniper here for Smart Omega, right? I mean, you see Javen and Whoopi just combining here for 11 kills. Elevate still taking their time. Obviously, they're hanging in there. They got 9 kills as well. But honestly, the difference here is how you really try to close it out. And for Smart Omega on the last two, it's just been so great in terms of just finding the strategies. But Elevate off to a very aggressive approach on this B site on our last round before switch. And Kello finds a nade, taking Risky and Tin down. That will be easier for them to play the map control and even easier for them to win this round itself.
And J-Ben's going to be the last and final player here. Doesn't spot the player under him, gets shot and taken down. 3 points for both of the teams. We have the switch of sides. Elevate now going to be the defending team and Smart Omega the attacking. How will the gameplays change now is a question to be answered. And how will the game go in the second half of the match?
Omega loves to blitz. That's the key thing about this, so you're gonna have to worry about that. Whoopi, the first Blood Reaper, takes down Kendi. They got the attack done nicely at this B site. They have already found the first 2 picks that they need. Yopi just kind of playing a very off angle here. All it takes is 1 pick to take Whoopi down on this angle. And he's just having the time of his life. Susano just trying to get more information on the ticketing booth. Yopi, just say hello to Whoopi now. You're the last player outside of Susano on this angle. And
This is a waiting game right now to see which among them has the patience to just hold down the angle. No one making any sudden movements yet. We'll have to see who among them is going to be able to get the kill. Yopi takes down Whoopi and Epox takes down Yopi. We are going to see another round win for the side of Smart Omega here.
It started with Whoopi taking the first blood onto Kendi, then all of the 4 players from Smart Omega just wrapped around bridge, attacked the B site ticketing, and they had the bomb plant happening for them. And it's really rough for Elevate. They were not kind of expecting that play to work. And now you can see the bomb rush just working for Omega, the blitz play to attack the A site. Again, with the help of Whoopi taking the first blood at the B site.
And now things slow down once again. They try to peek into that B site. The rest of the players on the side of Smart Omega, however, are on that A site already and might even go in for the plant. But they just want to make sure Elevate doesn't have the information needed yet. PJ is going to get a kill onto Whoopi, and that might just be the opening they need. But Elevate, they start rotating towards that A site. They know exactly where Smart Omega is.
Risky's gonna have himself a bit of a very slow game. Only has 1 kill. Epox finds a nade. They do find a bomb plant here. They're just trying to waste time holding it down. They got the great defense on lockers. You got Epox on holding the high ground. And now PJ swings on by, finds 1 with the help of Yopi. And they just quickly flush it down. It's all down to Jabin. 8 seconds left. And now he's gonna try to distract that player, and it works. 4 seconds is not enough, and Jabin goes for the beatdown.
Smart Omega pulling away now. 5 points to their name. Only 2 more to end the game. But Elevate, they're not gonna make it easy for Smart Omega to get away with the win. I'm sure they have something up their sleeve here to somehow counter the plays of Smart Omega. But we'll just have to see if they're able to execute it properly.
Another A side, B side hit here this time through the bridge. This is where they want to take that hit. Nice adjustments for PJ, but he's gonna get knocked down by Tim with the KRM, now pushing forward to take down Yopi for their 2 Ps. And the bomb is now going to be planted. Omega just steamrolling their attack side.
Omega, if they're able to close up this round, that's gonna put them on match point. But Kendi here going for the revenge, gets a huge 2-piece and opens up the game. But nonetheless, gets shot from behind, taken down. 6 points to the side of Smart Omega. This puts them on match point.
That will be a great attack play for Smart Omega. They just have it in the bag, just switching from B to A to the B side in that last 3 rounds. And now it's just all about converting. This time they want to play for picks and just try to slow it down. As Elevate looks to try to attack, look to defend from an aggressive approach from Smart Omega. So they read him under the books, and the B side is completely wide open now for them to plant the bomb.
And it looks like the players on the side of Smart Omega just gonna hold down that B side, not wanting to go too far, but elevate down in the numbers. Is going for a split push here. I'm not quite sure how that's going to work, but it looks like Jabin's gonna get the shot onto Yopi, lowering the numbers on the side of Elevate even more. And this might just bring us to the end of the game as the players on the side of Elevate inch closer towards that B side, trying to go in for the retake. But oh my god, Smart Omega just too consistent with their kills. They finally get the last one, and the game to their side. Smart Omega wins Search and Destroy.
There was no answer for the two strats that we saw for Smart Omega be spam on the attack side. The first one is the B side hit right through the A bridge. Then the next one is just fully attacking that B side. So that's really a nice switcheroo there to play with the pacing and just mess around. And Elevate's got a lot of work to do in that Express Search and Destroy. In fact, that's the same map that did not allow them to play in the World Championship last year. So if they don't get any fix for that moving forward, it might just be squandered if that's a map number 5 map. It's just going to be difficult for them to win it. So the great part about this, Wasabi, is that we got 3 weeks of group stage where you get to play against the toughest opponents in MSP. And if you can really find an answer into that Express Search and Destroy that you're struggling with, if you're Elevate, you're going to be in a good spot. But great job by Smart Omega in winning that. It's going to be a decider game. We're going to have to play Seaside Control to determine who's going to win this series.
Yep, it's a very, very interesting game now after the players on the side of Elevate has won Hardpoint's Hacienda, and now the players on Smart Omega have won Search and Destroy Express. Now the decider, as you said, Kali, is going to be Control Seaside, and the question is, which among these two teams have mastered the strategies needed to be able to win control of the map?
I feel like Seaside is more of an attacking side. So if you start there on the first round, it's going to be a huge advantage for you to just be able to dictate where you want to slam this point. Because if you can 5-stack an A side off the get-go, you're going to be able to really earn so much of that flag capture. And once you add an extra minute to the clock, you can just play, even go further and go for a spawn trap here, which is totally possible, as these two teams will look to try to utilize that to maybe earn some map control once they're down at the deficit. But anything can happen here. This map number 3 is definitely up for grabs, and I feel like this is not something that Elevate loves to play, because looking back into Garena Masters VI, they barely played a Seaside map, Wasabi, and it's something that they really want to ban every time. I'm not sure why. They had to leave it pretty wide open here. If they could have played Raid, which they have a 50-50% chance of actually winning. So they might just be hiding something under their sleeves if they are willing to put Seaside open in the map bans and picks.
Well, we'll have to see and find out together, but you're absolutely right. Control is very important in this map specifically, so we're not going to keep you guys waiting any longer. Into the game we go, and action we are going to see. Let's see how this one goes down.
All right, to determine who's going to win the last series for today's Garena Masters VII group stage. Focus your attention and Elevate as they start on the defensive side. They will look to try to utilize that R9 in this close range engage, but Tin has got his own set, and they have already done time at A and the B side, so they're doing great off the get-go, winning the first 5 kills, getting more map control, and Elevate is kind of in a bit of a pickle here as they look to try to break this in one angle. Nice shot for Yopi to find those 2 kills to free up the A side.
Look at this. Smart Omega has already captured 2 segments on that B side, first segment on the A side, and they're going for the full capture on that B side, which they get smoothly and no problems at all. That gives them a minute extension here to play with and capture the A side. Now, the side of Elevate, on the other hand, they are struggling to gain control. They're losing a couple of their gunfights as well, and I'm not quite sure how they're going to be able to turn this around if they don't figure a solution out soon, because Smart Omega has their plan settled. They have tried already to get the first segment on the A side where they were successful, and they only need 2 more now.
Whoopi just getting taken down there by Yopi, but here's the problem at the moment. Elevate just focus so much on that A side and see what happens on the spawns. Tin as well as Risky already at Elevate spawn. This is going to get worse. Yopi's still going to have a great time whatsoever. Team there for the mob grind along with Risky. Come on, Yopi, show yourself. Come on, partner, let's get the elimination going. PJ decided to let this attack stop from the spawns, and they do find a shutdown, but they've lost so much of their life counts in there. But in fact, I take that back. They actually did better. 18 to 15, the life count in favor for Elevate.
Now we are going to see if Elevate's going to be able to use that to their advantage. Numbers is in their side, and all they have to do is make sure they stay around that A site and keep it to themselves. But Smart Omega's not making it easy. They're going to go in for those kills right now, trying to chase down the players on the side of Elevate. 40 seconds left on the clock to either go in for the capture or the eliminations, but it looks like instead they are the ones getting eliminated here. Smart Omega down to the last 7 lives here, but PJ going on for the hunt. He's going to be able to take a few more people down, and Tin doesn't want to give up. He's gonna put his investment into that Sparrow, try to even out the numbers, but 3 players left on the side of Smart Omega, not looking very good for them, and it is going to be down to Risky and Whoopi here.
Omega just fumbled the bag. Smart Omega had the first 5 kills. They immediately went in for a spawn trap, but Elevate just decided to, hey, hold it down. Right, let's get this going at the A side. Let PJ get activated with that R9. And there was no answer for that. Dual R9 wombo combo at the A side. Smart Omega tried with Tin, but not really a lot happened right after they did great when it comes to capturing the B site. Now they're down by 1 round, and this is where things kind of get a little bit hard, because you give Elevate that round win. That means they got 4 operators available on round number 2. If they invest that properly, it might lead to a steamroll.
Let's see how this one goes down, because we saw the amazing comeback from the side of Elevate, but let's see if Smart Omega has found a way to counter that. Right now, Smart Omega defending teams not doing so well, as the B side gets captured easily, given to the side of Elevate right now.
27 to 24 on the life count, with Elevate taking the first 5 kills. They're doing a double time right there. Gonna get B. Now they got 1 segment about to be captured on the A site. They bring out their operators, PJ and Susano. Now just trying to turn and burn, but Tin with the shutdown, but Risky and his teammates not going to get the flush that they need, and that's going to be a problem. Look at the A site, that's a 3 stack. That means the push and the capture will be faster.
Ooh.
Elevate Kalo playing distraction. He's gonna cut down the rotation, and that will be more than enough for the capture to work for Elevate at round number 2.
That is absolutely crazy. The players on the side of Smart Omega not able to realize that Elevate has stacked up on to that A side for the capture. Now Elevate at 2 points. They might just close it up here.
This is going to be tough, right? You came off blasting, dominating, then you just somewhat fumbled, and you can't really climb right back up. You need this round right here. If you're Smart Omega, you're on the attack side, you're in a double spot where you can do time at both sides, and you're doing a great job at this early engage, just letting the players come through your angles instead of just swinging and winging every kind of eliminations that you got. You already have 3 segments about to be captured at the A side. You just gotta take care of your life count and just earn this lead chip by chip.
Now A side has been captured. Let's see if they're going to be able to get that B side, or will Elevate be able to win the game again, just as they did in round number 1. Now the lives are even. It's gonna be a slow game here, but Jabin with a huge 2-piece with the R9. He's gonna open it up for his team, and the rest of them try and go in for the capture, but Kalo watching and guarding the spot. It's gonna be a little bit more difficult for Smart Omega to go in for the capture.
Okay, so a little bit of a reset there. Elevate, great gunfights. You see Smart Omega just back at their spawns. But look at the intention. They're sending number 1 in yellow and Tin to play courtyard and go for a spawn trap. Does he have an operator will be the very main question in hand for just them to cut it down even further. All it takes is 1 or 2 players to be eliminated, and they can push this restaurant. And that will be more than enough for them to really have a chance to win this round itself, as Elevate has a nice stabilized hold on this restaurant hold.
Now we are going to be down to 14 lives remaining on the side of Smart Mega. They haven't been able to get another segment captured yet onto that B side. Jaben gonna invest into the equalizer right now. They are going to lose control, and it looks like we're gonna see Smart Omega finally breaking in, but will they be able to stay there long enough to get the segment captured? Elevate, nowhere to be found, nowhere to contest, and it looks like Ebox is going to be able to capture that second segment to their name. Going for the third one right now. Smart Omega might just close this up and get the first round win to their name. A second more, and there you have it. Smart Omega getting the first round win in this control match.
Epox played huge. Epox played huge on that, right? He scored the last 3 eliminations to just really help that B side to be captured for Omega to win their first round now, which is all about finding that right timing. You're going to be right back on the defense. Yeah, earlier he just really struggled trying to get those spawns drop working. This time you're gonna have to just really tighten things up and just work at this close range, but not really going to be favoring your side as Yopi and PJ has an R9 duo that just really shreds or just really hits so hard when you have it up close. So you're gonna have to play with some range here. You gotta respect it for a little bit and maybe help your AR just get the job done for you, but easier said than done. First 5 kills gonna favor Smart Omega. They're doing a great job eliminating all these players down below. Look at that, number 1 and number 3. They are just pummeling down the players at spawns, and right when you know it, Elevate is down to their 18 live counts. Wasabi.
Let's see how this goes down, because you're absolutely right. That is a huge problem for the side of Elevate. If they're not going to be able to turn things around, Smart Omega might just push it up to a 2-2 here and will be going down to the line. But right now, Elevate looks like they're going to be able to capture that third segment on the B side, as there's very little players from the side of Smart Mega to come in for the contest. And just as I say that, they get that 1-minute extension. Now, all they have to do is try and play for that A side. But right now, it's proving to be a little bit more difficult than they thought.
Elevate, they are getting grinded at the very bottom of the map. Look at that, that's 3 plays for Smart Omega, just hitting the only one player that's straight up bullying right there. And Elevate cannot really escape spawns. The best part about this, they got a minute and 30 to try to make this break work, but their life count is just falling down. But Kalo has his own spawn trap with this equalizer, and he's gonna be able to cut down at least 1 more player there before getting shot down. But then he needs to go down, but he does not get eliminated, and Smart Omega will be able to resupply inside the A site. Looking impossible for Elevate to win this unless they find a great value on their operator. All down to Kalo and Candy to clutch this game. A minute left with a 2v9 situation. Really taking quite a miracle to try to win this. But you do have a sniper to play with. That will be Candy, trying to spot down more players at this long range. And they're not budging. They're not giving up. But I feel like Omega will be able to close this one up. And we got a decider round. Whoever wins this next round, Sabi, wins this series.
All right, Kali, quick predictions. Who's it gonna be, Smart Omega or Elevate?
I mean, I feel like Elevate's gonna win this, but I don't know.
I mean, I don't know either, because this is a very heated match, so we'll have to leave it to the players. But we are starting right now. Action continues, and we see Tin pull out the Sparrow immediately here to try and open and get a couple kills, but instead kills himself. And we are gonna see Elevate trying to lower the numbers of Smart Omega, but Smart Omega is starting to win more of their engagements than we thought they would.
Epox is in the spawns. He's there with Risky again. Elevate needs to snip them out, and there we go. You got Susano taking down Risky. One more to take down off the back grip. Does he find the timing? I feel like he's gonna be able to, so that completely resets it. Elevate able to find the next 4 gunfights to favor their side, and now they're up by 4 life counts. Make that 5 in the early half of this round number 5.
But look at this, Smart Omega has already captured 2 segments on that B side. It's just about getting the last couple ones without losing any additional lives here, or playing for the eliminations instead. Elevate, however, they have to play this strategically. We've seen them mess up, but we've also seen them do good. And it's just a matter of how they play their strengths to their advantage.
Oh, no.
But right now, it's Smart Omega about to capture that B side. That's gonna be a 1 minute extension to their name, and they just have to get
no.
that A side here. But they're down to 10 lives left. Not looking very good for Smart Omega.
Oh, Kendy just putting in a mix. That's going to be more players just cut down off the spawn. And Elevate has got a 19-8 life count lead. And Kenny just making the play against his former teammates. The revenge is still on. Epoch trying to make that play on the mid-map. Yopi on the spawns again. So whoever dies here, he's a gunner with that R9. PJ with the 2 Ps, and Elevate stands strong. Firm hold on this round number 5 as they look to just defend their scoreline up against Smart Omega. Only 2 more players to take down in Epoch as well as Whoopi. Last 2 players standing. Can they keep it alive? Yopi able to sneak out 1 more player. Epoch's gonna get shot down by that shotgun, and Whoopi, the king of sniper, falls down with PJ getting the elimination. It's Elevate that will be taking the series.
Yep, it's going to be Elevate taking the win here, and it seems that the change of roster on Smart Omega is still not enough to stand up against Elevate. They need a little bit more polishing up, but that last control match really went down to the line. It was really anyone's match there, but Elevate didn't want to give Omega a single win.
It was the beatdown from Kendi Wasabi that won it for them. He had a war machine at the spawns, and you already know in Seaside as well as Arsenal, if you're able to go into the enemy spawn, there's only 1 location. It's a very small box. Just have to time your operator skill wisely, and you're gonna get a lot of eliminations, and that's what happened there for Kendi. I feel like he scored 5 kills with the war machine, then 2 more with the Hunter Killer drone, and that's just the icing on the cake. It's still Elevate that reigns supreme up against Smart Omega, but they're not far off, right? If we head into a game 4 or game 5, could have been forced to a map number 5, Wasabi.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the post-game breakdown so that we can talk about this even more. As you can see here, all the players on both teams getting a lot of those kills, and Smart Omega, they heavily relied on Thin with that 26 kills, but nonetheless, they were able to put up 2 points on the scoreboard a while ago, while Elevate got the win on 3 points.
It was a slow start for Whoopi, and they couldn't really figure it out at the very end, right? It was Elevate that just continued to run them over with the R9. I feel like that's going to be the meta moving forward after just seeing this play up against Smart Omega. I feel like most teams will look to try to capitalize with that kind of performance from that R9, right? You saw Yopi with 27 kills here, PJ with 25, and more importantly, Kendi was the playmaker here, scoring the highest kills in the lobby with 29, and having a lot of value on that war machine at the very end to secure that spawn trap. That's the way you want to go. You go for the throat. Do not let them have any mid-map presence. Cut them off where they are spawning, and then you get your team that chance to win the life count while also taking so much of that map control.
Yeah, definitely. It was a really hard and difficult game for both of these teams, but nonetheless, Elevate was able to finally close it up in the late half of the match. And that one is, definitely living up to the expectations that we thought. We really thought that this match would be an absolutely crazy match, and that's what we got. We got a lot of action here in both Search and Destroy and this control match. A little bit of a bigger gap in Search and Destroy, but nonetheless, we all, I think, really enjoyed this match between these two teams.
The craziest part about this is just the tip of the iceberg, so Sabi.
Yeah.
We got more of this working for the next 3 weekends. So, I don't know. You just gotta make sure you stay in our live stream to get more of this goodness. And yeah, looking at it this way, right? We had our big games, and for those who have been waiting for, the amazing announcement we're gonna have, the playoffs will be held land in the Philippines, and only 3 teams will be able to play at the grandest of stage in Garena Masters VII Battle of Champions. So it is going to be the first time since Garena Masters 2 we're going to have that here. So make sure you stay tuned on that. Make sure to follow our official page for more information in Facebook as well as our YouTube to get more of the goodness and how can you go to the LAN event that we're gonna have this one.
Yep, but before we close up the stream, let's take a look at the MVP of the series. Here it is going to be Elevate PJ here with a 1.38 KDA. Despite the very difficult match they had up against Smart Omega, he's still going to be able to put up a huge amount of damage as well as kills here on the board.
He is the best KRM user in the Philippines and most likely gonna end up the best R9 user as well, Wasabi. And PJ, if you guys don't know, loves to host a lot of streams. So if you do want to be able to follow his loadouts, his gameplay, just make sure you check his social media page because he does 24-hour live streams. And this guy's really crazy because, you know, he's able to really top frag consistently for Elevate for the 2 years that they've been running this team. And, you know, I've been able to really get a lot of feel on PJ when he was in NDD Esports, right? When he was playing in my community tournaments, PJ definitely was still the best player then, right? He was ever consistent and continued to just keep on getting better. And he's getting this MVP, and this will wrap it up for our matches for today. 5 amazing matches that we finished. In this group, we got Elevate standing at the #1 spot with Stalwart Esports coming at the very second, Wasabi.
Yep, Elevate followed by Stalwart Esports, then Smart Omega, TSM, Dovahkiin Oblivion, and EA Thanatos here on the scoreboard right now. But then again, guys, you have to keep in mind this is only day #1. We have a total of 9 days, if I'm not mistaken,
Yeah.
for this group stage, and there's still so many chances for these teams, for every one of them, to change up their gameplays and climb up this rankings that we have right now.
Yeah, what you want is to be part of that top 3, so you really have to contest that. So Elevate and Stalwart Esports looking like they're pretty much dominant, and I feel like they're gonna continue doing that. I'm looking forward to what will be the outcome of that Elevate and Stalwart Esports that we're going to have this weekend, and also have an information on what can Smart Omega do when they go up against the likes of Stalwart Esports in the coming games that we got, right? But TSM, Dovahkiin, Thanatos, they're far from being outside of that top 3. They just gotta be able to turn it up in this next coming games that they're going to have to finally earn themselves a map and a round win. And that might just completely reset it, and maybe we get some upsets on whoever makes it to the playoffs.
Yep, guys, and remember, playoffs once again is going to be live, but only the top 3 teams. So you have to keep watching to find out who exactly is going to be playing on that event. And who knows, you might just meet one of your favorite players if you decide to attend. So keep a watch on the social media platforms of Garena Call of Duty Mobile as well, so that you can find out more information.
Yeah, so it's just going to be a great start for us to have an amazing gameplay to end the day off with. Elevate winning up against Smart Omega. Could have gone the distance if this was a game race to 5, but obviously it's not going to happen here. It's a best of 3 all the way through, and this is going to be a nice format for us to make this preparation to bring that championship from stage 5 all the way to Garena MSP. And we want to be able to provide as much as support to our amazing competitive teams that we got here in this region, and hopefully things go better for us in stage 4 and stage 5.
Yep, definitely. We're hoping for the best for our representatives. Of course, we want them to really excel as they head on to Worlds, and maybe even bring back the championship to the Garena region.
It's going to be pretty nice to have that, exactly right. It's been like 3 years, right? Eastern Finals, that was Blacklist International Ultimate that was able to win it for Garena MSP, and we really owned it up. Right now, that team is actually Smart Omega now this time around, and that's completely a big roster change up. And yeah, this may be a loss to Smart Omega, Wasabi, on this matchup that we got here for today, but it's completely not yet over. We have 8 more days of grueling group stage, and they got a lot of time to bounce back and score some upsets in this Garena Masters VII.
Yep, but of course they still have to be consistent, keep working towards their goals, and of course learn from the mistakes that they've made. Hopefully, these teams do VOD reviews. This is your hint here, to study and learn from your opponents on how you can improve.
Yeah, so this has been Kali Gaming here with Wasabi for the day 1 of Garena Masters VII Battle of Champions. We will see you tomorrow, 3 p.m. PHT. It's Fashion Bunny and Ward taking it over. Peace out.